See what happens. Okay. All right. All right, we are live on all three platforms, so we're good to go. Okay. Wow, today is the 30th. Already the end of August. Wow. This year's going by fast. How can we give evidence if we can't preach about the word? Well, because preaching isn't evidence. Why don't you just give evidence? Have you felt the temperature in Florida? Yeah, I have actually. It sucks. My sociology project about TikTok is almost over. It is, though. How? The whole Bible gives us everything we have to know. And Tulip, how do we know the Bible's true? I've never met a kind atheist. Well, I go by the don't start with none, won't be none. So, respect me, I respect you. It is, sir. Well, how do you know? How do you know the Bible is evidence? What makes it true? Yeah, don't start none, right? Yeah, I respect you too. I respect everybody. Until you disrespect me. They say Russell discovered hell. Yeah, I saw that yesterday in the chat. Evidence. Yep, as soon as we get some likes, I got to get this stream going. So let's tap the screen. Let's share it with friends. And I should put up some new goals because goals, I have to edit these. Let's delete this one. And we'll do, let's see. About 20 dolphins today. We'll do 20 dolphins today. All right. So that's our goal for today. 20 dolphins. And we'll just do it that way today. And we'll bring up my alts. Okay. All right. So there's that. We got the 30th. I got my notepad. And we probably have people in the queue. I do kick polls every 20 minutes. And, you know, let's do what we can to help out the stream, support the live, do all that good stuff. Just keep tapping the screen. Let's get some likes going so I can bring some guests up. I'll bring my first guest up at 20,000 likes, but let's build up the live. Let's go. All right. How will you escape the damnation of hell? Well, I don't believe you, John. So how do you know it's true? We just woke up in it. That Oklahoma chick. Well, yeah, if you're in Oklahoma, I can understand why you think you're in hell. Let's see. You got ice storms in the winter. You got oppressive heat in the summer with tornadoes in the spring. And now I think you're getting tornadoes in the fall too. So, Oklahoma, man. What's up, Helios? How's it going? Missouri? Oklahoma. Probably Missouri is the same. Background is so metal, isn't it though? Hopefully TikTok doesn't restrict me, but I created this all by myself. I'd rather believe in Jesus and take a chance in being wrong. Pin your goal. I thought I pinned my goal. What the heck? Thought I pinned it. I didn't pin it. Let's pin it. Pin. There we go. Oh, gotcha. You can pin it for 30 seconds. I see. All right. Well, we'll do that later. We won't do it right now. We'll pin it a little later. But I got a 20 Dolphins pin goal. I don't know what this is. What's this? We got a subscription goal. All that good stuff. Do you believe in any kind of spirits at all? No. I block demons. You mean like on social media? Can you use a fast pass? Were you in yesterday, Nakia? Was it yesterday you were here? Let me see. Yesterday is the 29th. The other day. Yeah. Well, they're good for a day, but there's not that many. You're first in line. Just stay there. Let's tap the screen, get me some likes. Costco on a Sunday afternoon. Yeah, especially right when it opens. But yeah, right at peak. But you know, if you time it just right with Costco, if you time it, you get in there right when people are leaving, like just coming out, and then you can just get right in and go get your stuff. Or the end of the day, like right at the end of the day. Ever been to Arizona in the summer? Yes, I have. Been to Vegas in the summer too. On what basis do you not believe in God? Insufficient evidence. I'll pray for you. Okay. Yeah, Michaela. The lack of reason to. Exactly. Ooh, two people praying for me. I get a lot of prayers on Saturday, you know? What evidence do you need? Credible evidence? Verifiable evidence? Better than me. I would have said, please don't. Hey, it's no skin off my back. They can pray for me if they want to. Doesn't bother me. I highly doubt it's not gonna work anyway. I highly doubt as humans we can travel to something something. That was a state of consciousness. It's not now. Depends if you believe in the Bible or not, but I mean, how do we know that? Now I can say metaphorically there's hell, like yeah, like the day from hell, you know, the customer from hell. Um you if you don't like your job, you can consider that hell. So we got 3 in the queue: Christopher Secco, Speedo, and Nakia Tamia. But Nakia, you are first. Christopher Secco. I got through my entire guest list last night. I'm so happy. It took me a long time. You probably believe we came from fish. Oh, as a matter of fact, we did. I don't believe it. Just believe it. I know it. We have so much evidence that we did. Good afternoon. Simply walking outside and you breathing is evidence of God. How so? Because I see that as evolution through natural selection, laws of physics, all that good stuff. So Machiavelli. Tsar Machiavelli. Speaking, no, that's Dante. Dante's Inferno. That's where we get our modern concept of hell. Sir, how long do you keep one topic up? Until I get tired of it. Wow, see you in hell. Going meta. People just like you delight in other people's suffering. Why is the human body so intricate if there's no creator? Because that's how good evolution is. All religions are the same. Cults, all of you. Liljet626. Power of the Ori and Homeless Mandalorian. Power of the Ori, Homeless Mandalorian. All right, we only have 3,000 likes. We're gonna be here all day. I'm gonna be talking to chat all day. People don't start tapping if you want to see yourself up here on the guest spot. Yes, you can ask one question over the mic, but you're in line right now. You are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th in line, homeless. And so let's start tapping the screen so we can get some people up here. But I'll ask questions from the chat. I'll just address the chat for now. Your Inner Fish by Neil Shubin is a great read. Do you believe in a higher self? I don't know what a higher self is, so I'm going to say no. So you're an atheist. What do you believe in? Lots of things. Believe in lots of stuff. Everything I believe in has evidence. Things I don't believe in have no evidence or not enough evidence to believe in it. Jenny X Slay 1 is next. X Slay 1. I should probably get me a whiteboard one of these days. Someone stepped out. Is it Machiavelli? Yeah, looks like Machiavelli stepped out. But who's responsible for evolution? It's not a who, it's what. It's the laws of physics. In evolution, the strong beats the weak. No. That's not what evolution is. You believe in hell? No. I'm struggling and trying to find my beliefs. I hear you, Lily. And Lily, I have a Discord if you'd like to join up, and I have a deconstructing section. But I'm happy to talk to you. And if you want to DM me, we can talk more. We can get like in depth into what's going on. Thanks for the rose, Jenny. Appreciate it. Appreciate the rose. Is it true that you're an atheist, then you should have no morality, right from wrong? Because, well, I don't think that. Dude, I have seen Christians with a live kind of like you're saying that atheists believe in magic. Atheists believe in magic. No, don't believe in magic. It's reasonable to believe God is possible. Yes, I agree with that, CJ's life. It's reasonable to believe God is possible. God is possible. Now, I will grant that. I guess you won't believe until you get there. Probably not. But how are you so sure it even exists, Mr. Q? Like, why do you believe it? Maybe that's what I should change the question to, because I don't think I've done this. This is the third day I've done this, and I haven't gotten one piece of evidence for hell. Definitely not Banksy. Yet there's so many people here. I'll even do a poll. Let's do a quick poll to see how confident you are that hell is real. Because I haven't seen one piece of evidence yet. All right, let's do a quick poll. Do the happy face at the bottom of the chat screen, bottom of the chat window, happy face if you believe 100% that hell exists, crying face if it's less than 100%. All right, let's go. All right, let's vote now. So happy face if you believe 100% that hell exists, crying face if you believe less than 100%. But you can't type in the happy faces. You got to tap the screen. They're at the bottom of your screen, above like your microphone and the heart, the rose and all that stuff. So you got 40 seconds. So less than 100%. Okay, it's more even than I thought. But the 100%ers. So I want to hear from the 100%ers, like Rocky Daniels. Why are you so sure that hell exists? Is that Proud Albertan? What about not at all? Well, it's less than 100%. Yeah, just hit the sad face if it's less than 100. If it's not at all, that's less than 100. Legend Thanos. Yeah, why are you guys so sure? 100% sure. Why are you so sure it doesn't? Because there's no evidence. There's like absolutely no evidence of hell. Lava flows tell you the possibility that hell can exist. Ow. What's the vote? You can see it Oh, it ended 14 to 18. So 14, 100% believe hell is real. 18 do not. And what's your evidence, Legend Thanos? Like the people who voted, the 14 who voted, tell me what your evidence is. The sun is your example? Well, that's an example, not evidence. Saw it? How do you know you saw it, though? Wasn't paying attention is does not exist. Hell is a construct from the church. Yep. I've been there. How do you know you've been there? Dreams? Well, that's dreams aren't actually going there. It's just a dream. More symbolic. What's the like goal? 20,000. Or, yeah, 20,000 likes. I grew up in the church and rejected it all. Yeah, if the sun and lava flow exist in nature, why can't hell exist? I mean, I guess, but that's not evidence. It says it all in the Bible. How do we know the Bible's true? So we go from hell is real because the Bible says so, and then now how do we know the Bible's true? Because Phoenix, the Muslim, doesn't believe your Bible's true. Anyone that lived with my ex-wife knows that hell exists. Boy, exes. Where's the proof that it does not exist? Well, there is no proof. You can't prove something that doesn't, you can't prove a negative. History repeats itself. How so? 2000 something prophecy in the Bible have been proven, so therefore Bible is truth. No, because it's simply God's word. Because God says so. And how do we know what God's saying is true? How do you know oxygen exists? We can measure it. You can get a tank full of it. When I breathe in, I don't choke to death. Do you believe in the history of Jesus? I believe he's a historical person, but whether or not the events that happened in his life, don't know. Definitely, I don't believe that he resurrected and ascended into heaven. Hell does not exist. What does exist is eternal unaliving. I think I agree with that. You breathe life. No miracles. Do you believe evil exists? Nope. I think good and bad, harmful, not harmful, but not the way the Bible describes it. 9,200 likes, almost halfway there. Keep tapping. I found that the Bible actually says that the hell, yeah, there's one reference to hell. It's in Peter. There are documented NDE from physicians. CJ, let's show what's the evidence of that? What's your source? What makes something good or bad? Well, it's mostly subjective. Is God a crip? No idea. It's not everlasting. Yeah, I don't know if we know that. Jesus is the best evidence? How so? How is Jesus the best evidence? You tested it? How? How can you say there's no God when you have to admit there's something not to believe in? Who said I know? I said there's no God. Kagab. Diddy's in your closet. That would be scary. Why don't you believe in God? There's not enough evidence that God exists. Do you believe the devil exists? No. There is no God. This was proved this past week. Telly Tuna, I know what you're saying. I understand why you say that. Because that was not a good thing that happened, definitely. One of the benefits of following Jesus is eternal life. How do you know that? If I'm wrong and there is no heaven or hell, then I've lost nothing. Yeah, it's Pascal's wager. Bad argument. I pray that you have a heavenly encounter with God and it blows your mind. Yeah, thanks, Cynthia. I get prayed for that every day. My mom prays for me every day. 84 years old, goes to church every day. Nothing. But if you're wrong, you've lost everything. But how do you know I'm wrong? Demonstrate that I'm wrong. But you see, you can't do that. That's not a fair question. I won't lay that at your feet. Because you can't demonstrate a negative. So that's a big I can't be a hypocrite. You'll see when the rapture happens. How do we know the rapture's happening, Neo? So it's like these threats. Oh, you'll see. It's like you guys delight in people suffering. What is that? I'm atheist as well. And if there's a hell, it's here on earth. If there is. Yeah. A lot of bad stuff going on. Have you ever read the Bible? Yes. Hell does not exist. Love a true Christian. Well, see, George, your Bible says otherwise. I am convinced that all God's creation, something, something. It's going by real fast. All right. 12,000 likes. We're getting closer. Well, 11.5. It rounded up, but we'll say 12. So you go to Meta, Neo. You don't have any evidence, so you want to attack a person personally. That's the Christian love right there. No evidence, therefore, I'm sad. The ice pick. No, I didn't say you, Jenny. Neo. Thanks for the follow, Yo-Yo World. Appreciate that. Been to 2 dermatologists and several doctors. They couldn't tell what the discoloration of Mark was. How does that demonstrate a God or hell? Not sure. God loves you so much. How do we know that? Ask God to show you himself to you. I do that almost every day, Enya. You'll probably see me pray today. Why are you an atheist? Insufficient evidence of a God. Yeah, I'm not scrolling up. I'm focusing on the bottom, and what I see is what I see. Your time is running out. You will know soon. Yeah, another threat. When we are getting first guest, 20,000 likes. We're at 13,000. So let's keep tapping the screen. And can never explain babies with cancer. Nope. There's a lot they can't explain. That's why they come to mankind whenever they have a problem. Birds, fish, animals. Yeah, I don't know. Take a look, find out what famous atheists have said in their last moments. Yeah, and that doesn't demonstrate a God. You're just in denial. Yeah, I'm in denial. I DM'd an entire paragraph. Yeah, I'm not reading that shit. You want to tell me what your evidence is? Come on up and talk to me. How this universe created? Always existed. You think that when you see God, you're going to be able to claim ignorance? I'm not seeing God. Demonstrate that. you're just talking mess, Slim Pickens. You're just making claims. You have zero evidence for that. You have to pray and get your life together. My life is together. What are you talking about? I'm living my best life right now. I got money in the bank. All my bills are paid. What are you talking about? I'm happy. My family's happy. My life is good. People who love me, people who are in my life. I mean, not everybody. You will be separated from God eternally. Well, I'm feeling separated from God now, so what difference does it make? That's not true, Legend Thanos. Satanists do not believe that. You haven't talked to any Satanists. You have to pray and get your life together. My life is together, Enya. You have to have 100% faith and then God's real. That's backwards. Nah, you have not. Most Satanists don't believe in any gods. Well, Enya, if you keep spamming that comment, if my mod comes in, you're gonna get muted. So I saw it. You don't have to say it over and over again. I don't take time to discuss with people things I don't believe in. Magical unicorn farts. Pickles are the real ones. Yes, that's the evidence of hell, right? Pickles. It's faith, sir. How do we know faith is real? How does that make it true? Right. So why are you doing that when your life is so wonderful? Because I want to. I feel like it. It's my right to. I'm a grown ass man. So more threats. You will know. You'll find out. What do you think faith is? Blind faith? Belief without evidence. It's the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Literally blind. No evidence. Jesus loves you. Don't believe that. What's the like goal? 20,000 likes. We're at 16.6. Instead of trying to argue with him, actually, instead of doing either arguing or praying, give me evidence. What would God have to do to prove himself? Well, how about coming down and showing himself? Stop hiding. Diddy does not love me. Diddy don't love anybody. Jesus literally said, don't blindly something. How about you just try with an open heart? How about I've already done that. Done that many, many times. Did that for over 30 years. So one day, God forbid one of your children. Yeah, so now we're threatening my kids. Jeez. These people. Well, hope you guys are ready for some traps in the guest queue. Living in the UK with Brexit. How do you think the universe was made? It's always existed. It's eternal. Yeah, I'm not scrolling up to read. You can just type it again. Ah, Woody won. My day's going well. Why don't you answer my logical question? Because the chat's going by too fast. Didn't see it. If you want to talk to me, Slim Pickens, come on up. You want me to answer your question? But you haven't answered my question, is what is your evidence? Yep, haven't seen it, Slim Pickens. Come on up and talk to me. But you have yet to answer my question. What is your evidence? You haven't even answered that. I'm the evidence that hell exists. How's that work, Cynthia? I believe we are a subspecies of aliens. Could be. I don't know. I don't have any evidence of that. It's possible. How do you not believe if you have read the Bible? Because it's not true. It's like saying, how do you not believe in Spider-Man when you've read the comics? 20,000? Almost. Up 20,000 right on the dot. How about that? All right. We have Nakia Tamia. How you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. How old are you?
I am 27.
Okay. All right. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus.
Okay. And what is your best evidence that hell exists?
Okay, quick question. Am I here for 20 minutes? That's it?
20 minutes, and if you pass the vote, another 20 minutes.
Okay, cool. Right now, my best evidence that hell exists, it talks about there be weeping and gnashing of the teeth.
Okay. How do we know that's
And
true?
the reason why this is my evidence, the best evidence for me to discuss, is because I lived a part of my time in life. I want to say from childhood on up until I want to give it about 21 years old, where I wasn't very confrontational. I didn't argue. I didn't fight. I didn't really have too much concern or issues with life.
Okay.
And I felt that I was missing something. So I guess that was the time for me that I wanted to go seek God. I heard about, Jesus. I heard people talking about Jesus, but I didn't commit or believe in Jesus for myself.
Okay.
So there was a specific life. I'm speaking out of personal experience. There's a specific life that I always wanted when I was a child, which was for me to be a mother and a wife. I didn't really have too much that I wanted out of life, but that was what I wanted. I felt it within, and that's what I always sought.
Okay.
And on up until 21 years old, I saw that I was not getting the life. I was not living the life that I wanted to live. I had the money, I had the, houses or apartments, I had jobs. I can live however I wanted to live. I was very just happy, joyful, I had all of the fruit that they would say that, that's written in the word.
Okay.
But I was unsatisfied. So with me being unsatisfied, it caused me to go and seek God and ask questions about why can't I get a husband, or why am I not having children? Like, what's going on? What's wrong? And I got the opportunity to see my life fall apart. I know this is going to sound crazy. My life had to fall apart in order for me to even believe God existed. And I know
why is that?
look, I know that's a question. That's a good question.
Yeah. Like
And the
why can't
re
God come to people who are having a good life, that are doing good things? You know, like my life is pretty much exactly how I want it to be right now. I mean, yeah, there's some
hmm
things that could be a little better. God's nowhere to be found. Like as
so
if like bad things have to happen to me in order for me to find God. So why is
okay.
that? Yeah.
So you know how at the end of word it says he is the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. So with my intention of seeking him and wanting to know him and understand him, I needed him to take me all the way back to the beginning, which is the beginning of my life.
Okay.
And there was scripture about him telling us to have that, to you basically um submit ourselves unto him like we are children.
Okay.
So the beginning of my life, I had to go see myself. I had to remember what was going on in my life as a child. So now I can remember, like, I didn't really take care of myself. There was no money. There was no money of my own. There was no car of my own. There was no house of my own. There was no clothes of my own. Everything was being provided for me. Now, there's an argument that can be like, well, your parents were there. You had other adults that were there
Yeah.
that could take care of you. But he made me go within myself as a child to remember, like I can visually, it's like I felt like I was in a media room.
Okay.
Although I was walking this earth, I was in a media room, basically viewing my life all over.
All right. Well, here, sorry. Well, let's take an opportunity since your mic cut out, but I want to kind of jump in here cuz I want to try to help you land the plane here. So,
Okay.
um how do you what is your like how did you determine that, God interceded into your life? All that stuff. Like, yeah, it's kind of sound like a story, but like I want to kind of get to the cut to the chase here. Like how did you figure out it was God that did this?
I knew it was God when I didn't need another person to make decisions for me
Hmm.
as
That's
a
interesting.
child.
Interesting.
As a child, though, I had to go back to a child and know that I knew morality without being taught morality by man.
Hmm.
I knew love without being taught love by man. I knew faithfulness. I knew his fruit. I knew his character that's described in the Bible. I knew all of those things already
Okay.
before I even had to be taught it.
Well, yeah, but how exactly did you figure out it was from God and not from someplace else?
So when I started to give up all the material things, like using his, obeying his word, when he's telling us to come out of the world, come out of like money,
Mm-hmm.
serve him as the only true God,
Mm-hmm.
I had to commit to that. So when I committed to that, I saw that my specific hell
Mm-hmm.
was me living life on earth without glorifying him for anything that I had.
Okay. So your life on earth is living life without glorifying him. Well, I'm living my life on earth without glorifying God, and my life is great. So, yeah, I'm still trying to understand how that, because wouldn't everybody who doesn't glorify God have a miserable life or feel empty, lost, alone, or something like that? Feel like they're
See,
missing something. I don't feel like I'm missing anything.
I can understand what you're saying, and then I also can understand the perspective of others when they feel like, oh, I have a good life, I have everything that
Yeah,
I need. But from see, I can only talk about evidence within myself.
sure.
I knew within me that just because I had the basics of life, because that's how I view life, is
Mm-hmm.
like a home, cars, clothes, money. Those are just basic needs.
Right.
So when I already knew within me what I wanted and I wasn't getting it. There was
Right.
something else in me that I wanted, and it will not come to me or be given unto me for some odd reason. Like, yeah, I'm doing what everybody else is telling me to do according to life, but there's a life that God called me to live,
Okay.
and I know that I want to live it.
Okay.
But here I am stuck in this place that I really don't want to be. It was like a mask. Like, yeah, I'm happy. I have everything that I want, but this not really where I want to be.
Yeah, I understand where you're going with that. I mean, I hear that. There seems to have been like some type of life transformation that occurred. Um,
Hmm.
and yeah, and I'm just not really hearing how you determine that was God doing that. I know you said, well, when I started glorifying God, then things started to turn around. That's what it sounds like. Things changed, right? But how do you
Hmm.
know it was that change and maybe not you that made the changes? You know, you yourself that did that. How do you know exactly that it was God?
I was intentional with keeping his commandments, even when it looked like I was intentional with keeping his commandments, doing exactly. And when I say exactly, exactly what he
Mm,
told me to do according to his word. And I watched
okay.
his glory and his power
All right.
work in a situation for me.
So if we have if because like there's people I know who say that they were doing exactly according to his word and
Hmm.
it didn't materialize the same way. So we're like having all these different results. And I know you said it's evidence for you. Yet the thing about evidence though, Nikia, is that it tends to be objective. Like everybody can see it. Like if you're on a jury, right? And you're looking at evidence for a murder trial, it can't just be
Hmm.
individual evidence for you and then juror number five and juror, because then you'd have 11 different votes, right? Like, and then the
Okay.
prosecution would have to present evidence, or the lawyers have to present evidence specifically tailored to you. Like they'd have to be like,
Yeah.
okay, Nikia, what exactly do you need to see, to prove this client, my client's guilt or innocence? And and that means they'd have 11 different people to cater to, right, to decide. Yet,
Hmm.
but see, that's the thing. That's not really how evidence should work, because if you all can't look at the fingerprints and like if it's just, well, I don't think that's the person's fingerprints, that's not evidence for
Yeah.
me. You know what I mean? So it has to be kind of objective. So if it's just for you, okay, I hear that. Um, Yet, yeah, you see what I mean? Like it just really needs to
Yeah.
be something that everybody can look at and say, yeah, that's evidence. So
Okay, like my
yeah.
life would be that example. Like, I mean, clearly you can't see like my life because you're not, around me. But
Well, I
if I
mean,
say
even if
I
I knew
wanted to
you
be,
personally, it would be
yeah.
hard to even say, even if I knew you personally, like I'd known you all your life, I think at my stage of life, it would even still be hard to know that it was God that did that, even if I saw the
Yeah.
transformation and all that. Do you see what I mean? I mean, it would be really hard for me to even say that.
And I can understand it because what I've endured or went through has been a lot of it happened within me. The changing of my mind, my heart, my
Mm-hmm.
words, my actions.
Mm-hmm.
So
So I can
just to
identify with that.
like
Yeah.
be specific, like what I wanted for my life that I needed God to be able to give me was a marriage and children.
Okay.
And it did not come until I chose to glorify him and choose him and keep his commandments. So I'm basically saying that I lived life before I sought God and chose him as my God, Jesus as my Lord and
Mm-hmm.
Savior.
Mm-hmm.
I was living life.
Okay.
Yes, but that isn't but I do want to divert back to the question, what's the best evidence that hell exists, because it does tie to what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I experienced hell here on earth trying to fight for that life.
Okay. Okay.
When 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 I was trying to fight for that life with my physical flesh, with my body, with my words, with to try to keep it, it was outside of God's will to live because of the way that I was doing it. It caused me to be a little bit more angry. It caused me to be a little bit more, you know, argumentative. It caused me to be this version of myself that isn't necessarily likable. It causes drama. It brings about pain, suffering, sorrow. That is that hell. And that's why I say the evidence of there will be weeping and gnashing of the teeth is happening today here on earth. If you can watch with your own two eyes, people
Yeah.
bickering and arguing and fighting and
Okay.
being on, a lot of drugs. They're sorrowful.
All
They're
right. Let me jump in here. I think I
hmm
understand what you mean, but see, the thing is that the scripture says there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. So,
hmm
and and Jesus was clear. It's a separate place. It's, he called it Gehenna. Other words have been Sheol. Peter referred to
hmm
it as hell, where angels are. If you read Peter's second chapter, or yes, second chapter of Peter, it talks about the angel, the angels who rebelled are chained up.
yeah,
It talks of it as kind of like a prison. So we have all these descriptions, we have some descriptions of it.
yeah.
And so how could it be, because that seems to go, what you're saying seems to go against what the Bible says. So how do we know, like, what you're saying is true versus what the Bible says is true?
Well, I believe that the Bible is true, beginning to
Hmm.
end, because of that free will, of that choice. When I would say, as a believer, I do have that free will to choose, am I going to obey God today, or am I going to do whatever I decide I want to do? Now, when I've lived a life where I got the consequence of obeying him, and I had the consequence, or the action, the consequence of
Okay.
believing in him and not believing in him, I can see the difference. So I know, because I made that choice myself, to understand, hey, why am I not receiving the life that I want? Why am I in this hell? Why am I not at peace with myself within, although I have all these material
Yeah.
possessions?
I mean, I can understand he's saying, calling it a metaphorical hell, right? Like, the day of work from hell, going through hell right now. Winston Churchill talked about that, during World War II. If you're going through hell, keep going. So yeah, the metaphors I hear,
Hmm.
yet metaphors don't constitute like a real place or evidence, right? So so I get struggles. I went through my own struggles. My life wasn't always as good as I like it now, right? And I so I'm what I'm trying to figure out is there a place that you go to after you unalive that is determined by how you lived your life on earth?
I'm gonna be honest, I can't answer that because I'm still alive.
Okay. All right. Well then, if you can't answer that and you don't, it sounds like you don't know for sure, why believe it?
I believe it because the same way we're having this conversation, because I'm choosing to keep his commandment of Christ being head of every man, I'm able to respect you in this conversation.
Sure.
I'm able to not, you know, treat you like you're poorly because you're an atheist. Because you are
Oh, well,
choosing
I
to say
appreciate
I
that.
don't believe in God, but I know my character outside of God, which is my flesh, which is not good at all. And there is that chance, that little door, where if I chose not to believe in my God, which is Jesus Christ, I can be a totally different woman to
Okay.
you on this conversation. Now, it
S-
can be evidence, it can't be proof, like it,
right. Are
but it's on the individual to choose. See, I'm not here on this call, on the live chat, to try to convince you or convert you.
I understand.
I would like to share how my
Okay.
experience with him
Okay.
has altered my life, how he
Okay.
has taken care of me just by me keeping his commandments. And you want to know what's crazy? You could also already be living out his commandments,
Well,
his truth
see,
in
here's
your
the thing.
entire life.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. Just going by what you heard, see, this is why I don't really consider like anecdotes or personal experience. I don't, yeah, it's because it's really hard because, like I said, like if you have your personal anecdote, I've listened to people who have, anecdotes in Hinduism, and they are 100% convinced that Hinduism is true. I have,
Hmm.
they believe in Krishna and all that. You believe in Jesus. A Muslim with their personal anecdotes believes in Allah, and I've heard people that have their personal anecdotes that believe in the god Apollo and the Norse pagan god Odin, and then the Wiccan goddess. So I'm just not sure how I can really determine if all of you have all these personal anecdotes and you're saying, well, evidence for me, it's evidence for me. I don't see how there's a way I can really figure out who has had the true experience and whose God is real. Does
Because
that make sense?
Jesus allows his believers to see people as they are and not who we
Yeah.
want to make them out to be.
Okay.
Like
I
there's
don't.
a delusion in hell that when you're in hell, if you want to talk about it metaphorically, that hell is delusion. It's
Okay. Well,
a twisting of the reality.
I don't know. See, that's the thing is if we're just calling it a delusion, but they could say the same about you, right? They could say you're deluded. And so but see, that's the thing, Nakia, there's no way to figure it out. So it's either
Unless you're looking at my real life. Like if I say I'm married and I
well,
have
I look at their
children,
real
and
life and
if
they
you
have the same
see it,
thing. They have the same
no, I'm
thing.
saying like it really is just what it is.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you
yeah. I
say
get
that
that.
you are married, you have children, and I can see that with my own eyes, that means that he has lifted me up from blindness. There's nothing blocking me from seeing the reality of your life. If you speak words, if you say out of your mouth, hey, go sit right there in that chair, if I can hear you and I keep that command, he has healed me from my hearing. I don't have to think outside of what's real, what's
Okay.
reality.
I don't think you heard what I last said because again, I've talked to over 1,000 people here, and so
Mhm.
many have told me about a personal experience and that they had this personal experience. They asked for things, the things came true, just like you. Now
Mhm.
they didn't exactly ask for, a family. However, they asked for things and those things came true. They have felt things, they have seen things, they have talked to their gods. So I'm trying to figure out how is any of that true? And if you're saying, oh, it's a delusion, well, then couldn't they? So I don't think you heard me. They could say the exact same about you, because if
No,
there's,
I wasn't
well, see,
I
here's the
wasn't
thing,
saying that
because
their experiences were delusions. I'm saying the one on the outside of the one that's having the experience who can't believe that their God has, covered them or favored them in
yeah,
that blessing or whatever they're living in their life, that individual is deluded because you're expecting to see something different when the truth is in your face.
okay, hold that thought. We're gonna do a kick poll. So this is 20 minutes. We're at our kick poll. So
Okay.
let's vote for Nakia. So happy faces to let Nakia stay for another 20 minutes, and then sad face crying faces for Nakia will go to the next guest. And you have to use the vote buttons at the bottom of the chat screen. Don't type in an emoji. So be sure to tap the vote buttons at the bottom. So and as many as possible if you could vote, because it really we get really really good results. So but I hear what you're saying, Nakia. I mean,
Mhm.
I hear it. I just it's just you got to understand from my point of view, I've heard this like hundreds of times, right? And
Yeah.
so when I've heard it hundreds of times, it's really hard to determine like which one of these is the true experience, like which one, because I'm here for the truth, right? and
Yeah.
and I know what you're saying that what you're saying is true for you, right?
Yeah.
um Yet I'm looking for things that are like objectively true, like it's like stoplights are red and green, like you go on green, you stop on stop, or stop on red, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
something like that. All right, well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So have a good rest of your day.
You too.
All right. Okay. So, all right. Next guest at 30,000 likes. So let's keep tapping that screen. And you know what? This is probably a good time to pin the dolphin goal. You know what? We'll probably do that after every one. And um, I also have a subscriber goal too. So let's just pin that while we're getting some taps, waiting for the next guest. So, oh, appreciate the dolphin. Appreciate it. Yo Yo World. Thank you. Appreciate that. And yeah, it's I hope you all understand that, and appreciate whoever else sent the dolphins. Silksy, thank you. Sixley, thank you for the dolphin. Appreciate it. But I hope you all understand how hard it is to like really evaluate personal experience, because everybody has a personal experience, right? But that doesn't mean it's true. Like if I told you guys that I saw a giant hot dog walking down the street, a 10-foot hot dog, okay, well, would any of you believe me? And so then it's like, well, I saw what I saw. I know it's true. Well, where else do you go with that? You know what I mean? I love hearing everyone's experience. Yeah, it was nice like the first few hundred times, but then afterwards it all starts to sound the same, And when it starts all to sound the same, you just want to kind of cut to the chase and just say, okay, you had an experience, and I'm not here to disprove the experience. I'm trying to figure out which experience is true, because I'm not out to disprove anybody's experience. I don't think anybody's experience, it's real for them, right? So I'm not going to disrespect people and say, oh, you didn't really have that experience. No, you had that experience. I grant that. I acknowledge that. I respect that. We just got to determine why you had the experience, like what evidence do you have that supports that, like a why. Everyone has a God, yours is Satan. No, that is not true. I don't even believe in Satan. How can I worship something I don't believe in? That's like saying I believe in God or I worship God. I don't believe in a God. The best ethnicist is when you find yourself there. Another threat. Wow. Wow. People just really like to say that, don't they? Thank you for having me too. Man, 20 minutes go quick when you're talking. Yeah, it can go fast, but you know what? Come back another day. Oh, my friend Philly is here to hang out with me. How are you doing, Philly?
Hi, Trust. I'm doing great.
Yeah, good. Good to hear. Happy
How's
Saturday.
the stream been so far?
Pretty good. We had a pretty good guest here. We had a nice talk, and it was just the first one, so we haven't really missed much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just talking about anecdotes, personal experiences, and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, if you're having trouble coming up, you have the little people, blue and pink people icon at the bottom. That's the guest button. Oh yes, we are at 30,000 likes. So let's move on to the next one. All right, so I got to update my list here. Let's see. Nope. Looks like Lila626 is up next. Okay, so we'll do that. Lila626 is gonna be the one, and CJ Style is after that. Then EIE, and then Mystic Jim. There we go. All right. You ready for one, Philly?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
let's do it. Hello, Lila. How you doing?
It's Elijah.
My bad, Elijah.
My name is Elijah.
My thank you for that. My eyesight is so bad. I'm sorry about that.
Can you see me?
I can see your black like square.
What's
but
up?
I
Can
can't
you see now?
No, I can't see. Like if you're on camera, I can't see you. No.
I am on camera.
You are. It's totally black.
Okay.
So I don't know why, but it's all good.
What's up, man?
Oh, I'm doing.
What's your name?
I'm doing way. I go by Trust.
All right, my name is Elijah. I never did this before.
Okay. So Elijah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
18. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. And which God do you believe in, Elijah?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay. Very good. And then what is the best evidence you have that hell exists?
Well, I'm gonna just tell you my story right quick. I'm gonna just sum it up. I grew up, right? My family was Christian, but I mean, they taught me about it. I really didn't learn about it. I would just go to church, but I really didn't know God for myself. You get what I'm saying? Like you just go to church and you just go there. You feel me?
And did you have an experience that told you that there is hell or that there's God?
I'm gonna get there, but I for surely did. I did.
All right.
But basically, I grew up like always questioning. Like why is it evil? I would be so uncomfortable with thinking about like look at the world. I've seen people dead. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Been cheated on, got my heart broken, just a whole bunch of stuff, right?
Sure. Yeah, you're
And
right.
I was
Bad
just
things
always
happen.
looking for an answer, but I never went to God about it. You get what I'm saying? I never went to God about it. I just always try to figure it out for myself. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, I
So
think.
this is my personal experience,
Mm-hmm.
but then I'm gonna tell you why there is evidence that there is a God
Okay. What's that?
that I believe.
Okay.
So basically, I finally went to God about like all the things I was going through. I'm like, God, I just give it all to you. And I really after that, to sum it up, I learned about why things happen on a more spiritual level.
Why do
You
things
get what
happen?
I'm saying?
Yeah. Why do things happen on a spiritual level?
Because we do it to
We
ourselves.
do it to ourselves. Okay.
100%. Everything, all the evilness, people dying is because people killing each other. Yes, I understand there are diseases and stuff, and
Unaliving.
you know
We gotta use the word
things.
unaliving.
Unalive, my bad, my bad. I don't know. I don't be on TikTok
Yeah.
live like that. My bad. And then I look, and it's like, and then so when we do things to ourselves, there's divorces, people cheating on each other,
Mm-hmm.
people killing each other,
Mm-hmm.
people just doing a whole bunch of bad things, stealing from each other. And then bad things happen. People like, God, why don't you just help me? Or why did you let this happen? You get what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then I feel like people try to look for God himself, like, hey, God, why don't you just come show yourself to me physically? I want to see you. And we just, if that's not our only evidence, then they not gonna believe God. You
Okay.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me jump in here real quick.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Let me jump in real quick. So you said that we do this to ourselves, right? So
Yeah.
so the kids in country, the kids in places where earthquakes happen and the building falls on top of them. How did those kids do that to themselves?
I didn't know. I said the things that we do to ourselves.
Right. The
I
things that we
explained,
do
like,
it.
remember I said,
Yeah.
like, there's diseases. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
there are bad things. There are things that people didn't cause.
Okay.
There are natural
Yeah.
disasters.
So
You know what I'm saying?
right. So what about those though? That's what
I
that's,
honestly don't know, but I
you
feel
don't
like
know.
God does. There are things happen for a reason. But you got to understand, we're not even. I feel like it's just. All right, I will tell you my own. I don't know if it's true
May
or
I
not.
ask a
I'll tell you
question?
what I think about it, about why those things happen.
Okay. Hang on. Philly has a question.
All right, go ahead.
You said things happen for a reason.
Yeah.
How do you know that things happen for a reason?
How do I know that things happen? Because I just believe it's a faith thing for me. It's like I just
Oh,
believe that.
maybe that was my misunderstanding. You believe
Yeah.
things happen for a reason instead of things happen for a reason.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying.
Okay. And so then
I know I would say I know things. I know things. I just don't have a specific, but I know things because I just believe in God, and I believe that He has a purpose for things. That's
got
why
it.
I would say I know, because I 100% believe in God.
Okay.
That's
I
why I
hear
say
that. Now, how would you be able to distinguish distinguish wanting something to be true and something actually being true
wanting something to be true.
versus it actually being true? Like, hey, look, I would want it to be true that I got $1 billion in the bank, but that's not actually true,
So are you talking
right?
about the thing with like God,
Well,
like
either God or
wanting
things
God
happening
to?
for a reason. Yeah, belief in God, things happening for a reason, faith. So, because it sounds like it's more wanting it to be true versus it actually being, versus it actually being
No,
true.
I wouldn't say it's because I just believe.
You just
Like
believe.
I
Okay.
don't go off of sight.
Okay.
Like I don't go off of things because, well, honestly, we do have physical things that we can see that led me to actually believe that there is a God
Yeah,
before it was even Christianity, before it was Jesus.
I got you.
And
Now,
that reason is because I'm just like I'm just looking around. Okay, we got trees, we got a whole earth, we got all of this stuff, right? But then I just look at us, like the human body. You get what I'm saying? I'm like, we got eyes specifically to see. We got eyelids to protect our eyeballs. We
yeah,
got a nose to smell. We got teeth to chew food, and then a
yeah,
tongue to taste it. for but a specific purpose though. It's like a person creating a car, and then that car got the engine, and we got the steering wheel, we got the whole function for the car to go.
Yeah,
Right.
like well, here's kind of a thing with that, like because like compared to a car, like cars are made of metal alloys, right? And metal
Yeah.
alloys don't appear anywhere in nature. So we know for a fact that
No,
cars
I'm saying, but a
are human
create.
made.
That's not even. I'm saying there is a creator that created us
Yeah.
specifically to have all these functions.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
get
I
what I'm
was getting to
saying?
that. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so hear me out. So that's the thing with a car, right? Now, the things
Mhm.
that you all mentioned, our ears, our eyes, our nose, all that stuff,
For sure.
all of it can be scientifically explained. We have answers to all that of why it happens, the purpose, how it
Well,
came to
shoot.
be, all that stuff. So if we
Yeah.
have scientific evidence of all that, I mean, you can go online and you can read the papers and you can see
Yeah. I
exactly
can't
how
really
they
get into the
how
scientific
they
part of that because I've
yeah.
never really read that.
Well,
All
see,
I'm
what I'm
saying
trying to
is,
understand though from you is if we have evidence of all this, scientifically, we know why all these things are here,
but the
why all these
reason why
things
I was
happen.
saying
Why
yeah,
how does that demonstrate a God to you?
because it does. I mean, I
Because
think
it
it's pretty
does?
obvious. Because look,
Well, that's the
if you
thing.
really go,
But have you read the scientific evidence? That's the thing. Is like,
no, I haven't. I
okay,
haven't.
but see, that's the thing is if you haven't read the scientific evidence, how do you know it just because it does?
What the heck? What'd you just say?
I
My
said
bad. You cut
because if
over.
you haven't read the scientific evidence of why, like, we have eyeballs, right? Why we have eyelids, how would you know then that it's actually from God if you haven't read the other evidence and understand why we have these things, like why science came to that
I've
conclusion?
never, honestly, I've never really. I don't know. I just haven't.
Okay. No, I
I just
understand
haven't
that. I
read no
understand that.
evidence.
Isn't it though?
But I would tell you from like personally,
Mhm.
for me, it's not all about evidence. Like I'm not just finna say for me to believe in Jesus Christ, it wasn't a God. Matter of fact, I'm not finna believe you, God, unless you just come down and show me yourself, or you just make something appear, or just it was never that for me. I was always genuine about things that I've like put my trust into and put my faith into, like genuine. I wasn't, hey, come show me. But I feel like there is a reason why God, how you was talking about it with the last girl, right? How you was asking why would God have to break me down and I gotta go through all these things to come to him. Well, because you have people like her, me, and then probably hundreds of other people already coming to you saying, hey, God is real. He's already sending people. You've probably just didn't want to believe it yourself, but he's still sending people.
Well, didn't want to
So
believe it.
then,
Hold up.
so now let's say like no, God
Well,
forbid, I don't want
let me jump
like
in real quick. Let me jump in real quick.
yeah, go ahead.
I gotta address this little part. Do you think we choose to believe things?
Yeah,
Okay, I can actually easily
yeah.
demonstrate this. I can demonstrate this very easily because if it's a choice, like
Everybody's
choosing
saying I'm
like
yapping.
choosing like what shirt you wear in the morning, right?
Yeah.
If it's that easy of a choice, you should be able to demonstrate to me that you can choose not to believe in God for like 10 seconds.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
Choose not to believe in God for 10 seconds. Just don't believe in God for 10 seconds. Since you choose your beliefs, just choose it. Just choose not to believe in God.
Already did that way before I believe in God.
Right. But
Yeah.
here, show me how you do it though.
What do you mean?
Like just stop believing in God for 10 seconds and then turn it right back on. Like if it sounds like it's like a switch. So like, or if that's not like,
No, it's not a switch for me personally. It's not a switch.
okay,
When
well
I
see,
fully
that's the thing. A
yeah.
switch is like a choice, or it's like grabbing a flavor of ice cream. That's like a choice.
No,
Or doing something like you said, stealing versus not stealing.
but yeah,
Or
and
you know what I mean?
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Yeah.
Right,
So
but then
so I
so
don't
if
think
you
we
make the
I don't think
choice,
we choose our beliefs. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think we choose our beliefs. It's either we have enough evidence for us to believe it or we don't. And also on top of that, Elijah,
yeah,
we can scientifically demonstrate that with neuroscience that we don't really choose our beliefs. It's either we believe it or don't. We have different thresholds. Like every person
yeah,
does have different thresholds of when to believe something, but once that threshold is met, then it's
yeah,
very hard to actually change your mind.
yeah,
So
for sure.
you just hit a point where it's like, I got all the information I need. This is what it is. It's called confirmation bias. So we
Not
can
even.
demonstrate that
I
scientifically.
just because look, when I prayed. Okay, I'll go into supernatural things now. Then
All right.
I prayed about certain things happening,
Okay.
and you want me to tell you those stories?
I don't want to get
I'll
into
just
like the details.
I mean, I'll
I
sum it up short.
well,
Short.
actually, I think it's good enough if you tell me you prayed for things and then something either
Yeah,
came true or something like that,
for
right?
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That I think that's because you got to
Okay. Yeah.
understand. I've
All right.
heard these hundreds of times, so
Yeah.
you know.
But you see how you said you've heard those hundreds of times.
Yeah.
People coming and testifying, saying it's because it's you. Like
I think you
it's
don't
your
understand
story.
though. I don't think you understand. When I say I've heard it hundreds of times, I've heard it hundreds of times from Christians, from Muslims, from Hindus, from Buddhists, from Norse pagan believers, from Greek god believers, from Wiccans to
I actually have a scripture. I know you don't believe in the Bible. I know you don't believe in it, but I actually have a scripture
yeah,
that
yeah. And and then I would ask you, how do we know the Bible's true? And by the way, if you're away from the app, if you swipe away, I can't hear you. So
oh my bad.
no, it's cool. You can go find it. It's
Okay,
just that
yeah.
if you try to read it, I won't be able to hear you. So I'm just
all
letting you know.
No, I actually have my Bible right here. I was gonna go.
Okay.
To it.
So the thing is that I would ask you, like, how do we know the scripture's true?
Yeah, and the reason why I would say it's true because it really adds up to our lives. Like the things that it says in the Bible, it's really true because it just that's how we are as humans.
Yeah.
We're evil people.
And other people from other religions have told me that too. I had a
And,
Hindu.
like,
I had a Hindu on my live last night that told me Hinduism just adds up. There's
This is
just
the
too
reason
many
why
things that you can't
I'm
deny
about to
it.
get this scripture right quick. It's only gonna take like less than a minute.
Try to make it like 10 seconds. Sonder, a mustard of faith is all you need. So we just need a small jar of mustard, Philly, of faith. That's all we need.
When I hear that, I'm always curious. How do you know how much of faith that is?
Yeah. How do you know how much faith? It's just a tiny bit of mustard.
Just a tiny bit.
Just a tiny bit.
30. All right, my bad. I found it. Hold on, wait. Let me go.
All right. But let's kind of paraphrase it.
I am.
Or
it's not heck long. It's really not heck long.
Okay. Well, what's the verse? Why don't we do that? Well, because you got like let's see. You got like
I ain't been on here for too long.
you got about less than 6 minutes left before the kick poll.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah. So let's not take too long. So what's the verse?
Go to Luke 16, 19 through 31.
Luke 16, 19 through 31. Let's not read all that. You can probably pare it down in like 2 or 3 verses. That's a lot.
That's what I'm about to go to.
Yeah, Luke 16, 19 through 31. Why did it take me to Luke 19? Yeah, Luke 16, 19. Why did it take me to Luke 19? Luke 16. There it is. So the parable of the dishonest manager? That one?
Nah, Luke. It's about the Lazarus and the rich man.
Rich man and Lazarus. Okay. There it is. So, all right. So I know the story of Lazarus. So which particular verse are we talking about here?
Hold on.
All right.
My bad. All right, hold on. 19. What is she saying? No, that's what I'm doing.
All right. What is the theme?
Oh, basically to sum it up, I can't find the scripture right now.
Okay.
To sum it up, the rich man, it was a parable when he went to hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've read this before, right?
I've read that before, yeah.
Went to hell. And when they passed through and they seen him, he said, "Go tell my brothers, Lazarus, go send Lazarus because the rich man and Lazarus died." He said, "Send him and tell my brothers about this place that he's getting tormented in."
Right.
And they said, "He has Moses and the prophets." So, and the reason why I said this is because there are people telling you, and there's people still telling you about God, but you want like evidence, like
Yep.
God to come down and show himself to
Yes.
you.
I want
But he's
evidence.
basically, but they're basically saying like if he doesn't listen to them, he's not gonna listen to Lazarus.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So when Islam says there is no God but Allah, that makes Islam true?
But I've never really studied Islam, but from the things I've heard, I don't really want to get into Islam
Right,
like that.
but that's what it says. So because you're telling me, hey, we're all telling you about these experiences, but I'm saying to
Yeah.
you, Muslims are telling me about all their stuff too. So that means I should just believe what the Muslim says?
Nah.
Okay.
Well,
And
I've
then
actually
Hindus are telling me, Hindu told me last night in the Bhagavad Gita, it discusses
well,
scientific
I didn't
things that they can tie to
yeah.
science. So does that
But
mean the
I didn't
Bhagavad Gita is true?
I didn't become a Christian because somebody told me to be a Christian. No, I
Right,
actually went to
right,
God myself.
right.
And that's facts though, because I don't get taught about, like I don't talk to people about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have my own relationship with God, and I
Yeah.
never compare it, and I don't look for people to just teach me. I actually just, I'm really new to it, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really new. It's been like a year.
Yeah.
I've been having
I
like,
hear you. I mean, I was a Christian
but
for over 30 years, right, Elijah?
yeah,
And in that time, well, even since then, even after that, I've read the Bible at least a dozen times from cover to cover, front to back.
yeah.
And so how many times have you read the Bible?
I haven't read the full Bible yet.
You haven't read the full Bible yet? Okay.
No,
Okay.
but I've actually I've had like Bible studies on all the things, but I've
Okay.
never really
But you
all
haven't
of
you
I've
haven't read
never
it from first
read
page to
it
last, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So reading it from first page to last, that is what caused me to start to
not
question things. Yeah, because there's just some things in there that just don't add up. And
yeah
then the more I read it, the more things didn't add up. I would find other things in there too. And it's not like I was looking for things. Like I was actually seeking to understand. Except for like maybe the last time I read the Bible. There I was looking for shit because there was already so much shit that just didn't add up. At that point, it's like, okay.
yeah
And yeah, but all the other times I read seeking to understand and none of it happened.
yeah.
So, okay.
And
So,
so yeah, I've never really had I just want to say something. I've never really had a problem with understanding the Bible.
yeah,
Like ever since,
it's
because
not
I've
that
read a
hard to
lot of it
understand.
though.
Yeah,
I
it's not
haven't
that
read
hard to
the whole thing.
understand. Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
that hard to understand.
but I feel like when I see certain things in the Bible that's kind of like crazy, I just feel like God has a reason. Like I look at it as like
He
God
has a
has a
reason.
reason for everything.
Okay. Well, you
You
know
get what
what?
I'm saying?
We can go through some Bible verses and we can see how, why maybe we can try to figure out why, but we're about 20 seconds away from the kick poll. So let me start
All right.
activating that.
No, I'm just gonna leave. But the reason why I like wanted
Okay.
to, I really got on here. Like I'm not no teacher or nothing. You get what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I
I
hear
just
you.
wanted to explain to you what led me to believe in
Okay.
Christ.
Well, I
You get what
appreciate.
I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
So
Well,
definitely.
okay. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Elijah. All right. Have
All
a good
right,
one.
man.
All right.
All
Take
right,
care.
you too.
All right. Dodge the kick poll.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's okay.
It can be an intimidating thing. I understand that.
Oh yeah. Sometimes it can. Yet it kind of keeps things going,
I love it. I love the
Yeah.
kick poll because it, yeah.
Yeah. It
The
keeps.
gauge of what people are enjoying and
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it kind of keeps chat engaged. And although I would say if you've got at least like 4 or 5 in the guest queue waiting, that's an automatic like 5 kick votes. Those are just
Yeah.
automatic kick votes. So then you have to overcome that, because I've noticed like people, if there's like 8 guests waiting, that's like an automatic 8 votes right there, and they just pop right up, like all of them just vote to kick the person. Yeah. So
You're a good person to discuss with, Trust.
yeah, I guess so. But people want their shot. People want their turn. So
Yeah.
I understand that. Yet, and I think that's the thing, is you have to really like overcome that, because you're like already in the hole. So you really have to kind of get there. So yeah, that's the I don't know who K please. Okay. So I don't know who K please is at the back of the line. The next person that was Elijah. You know what's funny about that, Philly? I actually wrote his name right.
Oh, did you? But
I
you said
did,
it.
and I said it
Mm-hmm.
Lila. I don't know why I did. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My eyesight is so bad. It is. It's
Mm-hmm.
terrible. Terrible eyesight. Okay, CJ Style is up next at 45,000 likes. So let's get us to 45,000 likes today. We got 95 people in the chat. That's pretty awesome. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. And I guess I'll pin the dolphin thing again. I hear that, if you throw in a dime for the dolphin, it'll help with like the algorithm and all that stuff. So so I appreciate if anybody can, but don't feel pressured. I'm just trying to promote the live, get more people in, all that stuff. Keep the numbers high, so that people don't leave, kind of keep things flowing, keep it interesting, all that stuff. So appreciate that. And you won't see it until I'll probably do it in between guests. So that like it doesn't look like I'm pandering for money. It's like 10 cents at a time. So not a big deal. And I think I set the goal to 20. Yeah, I set it to 20. It's a bit high. Maybe I'll do it 10 next time, but no big deal. That's only $2 total. You looking for external proof when you can go inside yourself, closed eyes, and meet him yourself. Yeah, Azriel. You know what? I think you're talking to two people who've tried to do that. Would you say that's right, Philly?
I sure would.
Mm-hmm.
I sure would. I spent decades trying to do that.
Yeah. So the next person is CJ's Life. That's the next person who's up. And yeah, so you're talking about that. I kind of took someone to task on your behalf last night. Because he asked that famous question.
Sorry, on my behalf?
Yeah, sorta. Yeah, sorta. He didn't, not specifically talking about you. What I'm saying is that it's that question about, did you really do everything you could to believe in God? Did you really come with an open heart? Did you really, or were you really sincere? And oh yeah, I kind of took him to task. I just straight up told him, I have friends who would consider that a slap in the face. And so just for your information in the future, I would suggest you not ask that of former Christians, probably especially former Christians, because
that's very respectful advice.
Yeah. And he was like, well, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I just really want to know. And I'm like, well, you should probably assume that they did, and that they have their reasons for it not working out. I know it's incredulous to you that, maybe you've heard from other people, well, they weren't real Christians, they weren't truly believers, but I can tell you that's like the furthest thing from the truth. And so if you kind of come at them that way, you're just going to make people upset. So
when that happens, I like to ask, how do you know if someone is a true believer?
That's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question.
And when that often results in, well, I can tell when somebody's not because of X, Y, and Z. And I say, how can you tell if they ever were? Well, only God knows the heart. And that's where I'm like, if God knows the heart, who are you to judge?
Yeah. And that's what Azrael said in the chat. Talked about the heart. You have to clear your heart. You start with heart logic. And how do you know we haven't done that? Is it just simply because we don't believe? You have to look from a place of repentance. How do you know we haven't done that?
It's just assuming that we haven't done it.
Yeah, you just assume that we just didn't want to believe this anymore. I'm not saying you haven't, then why would you tell us that?
Yeah.
Because if we have and it still didn't work because you stopped believing, yeah, we stopped believing because there's not enough evidence. Like I said, yeah, if it's as simple as a choice, choose to believe in Santa Claus right now. No, it's not a try. It was a do. And how do you know that? See, again, just because you're saying you believe, you can't fathom anyone like not believing anymore. You just can't imagine it. So I know that fucks with your head. I get it.
It's a threat to their own confidence in
Probably,
their belief.
Yeah.
And that's a defensive response.
Yeah, it is. So it's just easy. If belief is a choice, it's so easy to demonstrate. If you think belief is a choice, all you got to do is just choose to believe in Santa Claus right now. That's all you got to do. Just choose to believe it as much as you believe in God, that it's actually belief. That's all you got to do. And if you think it's a choice, it's a choice because of faith. No, like I said, if it's a choice, choose to believe in Santa Claus. Just choose it, because that's how you demonstrate it. So otherwise, it's bullshit. You're just wholly misinformed.
Wait a
So
second, Trev. Are you telling me there's no Santa Claus?
yeah, sorry, hard to burst your bubble, but
What's your truth? What's your evidence for there being? What's your best evidence for there being no Santa? I
well,
totally butchered that question.
yeah, I know, right? You did. Well, what's your evidence that there is?
Yeah.
The choice isn't belief; it's the choice to search. That's what I'm doing right
Mm,
now. Asking for evidence is
mm,
searching. I think you guys don't understand that. You don't understand. This is what searching is: asking for evidence. What is your evidence that God exists? Because you have to understand. We ask God. We ask God if there's a hell. We ask God if God exists. We asked if the Bible is true. Didn't get an answer. So guess what? Your God put it on your shoulders, apparently. You know what I mean? So if you're mad about that, go talk to your God about that, because he didn't give me the answers I was looking for. So it's left to you. You got to wait in line, Yith. You are 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth in line. So you got to wait your turn. We take these in order of people who step into the queue. Ya Azrael. So, and so when you say that like former believers didn't do enough, it's you know, it's insulting to some. Um it doesn't bother me as much, but I know people it really bothers them because they put their heart and soul into this. They put everything they had into this. And yeah, see, this is just, you must not know how to pray then. That's just, yeah. Well, maybe you can show us, Har. You can show us how to pray. So
yeah.
we're gonna bring you up, Har. You're in the queue, and we're gonna ask you to make something happen, because there's plenty of scripture out there that if you ask for in prayer, it will happen. So you're gonna have to demonstrate it to us, to show us the right way to pray, and you're gonna have to show us that. You left the queue. Exactly. Got scared. Yep.
Mm.
Because that's the only thing I'm gonna ask you, and it has to come true right now. So if you're going to sit there and say you don't know how to pray, oh, well, you're going to have to show us, and it's going to have to work right before our eyes, and none of this, that's not how it works, because that's not what the scriptures say. I can,
Dan,
yeah.
sorry,
No, go ahead.
Dan Blackroyd asked if we believed in Santa and there is no Santa, what do we lose? And I tried responding in chat, but there's too much to say to get it in the characters. I really appreciate that question. My answer would be, if I believe in Santa and there is no Santa, then I am choosing to live my life, or then I am living my life not grounded in reality. I
Yeah.
become more susceptible to deceit, to scams. I don't actually have the opportunity to prioritize the things that will make the biggest difference in my life because I'm focused on a fantasy. Those kind of things are real
Mm-hmm.
losses.
Yeah. But just know, Hard, that's going to be your question. That's your trap question. What you're going to pray for us, and then you're going to make something come true right before our eyes. That's your question. So if you're going to sit there and say that we didn't know how to pray, then you're going to show us how it's done. So proof is in the pudding, right? All right. So 43,000 likes. So we're 2,000 away. Background motions. You like that, Dark Knight? Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to do that the other day, and Jasmine Lune. And it's good to see you, Dark Knight. I loved your live this morning. I know you were on for a short time, but loved it this morning. Man. that that one dude on 2 Samuel 12. Oh, I can't wait to get to 2 Samuel 12, Philly. Yeah.
It's a hard one.
That's a hard one. We're going to get to it.
Hopefully a guest can be open to be honest and actually consider it.
I'm hoping to. Hope springs eternal. Yeah. Well, lean on John 14, verse 12. Lean on that. Lean on Matthew chapter 5. Because that exactly what it says. That ask and ye shall receive, seek and ye shall find. I mean, I'm seeking evidence. So if you're telling me that, well, I would say to you, Brittany, if that's the case, how come Phil and I didn't get any answers? We sought and we didn't find. We asked and we didn't receive.
It's pretty hard to believe that if there is a God, then how is there any justice?
Yeah, and so we leaned on the trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. You'll get your answers. Trust me. Trust me. You do not believe. Well, yeah, that's true. Evangeline Clay, I do not believe. There's a lot of ways you're going wrong. Well, you can set me right. Come on up and let's talk about it. Set me straight. Are you harboring any unforgiveness? Nope. Why don't you believe? Well, just like I said, it's easy. Just John 14:12 didn't happen for me. I can't believe in their God. Too many children get hurt. So there's just not enough evidence.
Maybe we didn't believe well, says Session.
We didn't what?
We didn't believe well.
We didn't believe good enough. Yeah.
How do you know if somebody believes well?
Yeah. So show us how it's done. See, that's the thing. You should be able to demonstrate how to properly believe, how to properly pray, since we didn't do it right. I mean, Philly was only a pastor, so you just did it all wrong, Philly. You fucked it all up.
Well, if
Yeah.
I'm a sinful human, I'm gonna mess things up, right?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna mess things up, but you just did it all wrong. Well, you have to fast and pray 40 days and nights. Dark night. 40 days. Shit, you'll believe anything's true at that point. You fast for 40 days. You will be having so many hallucinations. This is being prolonged. Yeah, it's being prolonged because people aren't tapping the screen. I'm at 44,100 likes. So let's tap. We got 8 people in the queue. And I know none of you all are tapping the screen. So if you want to get up, tap. I don't ask for a lot. He sits back and watches evil being done. Yeah, it's law, exactly. Almost like with popcorn. Oh. Man, 300,000 people unalived in an earthquake. Like it's absolutely disgusting how many kids get touched and y'all want us to believe. Soulbeat 78. Powerful, powerful statement right there. Wow. Yeah. Don't forget his candy, sweet and salty. Oof. Wow. G-side. Yep. See, man, they're coming for you in the comments. It's not even me. We got people coming for you. Okay, before I go live, so I seem to have some agnostic and atheist friends here. So type a 1 if you're agnostic or an atheist, just so I know, so I can see you. I have an idea, but I just want to see. Type a 1 if you're an agnostic or atheist. All right, we got a good size here. Cool. Yeah. See, they're coming with fire today. Woo boy. They're coming with fire. So, all right, let's get to CJ Style. How's it going, CJ? Or CJ's life, excuse me. CJ's life. My eyesight's really bad. You got to forgive me. I'm like in rare form today. I can't read shit today. So CJ, how you doing?
Hey, how are you? I'm good.
I'm good. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah.
How old are you, CJ?
I'm 41.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for that. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus.
Okay, appreciate that as well. And then what's your best evidence that hell exists?
Honestly, the best evidence is because Jesus said it exists, and I have reason
Jesus
to
said so.
believe. Yes, Jesus said so.
Okay.
You have good reason uh, outside of the Bible to believe that Jesus existed.
Okay. What's that?
Um, and if he is who he says he is, which we have, even though it's been eyewitness account, we have people or apostles who actually, disciples who actually followed him and decided to keep it going. They even through the first century church, they believe Jesus who he said he was. So you can trust and believe if Jesus thinks it's in hell, then there is a possibility of it being a hell.
Okay. All right. So if I heard you right, hell, you believe hell exists because Jesus said so. And the
That's
reason
right.
why you think that's true is because Jesus existed, his disciples, and the church said so.
Well, no.
Did I hear about that right?
Jesus existed
Mhm.
based on what we find in the Bible, based on what we find in people who
Yeah. I was kind of just doing like a list. We'll get into the specifics, but it's basically Jesus existed, the disciples who followed him, that's another reason. And then
Yes.
also the early church said
and Jesus,
that the disciples and Jesus existed, right?
right, and Jesus claimed, Jesus, as we know, is the Son of God.
As we
Being
know.
that, yes, as a disciple. So there were eyewitnesses who actually
Eyewitnesses.
resurrect
Okay.
from the dead,
Okay.
rise to heaven, proving that he was the Son of God.
Perfect.
And there's eyewitness accounts historically have solved major cases, so you can't necessarily disregard eyewitness accounts either.
Okay, let's go through. So it looks like there's 4 reasons why.
There's more.
Well, those are the ones you listed, but let's just start here, because if we list all the reasons, we're going to be here all day, and you got 17 more minutes until the kick pulse. So let's kind of
there's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
There's a lot of
all right.
things.
Well, hopefully we'll get through all of them if the chat wants to hear it, but we'll start with these 4. All right. So which one do we want to do with 4? Jesus existed. That one's an easy one, because I agree with that. Jesus did exist.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's easy. All right. Check on that one. Now, how do we know that Jesus is the Son of God? And you're going to say the eyewitnesses, right? So that's probably the next logical place to go. Eyewitnesses. Okay. And how many eyewitnesses would you say?
I mean, if you're counting for the Bible, I believe there were. I have to go to the scripture really quick. I have to bring up the.
It's in Acts. It's 500.
Yeah,
I'll save you time.
That's
okay.
Right.
What are the names of the 500 witnesses?
I know you don't know their names specifically, but I know some of his disciples saw as well.
Sure. Of the 500 witnesses, how many independent written accounts do we have from those witnesses?
You have, I would say you have his brother James.
One. Okay.
Who wrote the book of James.
Yep, we have James.
You have Peter.
As well. Okay.
So those are a solid 2 who actually contributed.
We have 2.
Peter knew Paul.
Peter knew Paul, but Paul saw Jesus.
Paul had a
vision.
Paul claims that Jesus appeared to him.
Right. After Jesus ascended into heaven.
Right. So if Jesus ascended into the heaven as by eyewitness, he can possibly appear.
Can possibly, yeah. Wow. I hear that. Okay. So we have James, we have Peter, and we have Paul. So we have 497 to go.
I mean, it's still antiquity, so I don't think it's reasonable for me to account for all witnesses.
Because it is. Well, because you believe it, right? So why would you believe it if you can't, and then not have to account for it?
Because one eyewitness is enough. If you were seeing a murder, and one
unalive, a schmurder, don't say the M word, please.
Oh yeah, if one eyewitness saw a schmurder, that would be enough reason to believe.
Okay.
As opposed to count for all 500.
Got it. What's our independent evidence that James wrote James and Peter wrote Peter and Paul wrote Paul?
I mean that's debated heavily
Right.
among New Testament scholars.
Right. That's true.
They have a lot. They have a lot of reason to believe that James, the brother of Jesus, has really not been tampered with. I mean, you have James specifically saying he did not even believe who his brother was, and then at some point had to come and admit that his
Right. But
brother.
how do we know that? How do we know that happened? And it's just not made up.
I think so. There's evidence of Peter as well. These are historic. These are
Yeah.
people. Peter has historical evidence about him
Yeah. But we
outside
don't
of the
know.
Bible.
Okay. But the thing is that you just said that when I asked you, how do we know James wrote James, Peter wrote Peter, Paul wrote Paul? And you said, well, it's hotly debated. But then you
No,
said,
but with
well, because
Paul,
Peter says it.
no, but with Paul, you actually have New Testament historical scholars who can actually decipher Paul's writing style, his original
Yeah.
writing style, versus copycats.
We also have scholars who say that Paul didn't exist and that they have examined the writings. So
Yeah,
it's like the
also,
jury's out. There's not really a consensus.
but
So
at the same time, you have Jesus mythicists who say that Jesus did not
okay,
exist.
well, yeah, but we're talking about Paul and Peter and James here. So that's what I'm saying. And even if I did agree to that, like, because like now we're talking about the disciples, right? So that's basically Peter and James, right? And let's just say I grant that. What's the evidence that the other 10 or 11 disciples, was it 13 or 12? Anyway, what's the evidence that the other disciples actually existed? Like Judas. How do we know Judas actually existed?
That's a good
Andrew.
one.
Yeah, Andrew, the other Simon.
What
John.
extra?
How do we know any of those people existed?
I mean, that's a tough one. Well,
Mm-hmm.
you have to think if Jesus believed in them and Jesus existed, we can go about people who wrote about him, like Pliny the
Right.
Younger, which is good.
Yeah.
Somebody like
When did Pliny
Tacitus.
the Younger write that though?
I mean, it had to be maybe around what 180, 90 AD,
Yeah,
somewhere
it's the
around.
second century. So there's no way he would have actually had like direct he would
Yeah,
not have laid eyes on
at
any of
that
these
point,
people,
you
right?
may be able to still have that, and you have to
In the
understand
second century?
in antiquity, uh, that's actually considered amazing evidence when you think about stuff like someone like Plato or somebody like Alexander the Great,
Yeah.
who we have evidence of from hundreds of years later.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's not like this evidence is like so far fetched.
Right.
But
See, comparatively speaking though, do you know why we have evidence of what'd you say, Alexander the Great, and who was the other one?
Plato as well. I
Plato.
think
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Well, see, here's the thing. We have writings directly from Plato, and we have people who wrote about Plato at the time Plato was alive. So they were contemporaries of Plato, and they wrote contemporaneous things. We have same thing with Alexander the Great. We have things that Alexander the Great wrote. We have people from other countries, other nations who wrote about Alexander the Great after Alexander the Great conquered. So we have so much evidence of how we know they're alive. So the only problem with that is we don't have, like, Jesus didn't write a letter. He didn't write a single letter of Aramaic. He didn't write anything. So we don't know, so we're going by the evidence of Jesus, because even that's hotly contested. I accept it only because it's in the Talmud and they drag him in the Talmud. They don't like him in the Talmud. And so that is, to me, reason enough to say, okay, he probably existed. Yeah.
I would
Because
say that.
yeah. So we have here that Pliny the Younger wrote around AD 110. That's like in the early second century.
Josephus?
So okay, so that's, so now we're going a little bit later, right? We're going a little bit later in the second century. I think the closest one you could probably talk about is First Clement. Okay, the Pope First Clement, who mentions Paul and Peter in a letter. Yet the problem with that is that was between 95 and 140 CE. So if it's closer to 95, possible. But then if it's closer to 140, you run into the same problem with Pliny. Probably no way that these people were still alive back then, because the average age was, unless they just all happened to live to the ripe old age of what, 105 years old, how likely is that? And then if you're at 105, how are you going to remember shit, right? So,
Okay.
so it's just something like that. It's like it just stretches incredulity. It stretches credulity when you start really digging into it. So, so honestly, I mean, when we went from 500 witnesses to 2.
Yeah, but still, folks like, even though when you go back to Paul, you have folks like Polycarp as well,
Mhm.
who's respected.
Still in the 2nd century. And how do we know Polycarp didn't get it from somebody else? It's just passing along lore. So we're still at that same problem. Still in the 2nd century.
Clement of Rome as well. He
Mhm.
wrote about Paul too.
Yeah, First Clement. I just mentioned him, but that,
Yeah,
like I said,
exactly.
that's late first century, early second
That's
century.
still first century. And
Late first
that's
in
how
90.
folks wrote
Yeah, but
in
how do you
antiquity.
know it's 95 and not 140? What is your evidence that it's the earlier and not the later? Because they give a range of when he wrote that.
They do, but I would admit that most conservative scholars would say the earlier dates as well. So
The most conservative ones say 140.
it's
The most progressive
it
ones
could be a
say
bit
95.
subjective. You can never know.
Right. So, because you said earlier, oh, well, eyewitness testimony is enough to get a murder conviction. See, the problem with that is, how do you get eyewitness testimony when you don't even have names of people? We don't even know who these people are. We don't even know if they existed. So, is that good enough evidence? Like, if you're sitting on a jury and they're like, yeah, we have all this evidence of, like the prosecutor says, we have 500 witnesses that saw this guy do it. And they're like, well, can you name them? Well, we got 2. Okay, what is their statements? Well, we can't even verify their statements. It's actually, yeah, they wrote a statement, but we don't even know if they wrote it. Like, we don't even have evidence that James and Peter wrote that. We don't have, so then it goes to, well, there's another dude that wrote it, that said that they saw it. Okay, well, and we can't interview that guy. So now that's hearsay evidence. You got to strike that out. So it's like suddenly the evidence becomes really, really shaky, right? And so now you don't really know. And so we can't demonstrate that that all the disciples existed. You've got 2 out of the 12. If I grant you the 2, we have 2 out of the 500 witnesses. So we can cross that off the list. And now we're at the church says so. And how does the church says so? I think they're using the fact that the disciples, the eyewitnesses, all that stuff, right?
I quoted folks outside of the church.
Mm-hmm. From the 2nd century, yeah. But we don't have anything. We don't have anything contemporary.
Just like I'm conceding to the fact that it could be late first, early second. You're purposely leaning towards the 2nd century when it's not definitive.
We already agreed that the only one who had a late 1st century was First Clement. Yeah, that's the only one. All the other ones that you brought up are all 2nd century. So, and they like dip into later 2nd century. Then you got to contend with Josephus having Eusebius, who was ghostwriting for him, because there's evidence of that. So we don't even know if Josephus even wrote that. It could have just been Eusebius writing that for him and then just putting stuff in there. So we have no idea. So that even gets shakier. You know what I mean? So this eyewitness testimony thing is just so shaky. It's just not, it's not something that I could be like, okay, well, we got 500, we have witnesses. I mean, the best you got is James and Peter, and we don't even know if they wrote those,
I guess you can say you don't. It's reason to believe that they wrote those. I think what you're trying to get at is how many times, I guess it's just been passed down, and what we actually have now versus we don't have any of the original writings, but some of it could have been oral.
We have some parchments. Yeah, we have some parchments.
This is what I'm saying,
yeah. But see, the problem is when you compare it to other historical figures, who we have writings, we have copies of the writings, and not just the oral tradition. That's the problem that is here. So, like I said, the other two historical figures you brought up, Alexander the Great, and who was the other one again? I can't remember which one
I
he said.
brought up Plato.
Plato, yes. Like I said,
But
we have contemporary writings from people who lived at the time, and we have writings from the people directly.
yeah,
So
but
we don't have any of that for Jesus.
I wish I could think of their names now, but it just it goes past my mind. There's other folks who we have much weaker argument for, who we accept as historical figures.
Like who?
I'm pretty sure. Um, I mean, what in Aesop?
Aesop? Oh,
Maybe.
I don't think we consider Aesop a like a historical figure. I don't know if we do. I mean, there's Aesop's fables. Yeah, true. I don't know if we actually believe that person existed.
There are some others. I'm sorry. It just
That's good.
it blew my mind. But
Yeah.
there still is reason to believe. I would say strong reason to believe that Peter actually existed, and the letters from Paul are spot on as well.
Yeah.
And we know Peter exists because they talk heavily with each other. One on the Gentile side, one specifically
Well,
who felt appointed towards more Jewish.
Got
folks.
it. Well, I mean, I can even point out a contradiction in the letter of Acts, because even yeah, I mean, here, let me look it up real quick.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, it's actually in the same chapter. So here, I'm pulling it up right now. So essentially, in one hand, first Paul says, the people with him were able to see and not hear, and then like 2 paragraphs later, he says, "Oh, but they were able to hear and not see." Like he just contradicted himself, like in two paragraphs. And it's like, okay, so we don't even know if this happened. And how do we know it's not because he fell off his horse and bumped his head and had a concussion and he just saw something?
But now that's an inference.
That's an inference. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's my point, is like he said 2 different things in the same chapter.
Can you repeat? Can you read that again?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up. I'm trying to find it. So here, give me a second. So I'm looking for it right now.
Like,
I'm just stating I'm citing it from memory, but
yeah. Hannibal, Pontius Pilate.
Oh, we know Hannibal existed. Again, we have contemporary writings from Hannibal. We have physical evidence that he tried to cross the mountains in Europe. I can't remember the name of them. Like they found physical evidence of his armies trying to cross, and they lined that up with the descriptions, because they had people in the army like with them that were writing all this out, because they were trying to record this for posterity, for history. And so we have evidence of that.
And I didn't Socrates as well.
Yep, we have evidence that Socrates lived. He wrote 4 volumes of books, and there again, Plato wrote about Socrates. Huh?
Hold on. Did Socrates write those books himself?
We have strong evidence that he did.
Brute, maybe.
What's that?
I said I don't know if you have. I don't think there are scholars who argue that he did not write any of it himself.
Yeah, there are, but we have pretty good evidence that he did.
Come from someone else.
Of course. But okay, well then if you're going to dismiss it like that, that means, but see, everything you know about Jesus comes from someone else. So that means, so the same exact reasons can be applied to you. So if you're willing to dismiss it because somebody else said it, that means you shouldn't believe in God, because it all comes from someone else. See how that falls apart? It easily falls apart.
The way that history recorded evidence in antiquity. And that
right.
does not mean that they did not exist.
Yeah, I got a kick poll. Hang on, let me start that.
Okay.
So hold your.
Is it fair, CJ, to be able to say that one set of evidence is appropriate for something you believe in, but that the same kind of evidence is not appropriate to believe in something if you think?
I didn't say it was appropriate. I'm just saying that in antiquity. Historical evidence in antiquity, just like oral traditions and things of that nature, which were really held to the highest regard, it does not make things untrue. when parchment paper wasn't even
We didn't say that. We're not saying they're not,
No,
they're
CJ.
untrue. We're trying to figure out if they are true. That's there's a big distinction. Okay, I'm gonna let me start the poll. So here we go again, chat. We're at the 20-minute mark, and so you guys get to vote to decide if CJ stays or goes. And I'm actually liking the conversation. So I hope you guys vote for CJ to stay, but I'm not gonna vote. So happy face to let CJ stay. Sad crying face to let CJ go. And CJ, you're welcome to vote for yourself. So, don't sit out this vote. That can mean the difference between you going and staying if you want to stay. All right, I'm going to start the poll now. Go to the bottom of your chat screen on TikTok, and you'll see the buttons. You got to tap the buttons. You cannot enter a happy face. It's not going to count. So you got to use the buttons below.
CJ, were you saying that you don't believe that Socrates existed?
No, I wasn't saying that at all. I was just making the case that
He was trying to say, how do you know Socrates existed?
I just exactly the same case that you guys are, and I was just saying, and it's okay in antiquity that we don't have the data that we have, even in the second or second century, or whatever the case may be, because how they recorded history in antiquity. That was, if you even listen to Bart Ehrman, like him, there's nothing wrong. Bart Ehrman doesn't even argue against the existence of Jesus. His whole
but we never did. I already gave that to you. I already said that Jesus existed.
The problem of evil.
Who
Right.
who is arguing that right now, CJ?
Yeah, nobody's saying that Jesus didn't exist.
And Jesus claimed to be God's son. Number two was my other argument. And then, of course, just because we can't nail down all 500 eyewitnesses, that may not just been how they recorded things in antiquity. It doesn't mean that it did not happen. Yes, and it's called a miracle, which happens outside of space and time. If you believe the cosmology, if it's reasonable to believe.
Hold that thought. We got to vote again. Hang on. We got to vote again. All right, let's vote again. Let's give him one more shot. And if you tie again, CJ, we'll just give you another 20 minutes. All right, let's vote again. So one more time. Happy face, keep. Crying face, kick. So let's get this done. Okay, that's looking good. Oh.
CJ,
A lot of kicks came in.
do you believe that if
all the haters kicking me out?
There's a line of people waiting behind you. That's why.
Go ahead. Come on.
Do you believe that if Jesus existed, then what Jesus is said to have said about himself must be true?
If I believe he is the son of God, then yes.
Right. So that's a different claim, right? To say that a human being existed and to say that that human being is the son of God, those are two different ideas.
I would agree to that. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we're not arguing with you here about whether Jesus existed or not. We just want to know why you think that Jesus is God.
Well, one, I would go back to my eyewitness argument. I would go back to first century.
What is it about the eyewitness argument that is convincing to you when
Because
you
these are
went through it?
people who have claimed to see Jesus bodily resurrect. They're even if
But
you
the
talk
thing is,
about
CJ, you're saying these are people, but it wasn't. The most you can come up with is two.
yes, but like I said, it only takes one.
Okay,
Right,
so
but how do we
because
know
there
they
are
wrote
two
those? We're kind of
eyewitnesses.
going in circles on this. You don't have any evidence that they actually wrote this.
Once again, then we go back to what constitutes evidence for folks in antiquity. There is a possibility that they did write this. Peter, there's Old New Testament scholars state to the point that Peter did write. Peter did exist, and if he's one of the folks who actually walked with Jesus, Peter calls Jesus when he didn't believe. There's an account where Paul said he got Peter's face. For something he did in regard to dissing Gentiles when he was hanging with Jews. So there's a strong likelihood, and and most folks believe that Paul exists.
Yeah, but that only says that only points to Jesus existing. That says nothing about him resurrecting and rising to heaven and ascending to heaven. It says nothing
Okay,
about that.
well, I would say that miracles uh can happen. Jesus can, if Jesus made that claim and people saw
Okay,
who
but what evidence do we have in the miracles, though?
if something happens outside of space and time, that constitutes a miracle.
What evidence of those things happening do
Yeah,
we have?
we should have evidence of that.
Even
I,
today, right? If God is still doing miracles today, why is there no evidence?
I would make the assertion that you don't have to have any modern miracles to believe in God. If Jesus died on the cross and he was said to have rose, that constituted the miracle.
I don't think
And
that
we
was the question, though, because what we're asking for. Because would you agree that resurrecting after 3 days unalived and then ascending to heaven, would you consider that a miracle?
I would yes, because that's impossible.
Excellent. So what Philly was asking then is, why don't we have any evidence of these miracles that you're saying that happened?
We have people who saw, like Peter, who saw that miracle happen.
Yeah, but again, we're kind of going in circles again. We're because again, we don't have enough evidence to say that what Peter saw was real.
The universe in itself can be considered a miracle.
But
I don't think so.
Outside of time and space.
Yes. I would. You can make the case that
how so?
It is reasonable to believe that the universe had a beginning.
No, that's not true.
Well, if that's not true,
the reason why is because we have a survey from November 2024 in which 68% of cosmologists says the Big Bang says nothing about the beginning of the universe.
Stephen Hawking even vouches.
At one time he changed his tune at the end of his life.
Okay, I have to read it.
Yeah, he backtracked on, because he did assert that time had a beginning, but then he backtracked on that later before he unalived.
I mean, even outside of Hawkins, there's folks who believe that time did have a beginning.
Of course, you have people who you have some cosmologists who believe that, but like I told you, 68% of them don't believe that. So if you're just going to pick the ones who agree with you, well, then you've got to contend with the other 68%.
That's exactly right. But you're picking the 68% who don't, which means that
I'm going with the experts who have a stronger consensus. So why would you pick the ones who are agreeing with you?
So I'm not. So here.
Well, yeah, you are. You just said there's scientists who agree with me, and they're not in the 68%. So you're picking the ones who agree with you.
I don't want to say they're agreeing with me. I think for God, the case for God, if you can prove probability, that's it. So
What do you mean prove probability? What do you mean by that?
I'm saying if God is probable, then there's a justified. If God is probable, which I believe it is a probability.
Okay, what is the probability? Like, what's the number? What number would you put on it?
I can't put a number on it. I'm not a scientist.
Okay, well, see, the thing is that, okay, so if you're using Bayesian probability, I guess that's one way to do it. And so, but see, the thing is that I kind of use Bayesian the same way you do, and I come to the conclusion that God probably doesn't exist. And it's because of all the scientific evidence, the errors in the Bible, et cetera, et cetera. So when I use Bayesian probability and all these strikes go against God existing, that tells me there's a very good chance God doesn't exist.
It depends on what you call an error in the Bible. We may not see the same way. Some stuff is nuanced. I'm willing to agree. I struggle. For example, right now, the historical Adam, which is not contingent upon.
All right, we're kind of jumping all over the place now, so let's kind of pull it back, because we were talking about Paul and Acts, because one of the things I asserted was that there's a discrepancy in the story of how of how Paul saw Jesus, and I can pull up the scripture for you. So let's.
Okay,
Do you want to go through that?
yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So, where is it at? Oh, I had it, and now it's not here. Okay. So, if you go to Acts 9:7, right? If you look at Acts 9 verse 7, you got a Bible handy?
I can hold on. Let me pull it.
I mean, if you want to, yeah, or I can read it. It doesn't matter.
Hold on. Okay. What you're going? Where did you go?
Acts 9 verse 7.
Okay. Go right ahead. Yes, I have it here.
Okay. So it says there that so it's not like 2 paragraphs later. It's like several chapters later, but it says here the men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice but saw no one. Okay. And so they heard a voice but saw no one. And then they were standing speechless. Okay. So they stood speechless. Then we go to Acts 22, verse 9.
Okay.
Now those who were with me saw the light, but did not hear the voice of the one who was speaking to me. So first they heard God, they heard the voice, but saw no one. But then they saw the light, but did not hear the voice. All right. So then you throw in Acts 26, verse 14. I mean, this is all in the same book.
Okay. Well,
Acts 26, 14. Hold on. We're almost there. So remember, it says in Acts verse 9, chapter 7, or chapter 9, verse 7, they stood speechless. And then if you go to Acts 26, verse 14, it says, we had all fallen to the ground. I heard a voice saying to me in Hebrew, Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me? So first they stood speechless, then they heard the voice, then they didn't hear the voice, then they all fell to the ground. I mean, it's all contradicting itself. So how do we even know this even happened?
Okay. Here's my thing. To me, there's substantial evidence that a historical figure, Paul, existed. First of all, what was Paul? There is no other except.
Well, hey, wait. Back up a second. Before we get to the Paul existed, do you want to address the what I just pointed out in Acts? How do you explain that?
I have to think back to if you're probably not familiar with Lydia McGrew. She's better at kind of harmonizing what we consider to be discrepancies. It's okay. It's definitely okay if two different people who saw things differently had two different takes, if the thing didn't happen, if they saw it from their specific perspective.
Okay, so it says here the men who were traveling with him stood speechless because they heard the voice but saw no one. And then it says, now those who were with me saw the light but did not hear the voice of the one who was speaking to me. So are you saying that some heard it and some didn't?
And I need to look at I need to
I mean, because it doesn't say that. It says the men who were traveling with him. So I take that to mean all of them. The men who were traveling with him.
What version are you reading? Are you reading the same version?
It doesn't matter which version it is. It says it all in the same. It's all the same.
No, it may not. And then the thing is, I have to look at.
Okay, which one do you want to look at? Pick one.
Let's look at Common English, CEB.
Common English, CEB.
Mm-hmm. And I need to really pull it up.
Yeah, that doesn't help you. Yeah, those traveling with him stood there speechless. They saw the voice but saw no one. My traveling companions saw the light, but they didn't hear the voice of the one who spoke to me. We all fell to the ground. So they stood speechless, then they all fell to the ground. So first they heard it, but didn't see anyone. Then they saw it, but didn't. They didn't hear it, but they saw it. So it's still a contradiction.
No, that means some could have heard. That's the thing. It could have been multiple. That's the way when you're giving an oral account of what happened.
Right. Where does it say though? Where does it say some heard but didn't see? It doesn't say anything like that here. It said those traveling with him stood there speechless. They
Correct.
saw the voice, but they heard the voice, but saw no one. That doesn't say anything about some heard this and saw no one. It doesn't say that. It said those traveling with him.
But they heard someone. They did hear the voice.
Yeah. So then we go to 22:9 and it says okay. Hold on, CJ. It says my traveling companions. That's what it begins with. We can read this together if you want. I mean, it says my traveling companions.
Okay.
So where in that does that say some of my traveling companions? It says my traveling companions. Is that all of them or is that some of them?
That I would contend that's all of them.
Okay. So my traveling companions saw the light, but they didn't hear the voice of the one who spoke to me. So it's a contradiction.
So Paul's saying they didn't hear the voice of the one that spoke to him.
Yeah. So in Acts 9, it says those traveling with him stood there speechless. They heard the voice, but saw no one. Acts 22:9, my traveling companions saw the light, but they didn't hear the voice of the one who spoke to me. I mean, it's right there, plain as day.
I'm pulling up my Bible, right? I'm actually gonna.
Yeah, Acts 9:7, Acts 22:9. So yeah, how do you explain that?
Hold on, you said Acts what?
Acts 9, verse 7, and then Acts 22, verse 9. And this is in the Common English Bible, the one you asked me to pull up.
Okay.
Sorry, Philly. I was away from my screen.
Can we look at what here means in Koine Greek?
Okay, so now we're pulling up another translation?
No, we just want to look at what here means in the Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Okay, so what you're saying then is if it may say something else besides here?
It could.
It could? Yeah,
yes.
It could.
So let's look. What does here mean in Koine? That's what it would have been written in. So what does here mean in Greek? Yep. And I think Greek, we have to look at the word here, what it means in Greek.
Okay. This part I got to look up. So if it means both the same in both verses, are you going to concede that it's a contradiction? Because because this is kind of a waste of time if you're not going to concede it's a contradiction.
I mean, honestly, it could have been different emphasis in each. That's the thing in each account as well.
Okay.
I mean, just, like I said, it could have been perspective.
Okay.
That's the thing. They saw light. They heard a sound.
Okay.
And you just can't minimize Paul, Saul, who was going around murdering Christians.
Unaliving, please. Unaliving.
I mean, unaliving Christians had this miraculous turnaround.
But how do we know he had the miraculous turnaround, though?
Because there is historical evidence of someone, an author named Paul, who we show that these are his original letters, and we can differentiate them from non-Pauline letters.
Okay, so the Greek word here is akuo, and so it's listed in both passages. So how could it be a different here?
Okay, what's the definition? What does it mean?
What do you mean? Akuo means here. H-E-A-R.
Or to understand or comprehend a message, actually, I believe. Yeah.
So, but either way, it fits. So what you're saying then is now you're saying, okay, this is some serious pretzel twisting. So what you're saying now, what is your evidence that they were talking about one and not the other in one of the other verses?
So in Acts 9:7, like you said, they heard a sound of the voice, but in Acts 22:9, they did not understand the words.
Okay.
So it's like,
what is your evidence of that?
What if you overhear muffled speech? You hear the noise but can't make sense of it.
Yeah. What is your evidence of that? That sounds more like just your understanding. It sounds like cap to me, honestly. That's what it
No,
sounds like. Okay, then produce evidence that that's what it is.
you don't
Show me.
have to. This is what they are saying.
What do you mean this is what they're saying? Who said that?
No,
Who
it's the
said that?
same Greek
This
word.
this
It's the
is
same Greek
It's the
word,
same Greek word.
CJ.
It's, my friend, it's the same Greek word.
yes, but this is a valid interpretation, though.
Okay.
Of the same
Of the
word.
same word.
Yes, if it means to hear a sound or to understand or even like comprehend a message,
Then why
uh,
doesn't any translation have one hear, one understand? They both say hear or heard.
yeah, but it had in Greek. I'm bringing. I just
Then
found
why
it
don't the
here.
translators?
Yeah, why didn't the
Why don't
translators
the
put it that way?
translators differentiate it?
It appears that it's for us to we have to. I mean, it was written in Greek. The translators probably do have it in some of their
No.
footnotes and
No,
some
they-
of the way.
Yeah.
Where?
Where?
CJ?
Yeah, show us. Give us evidence of that.
I would have to look at. I'll be happy to study this and come back. I just don't have it off the top of my head, but I do believe that there is room to. I don't want to say harmonize, because you guys think I'm kind of being facetious.
Yep.
But I do think
Yeah.
that
I think
it
it's
is
cap.
possible for them to emphasize, to put emphasis in different emphasis on either account. On
Yeah.
different accounts.
Yeah, but I mean, where did you come up with this? Did you hear this before we talked about this today somewhere? Or did you just come up with this
I'll be
today?
honest, no, I read it. I didn't spend too much time on it, but there's other passages where I mean that can be kind of hard to decipher as well. But I think there's
Okay.
still valid reason to say that Paul had some type of experience, a vision of Jesus, because his life showed, and there's reason to believe that he wrote these letters. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is the contradiction now. And, and so I'm just pushing back on it.
So a contradiction doesn't mean that his experiences that he had when he traveled weren't true.
Okay.
Well, actually, it does.
Yeah, it actually
It
does.
does.
No, it does not. If we can validate his letters and the people who were affected by him were true, and the impact that he had, and he clearly turned his life a different page. That does
Well,
not
according to
mean
that, that's if he existed. Yeah, that's if he existed. And that's if any and if any of this is true. Then yes, I would agree.
Okay.
But I mean, you can't even demonstrate to me that this is what you say it is.
You can't demonstrate to me that, like we said earlier.
I don't need to. This is your claim.
Other folks,
No, my God, CJ, this
I'm
is your claim. It's your claim to demonstrate that it is what you say it is. And it's just me simply saying, I don't believe it, because there's no translation that says one saying hear, one saying perceive or understand. So I'm just going by what the translations say. But you're trying to, but it sounds like you're trying to inject something that's not really there, because, again, where's your evidence?
Their scholars have a tough time interpreting things from English to Greek. That's been one of the challenges. With
So why-
the Bible, would you say?
So
Okay.
why do none of them do that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Why do none of them emphasize that it's a possible difference?
I don't. You're claiming that none of them emphasize that as possible difference. I don't know that,
Well,
and I would research
Okay.
it.
why
She
don't
would
you
know.
go look at the translations?
Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at. Because I mean, if we,
I would admit that's homework for me to do then.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to do homework to consider these things.
And so if
it's hard in the moment to
Yeah.
have the conversation.
So CJ, if it doesn't say that, if let's just say you're mistaken, are you willing to concede it's a contradiction?
And the men, if I read it, the men who journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. In Acts 9:7, Acts 22, and they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice.
Yeah, because then I could argue, what if 9:7 means understand and perceive? They didn't understand or perceive the voice. And then 22:9 also means
And the thing, I have to see who he was talking to
Mhm.
in 22:9 as well, versus who he was talking to in Acts 9:7.
Yeah.
And it can be, if Paul is saying these things, it's okay if he gave a testimony and he gave his exact words and he got it wrong. It doesn't diminish that it actually happened. It could have just mean that it's okay for him even to misspeak.
He tells the story one way one time, and he tells the story with slightly different and some contradictions another time. It's true. That's true.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that kind of contradiction does put into question the validity of the story?
It can, but that does not mean that it's still. And people do that all the time, where they can tell
Sure,
a
they
story one
do.
way and tell
They
it another.
do.
It could have just been, and it could not. It may not have even been hyperbole. It could have been sometimes that when you're excited, something or change or something like that happens to you. He may have just told it a different way, and that's his humanness. It doesn't
Yeah.
erase the fact that God could have appeared to Paul, or it makes the Bible untrue. It
Mhm.
just means that maybe he told the story a different way.
Yeah.
He's humorous,
Yeah,
and you can
yeah,
find
and
that in the Bible.
you're right. We do that as humans. We contradict our stories.
But it doesn't mean that it did not happen, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it did not
It
happen.
doesn't mean it didn't, but it certainly doesn't help for the argument that it is valid.
Yeah. Okay. Time for another kick poll. We're 6 minutes overdue. So but we were trying to just kind of resolve this one point here. So let's start it back up again. Okay, another kick poll, chat. So you know the drill. Tap the happy face to keep CJ and the crying face to kick CJ. But I would honestly say, CJ,
conversation, CJ.
yeah, it's been a good conversation. It's and I think honestly, I will say, you could interpret it that way. Okay, you could. Yet I wouldn't hang my hat on it. I mean, how confident are you that it says what you're saying it says? Like scale of 0 to 100.
Would you think? I'm a skeptical person, and I believe it. I take it by faith. I believe in Jesus by faith. The Bible says, "Bless those who have not seen but yet believe." There's something inside of me that believes in Jesus, even though I want to be a skeptic about the things I read. But I know deep within inside me something I can't explain, that's not in that makes me believe in who God is.
Okay.
And that's ultimately what has to happen for folks. But
Okay.
yes, I can understand why the Bible can make people feel skeptical.
Got it. Well, thank you. Appreciate you coming up, CJ. But come back again another time. We can pick it up.
All right. Sounds
All
good.
right. Have a good day.
You too.
I would just like to publicly point out that someone in comments in chat did point out one version that does differentiate between hear and understand.
Yeah.
NASB 1995. And that is a correction that we can make, that I can make.
Yeah, I can make that correction. I can say that. So, and that's why I said you could interpret it that way, right?
I don't think it's the most reliable translation, but it is true. It is a possible interpretation.
There is one that's in there. So yeah, you could interpret it that way. But see, the thing is you can interpret it both ways. You know, you could put understand. You could say both of them say understand or perceive. You could say one says and the other says. So yeah, I mean, if you're looking to match it up, then okay, you know, that's different. But if you're looking, you know, if you're trying to say yes, this is true, well, yeah, then you got it. But you know, but if you're looking at it from say a skeptical or a neutral perspective, well, you have to say, well, we just don't know. Yeah. And that's why I asked him at the end. Oh, custom sub. I thought I did. But because some other folks, Danny, have some custom emotes. I thought I had some custom emotes in there, but I'll look because I thought I did.
You do.
I do? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I did. Yeah. But but I'll take a look and I'll make sure, Danny. I appreciate you calling that out. Yeah. And also when you're a sub, if you join my Discord, there's a sub only channel. So there's that too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's see. Grime Salt has been added to the queue. Okay, so the next person up is EIE. Is he still here? No. EIE. Hilton Arrow? Yep, it's Hilton Arrow. Then Har? Nope, Har left a long time ago. Then Follow Me? Nope. Then Yith. And then Mystic Jim. Yeah. Oh, wait, there's my bad. It's actually Mystic Jim who's next. Then
EIE says I'm right here in chat.
yeah, I see.
They dropped out of requests.
Yeah, you dropped out of request. So you got to be in the queue. You aren't in the queue. Are you? Do you still want to talk, EIE? Because I don't see you in the queue. That's what I'm saying. And here, I'll even go to my my alt, and I'll look at manage guests. So I see 4 guests right now, but I see 5 in. That's weird. So maybe he is here. Okay, I'll give you the benefit. You can be up next if you still want to chat. So why don't you pop into the queue, and then so I don't have to find you on the list of people. Where am I at? Jasmine? You are after Yith. Yeah, you're after Yith. Okay. Yep, you're after Yith. And then Grime Salt. Okay, that's what we got. We got the list at. Yith, you are it's Mystic Jim. EIE, I'm sorry. It's EIE, Mystic Jim, Hilton Arrow, then Yith. So you're 4th. Then Jasmine, then Grime Salt. So that's how it is. So the Shroud is a joke. It's been carbon drafted, dated by 3 separate labs to medieval times. Yep. And on top of that, Westwit, look up the WAXS technology. If you don't know, if you do, then ignore what I'm saying. But the WAXS that they tried to redate it with there's a lot of problems with that too. Okay. Do you believe in dinosaurs? You've never seen those either. We've found so many bones. That's
lots of evidence.
Yeah.
The fossils.
Yeah, lots of evidence of fossils. So, observation can happen with just more than just your eyes. It can be a lot more than that. Caroline, thank you for the hearts and the popular. Danny, also thank you for that. Dang, Danny, you cleaned up all my dolphins. Thank you. Appreciate that.
W's in the chat for Danny.
Yeah, big W's, big dubs in the chat for Danny. I got a big red W in the subscriber thing. I don't know why you can't see them. That's so weird. So I'm gonna have to check that out. Okay, we're at 70,000 likes. Let's get to EIE. EIE, you're not in the queue. Oh, there you are. Okay, I had to scroll all the way to the bottom. There you are. All right, EIE, how you doing?
Hey, bro, what's up?
Hey, not much. Thanks for waiting. Appreciate you. So, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Great. All right. And that looks like the Shroud of Turin. So I'm going to say you believe in Jesus.
Yeah. Jesus Lord, man.
All right. What's your best evidence that hell exists?
Because life exists.
I can barely hear you. So you said something about life exists.
You hear me better?
Not much. No. Try it again.
How about now?
That's better. Yes. So you said what did you say? Best evidence that hell exists?
Yeah, it's that life exists.
Okay, went back to bad mic. The last thing I heard was life exists.
All right, how about now?
Not much better.
All right. Can I like stay up and
There we go. Right there.
some...
There, right there. Whatever you're doing is perfect right there. I can hear you.
Still good?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Okay. So one more time. What's your best evidence that hell exists?
Oh yeah. That we're here.
That we're here. How does
Yeah,
that demonstrate a hell?
Yeah, so like the based on the evidence that earlier a couple rounds ago you talked about like fingerprints and like
Hmm.
like the evidence of all that you I don't know perceive as evidence. So for me, the fact that we like the Big Bang does show, I kind of was taken back that you disagreed that, but like it shows that the universe has a beginning.
No, that's not what the Big Bang shows. 68% of cosmologists say it says nothing about the beginning of the universe.
So what does it show then?
That there's an event that happened.
And what that happened.
Mhm.
So like implying it happened at a particular time,
Yeah, happened at a particular time, about 14
right?
billion years ago. Mhm.
Right. So it's demonstrating that the universe came into existence.
Are you saying that the 68% are wrong?
No, I mean I'm agreeing with you.
Okay,
Maybe
but
we're not tracking
I don't
each other.
agree. I don't agree that the universe came into existence.
But you said that you agree with the 60 whatever percent.
68% who say the Big Bang says nothing about the beginning of existence.
But then when I asked you what they think, you said that the universe
No,
came. All right.
you said, what does that say
Repeat
about
yourself.
the Big Bang? And I said it was an event.
Yeah, an event that occurred.
Right,
So we're talking about,
but that says nothing
yes,
about the
we're talking
beginning of
about,
existence. It's just an event. I
maybe we're
never
not.
said, yeah, I never said it was the beginning of existence. I don't agree that it
But
was.
but what
I
is
think
the
that the universe is eternal.
describe the event that you're talking about? What's the event?
The
The
universe
event
was
is the universe coming into existence.
No,
So that
that's not
implies
what it
that,
says. I mean, it's easy. I can demonstrate to this. This is very easy to demonstrate. Do you want me to,
please,
show you?
please.
Okay. So there is a, I was just looking at this last night. Let's see if I still have the link up. I'm pretty sure I did. Oh yeah, yeah. It's in my Discord. So I posted it to my Discord last night. You're gonna have to go to my Discord and look at it, or I'm gonna have to post the link in the chat because I don't want my live to get restricted. So you're just gonna have to look at it in the chat and go look it up yourself. But
Sure, yeah.
yeah.
But I'll take your word for it at this
So there
moment.
it is. So that's the link, and I can read it to you. So the link says, it's the Copenhagen Survey on Black Holes and Fundamental Physics. This was posted. It was published March 2025, but the survey was taken in November of 2024. So if we scroll all the way down, there was a question that was asked: the meaning of the Big Bang. It has been claimed that the Big Bang represents the beginning of time and is a view now, quote unquote, taken for granted. However, a challenge comes from Guth, who claim, that's one of the cosmologists, who claimed that Big Bang is a theory of the aftermath of the bang that says nothing about what banged, why it banged, or what happened before it banged. The very meaning of the term Big Bang thus is not agreed upon. Our survey results strongly favor Guth's view over Hawking's. The Big Bang makes no claim about whether time had a beginning or not, and should be understood only as a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state, 68%. In that sense, it is perceived as a theory of what happened after the bang only. Notably, there is more consensus on this issue than any other we surveyed. So 68% says a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. So that's what it says, 68%.
Is it 58?
68, 68.
Mm.
Yeah, 68. So almost 7 out of 10. So that's not what physicists say. So anyone who tells you that all physicists say that that's the beginning of existence, they're misinformed. It's not what physicists say.
Okay. But
All right.
all right. But that aside, I can even grant you that because it's not just the fact that the universe has a beginning or not. It's also that's just one component, maybe so to speak, one fingerprint of God, right? So we have the universe. Even if you want to say that, yes, what we don't know what existed before that, I would then say God for these reasons that I'm about to list right now.
Okay.
So as an atheist, you are a strict materialist, correct?
No. not strict. I'm more of a naturalist.
Do you believe that in the beginning it was just like matter?
I believe there was no beginning. The universe always existed.
Well, before these atoms and rocks somehow formed together to create the Earth and solar system and yada yada yada, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there was no life, so to speak.
Right. There was no life.
Right, right. So now there is life.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that we don't go from non-life to life.
How do you know that?
Does that follows logically?
It follows logically? Okay, because we
Yeah,
have
because we don't see the opposite in any. We haven't observed the opposite
right.
anywhere in our known universe.
Okay, so here's another one that I have. Let me find it. I just posted this. People talking in this chat. There. Wait, no, is that it? Where is it? Where is it? They just published a study in May of 2025. If I can fucking, there it is. Okay. So I'm going to post another one in chat. You can look this up and you can look up the study as well. So this one is it's a study on abiogenesis in which they demonstrated that protocells, they were able to create protocells from inorganic molecules. Now, protocells aren't actual cells. That is true. Yet they are totally organic and they do multiply, and eventually they multiply into cells. They turn into cells. So it's kind of like the Wright brothers, okay, when they were discovering flight. They had all the mechanisms in place. They had the calculations in place, but it was just a matter of putting everything together and keeping the plane in the air. So they had the parts, they had the math, they had the mechanisms, they had the steps, but they just had to tweak things to make it work. That's about where we're at right now with abiogenesis. So I would say probably not in my lifetime. I'm 54, that they're gonna figure this out. But my kids, my oldest is 18, good chance they'll figure it out in his lifetime. To create life from non-life.
That doesn't really address the issue at hand. We're talking about, like, you're talking about living human beings, right? Let's just start there.
Yeah.
They are now
Yeah.
trying to figure out how to mimic God.
No,
It's not about mimicking.
It's not about mimicking God. It's not about mimicking God. It's about seeing if life came from non-life. Well, I know you're being cheeky, but it's not really an accurate way to put it. It's, they're just trying to say if life came from non-life, because that was the Miller-Urey experiment in 1952. And they've made great strides since 1952. I mean, that's what, 70 something years? So 75 years, something like that.
Yeah, but
73 years.
Here's what I'm saying is, like, to bring out life from non-life, it involved an intelligent mind.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
What you mean? There's science, like, I'm still talking about what you're on, right? Like, these scientists have put their brains together to try to figure out how to create life from non-life.
Do you know how they created the protocells?
No. What?
Okay.
Why is that? Okay.
So the reason why that's not quite an accurate statement is, while it is true that they put all the pieces together in order to do that, but the way they conducted the experiment is that it makes it conducive that natural forces could put all of these elements and the situation together to create these protocells. So
natural forces.
Yeah, it's natural forces, because all it takes is you just need the certain molecules to form the amino acids. then the amino acids. I'm skipping a lot of steps here because I'm not a scientist and I don't
You're
know this like
you're overly
very well.
simplifying this. Where
Well, I'm
it's like,
simplifying it because we're on fucking TikTok and you only have like 10 minutes left. So yes, I am simplifying this. I'm not going to go into a detailed discussion about this because
not even detailed, but just like not misrepresented.
I'm not misrepresenting it. I'm
I believe
skipping
you are.
steps.
Can I say?
I'm doing okay,
Can I explain why I think that?
which parts exactly am I misrepresenting?
Right, because you're describing it like, these molecules just happen to come in, like
It's not what I said.
share the same no, 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 but no, this let me just land the plane, bro.
Well,
So it's like,
use my words though. Don't put words in my mouth. Because I'm gonna if you put words in my mouth, I'm gonna stop you and correct you. So use the exact words that I used.
I know what, I'm just not going to use any of your words. I'll just say this, is that the process that you were just describing, like, yes, they use all those elements, right? But
Mhm.
it's still, the process is still being, um what's the word I want to use, uh guided by an intelligent mind, right? So
Okay.
that only happens through through an intelligent mind, that
What?
life can come from non-life.
Okay. So what part of the intelligent mind is actually like what tells you that a natural force couldn't do this? Which part of the process?
uh, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking you which part of the process of abiogenesis can you point
Uh-huh.
out in which a natural force could not accomplish what an intelligent mind could? Which part?
Because we haven't observed that
That's not what I asked.
ever. Yeah.
That's not what I asked. I'm
Well,
asking you,
maybe.
let me ask again. Which part of the process of abiogenesis can you point out in which a natural force could not do that an intelligent mind could or has? Which exact
I mean,
step?
I guess we don't, but we don't. We haven't observed the contrary. We've only observed those
We
those
haven't
elements
observed of
coming
God.
together.
We haven't observed of God creating anything either. So then by your logic, that means God doesn't exist.
No, we haven't observed it, but
So
we see
by your logic, God
the
doesn't exist.
no, no, God. I believe God exists because I see his footprint.
I believe abiogenesis is true because I see their output, their outcome.
Mm.
So we're using the same exact logic. So if you're going to dismiss abiogenesis, then I can easily dismiss what you're saying.
Wait, but I'm not dismissing it. I feel like I've agreed with what you're saying. You said
You're
scientists figured out how to create life from non. I'm cool with that. I'm completely fine with that.
Mhm.
But I think that makes my point, is that only happens from an intelligent mind.
and
That's what
I'm
I'm saying.
disagreeing with you on that. And I asked you before, which you kind of dodged the question. So let me ask it again. Which
Sure.
part of abiogenesis can you point to in which only an intelligent mind can do that a natural force cannot do?
I'm sorry, Matt. Can you dumb down just a little bit, just a tad? I'm sorry,
No, it's okay.
because I feel like I've already like, maybe I'm not addressing it because I really don't.
Well, you said,
We'll see.
if I understand what you said, you said that we've only seen intelligent minds do this. Is that what I'm hearing? So it doesn't demonstrate, because they're not trying to disprove God. I may be skipping ahead. I may be kind of presuming what you're saying, but that's not what they're trying to do. They're just trying to demonstrate that the steps are possible and that can happen and that are likely. That's all they're doing. So when I ask
But
you,
no, but can you just pause right there?
sure,
How is it likely? It's only likely if they
if they actually,
choose to do it.
so if
If they
they,
actually do it,
okay, so
right?
it's only likely if they actually do it.
I mean, yes,
Okay, so you
correct.
need 100% confirmation before you will believe that abiogenesis is real. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, well, I need
Well,
evidence that it can be created,
I
which
I just
I'm
gave you the
granting you that,
evidence.
right,
Yeah.
cool, which I'm granting you that you have. Cool. So they have
Okay.
figured out that a way to create it.
Yeah, they figured it out way
Cool
back in
with that.
1952. Yes, they figured
Right.
it out.
And that only happened, and that has not only happened because they put their brains together to do it. So life can
Yes.
only come about from non-life if an intelligent mind does that.
No,
And then
I disagree with
I'm then
that.
attributing that to the universe,
Right. And
because the only way that we can get from
I'm
atoms
telling you
and
that's
matter
not
to
true.
human beings on the earth
Yeah.
is because an intelligent mind guided that process.
Okay, but I'm telling you that's not true. That's not what abiogenesis says. That's not true. The whole point of abiogenesis is to demonstrate that life comes from non-life through natural forces. So of course you have to put all the pieces in the same
You
room
describe natural
at
forces.
first. Natural forces like lightning, like earthquakes, oceans. Like there was no hand that put all these things in the same spot. So are you telling me that the molecules that are responsible for creating amino acids could not possibly be all in the same place at one time? Are you telling me that?
Couldn't have all possibly been at the same place at one time.
Yeah, I mean, we can look up what the molecules are that make amino acids, and so I can pretty much guarantee you that they could possibly be in the same spot at the same time. But is that what you're telling me? That a hand of God had to put these molecules all in the same place for amino acids to develop?
Yeah, because that's more likely than coming about out of chance.
How do you say that? Yeah. How did you get to that conclusion?
Because of the odds, like the odds that not only that matter can then evolve into an earth, but that earth can then be livable for human beings to then also exist on. Like,
Okay.
the odds of that happening is billion trillion to one.
Okay.
So,
What is your evidence of that? Because I mean, I've given you evidence on my end, and you're just kind of hand waving it away. Well, the odds of that happening are a billion to trillion to one. Well, what's your evidence of that? How do you know that's true? So you're just.
I'll be honest. I don't have the
Okay. Well, where does that coming from then? Like, where did that number come from?
I don't have the article handy. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate your honesty. Yeah. So you read it in an article somewhere?
Right.
That's billion to trillion to one. And is that for all life just spontaneously?
Don't quote me.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand like what exactly you're talking about. Is it just life forming here, like us being here, which I may agree with, and it's actually probably the odds are even longer than that. Is it that, or is it actually?
No, correct. No, that.
Okay. Okay. So you understand then that if the odds are 1 in, let's just say 1 in 1 with 30 zeros after it, right? Just a ridiculously long odds that we're here.
Right.
You do know that can at least happen one time, right? It can still happen at one time. Because that's what that means, is that 1 in, let's say 10 septillion, which is a ridiculous number, right? But that means that it can still happen one time. You just need 10 septillion chances.
Sure. Now, right, but going based, so if we're talking about evidence and then the conclusions we get to based on that, like what is more likely then? Is that
Sure.
the fact that we are that one, just evolution just got lucky, or there's an intelligent mind behind the fact that we are here?
Okay, hold that thought. I got to do a kick pull, so give me just a second. 20 minutes flies by fast, doesn't it, EIE?
Yeah, I mean, shit, we've been vibing, bro.
This has been a good talk, though. I mean, I'm enjoying the conversation, but I gotta please my fans. You know what I mean? No, it's not fans. I'm just kidding. Not fans. People in chat. Give them something to like be engaged with. Okay, chat. It's time for the kick poll. Now I'm liking this conversation.
You definitely inspired me. Which I've been meaning to do this for months. I gotta put make a Google Doc of these articles I am reading.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's what I've done. I
appreciate this conversation.
I got spreadsheets, I got Google Docs, I got all kinds of crap because I get asked about this all the time and it gets really like tedious going to look them up every time. So, okay. So I'm going to start the poll, chat. Remember, tap the smiley face to keep EIE here or tap the crying face to move on to the next guest. So
And it
here we
might be
go.
a good time while the kick pull is going on to say that if you join Trust But Verify's Discord, that's a great place to be able to share the articles like
Yeah.
EI was mentioning
That's
to
true.
have further discussion.
That's true. That's a good idea too, EIE. You could join my Discord and post all the articles that you have. I've got a science-chat channel, and you can post all the links that you want there. Yeah. And I've got religion chat, I got philosophy chat, so I got all kinds of stuff. So you can post stuff there if you want, and then we can
Damn,
talk about it offline.
They getting me out of here.
Well, there's people behind you that are, because I'm, did you vote like to kick somebody?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
No, but
Okay.
honestly, which I also wanted to talk about too is like I appreciated what they were talking about like the personal experience.
Yeah.
But hearing you talk, I knew like I wasn't gonna get it done. Like like, we have to be talking about something objective
Mm-hmm.
because although I think that like the fruits of the Holy Spirit is real and
Yeah.
that can be used as evidence in certain situations, we got to talk about the nitty gritty, which
Yeah.
is what I think we've been jiving about. But
I hear you. Well,
that's
people have,
all.
okay. Well, people have spoken, but hey, come back and we can pick up where we left off, or you can join my Discord and we can pick up there.
No, of course.
Right on.
I appreciate it, man. You
Yeah.
have a good night.
All right. Have a good one. You too.
Man,
So-
you brought up the fruit of the spirit as evidence right at the end. That
Right.
would've been
Wouldn't that have
fascinating
been
to dig into.
fantastic to dive into? I
Hopefully,
know.
you guys will join the
Yeah.
Discord and there's further conversations.
Yeah. It was a good chat, but there's just too many people waiting, so that's just what's working against him. There's 6 people waiting, and they're like, "Nah, get him out of here. Get that fool out of here. I want my turn." So I get it. Okay, now it's Mystic Jim. Then it's Hilton Arrow. Then it's Yith. But I don't know if Yith is here anymore. Nope, Yith is not here anymore. So we have Bailey Sturbins. Bailey Sturbins. And then Bible Baby. I hope we can get to everybody here because there's some such interesting names.
There is.
Yeah,
yes.
and you want to get to know these people. Like, okay, who is this person? Yeah. And so I'm really hoping we can get to the people in the back. And
Also, shameless self plug. If you follow me, I like to have conversations like this. on
oh
other
yeah,
panels as well.
that's true. Everybody follow Philly Red, please, because she has great content. She has great lives with really cool conversation and asks really good questions and stuff like that. So well, they're giving you coins. That's good. But yeah, she is definitely worth a follow. So please do that.
Thanks,
All right.
Trust.
Yeah, you got it. We'll do 85,000 likes this time. I'm hoping I can get to 100,000 by the end here. Let's get to 85,000 likes. So I want to try to get to these folks a little faster this time, since we're like high up on the list now. People, please vote on debate basis and not Q or revenge. Yeah, Minute Maid, that's true. But you know what? You really can't help it. Because folks want their turn too. Like, I can guarantee you if the queue is bigger than like 4, that's like 4 votes, at least 4 votes against you. So you really gotta
It's an interesting dynamic.
it's an interesting dynamic, yeah. And see, the other thing is that it's kind of like a game show. It's almost like if you vote to knock the next guy, it's a good chance it's going to happen to you too.
Right?
So it's kind of almost like the honor system, right? So yeah, we're gonna see what Mystic Jim says. We're still about 1,000 likes away, so we're almost there. And but yeah, I've had some good stuff today, and this has been way different than last night. It's been way different.
Daytime, nighttime, hey?
Yeah, right. It is kind of like that. Like the Friday night crowd, man. A rough crowd. The party crowd, yeah, they're rough. And I've been on Saturday nights too before, and that was kind of that's been kind of wild too. Zero evidence hell exists. I'm coming to find that's the case, because we keep dipping into over God we keep drifting over to God existing or whatever. And might
It
have to.
seems like, yeah, it's only within a worldview that
Mhm.
has a deity that there is the idea of a God. I
Yeah.
know that I've met atheists who still believe in certain supernatural or spirit
Mhm.
type realms,
Mhm.
but not many.
Yeah, right. I haven't met that many either. And they seem to be like more what is it? Agnostic
Mm,
than they do atheist. They seem to be.
mm, mm.
Okay. I'm just writing notes on EIE. And I think yeah,
Mhm.
we're actually there. Okay, let's go. Let's bring Mystic Jim up.
It's a cool name,
It
Mystic
is.
Jim.
It is. How's it going, Mystic Jim?
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for waiting.
Mm.
So,
Oh
are you
yeah, for sure.
excellent? Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 42.
Wonderful. Okay. Great. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay. And then what's your best evidence that hell exists?
Well, I do have picture evidence of something that has happened to me. I
Mm.
had a crazy experience. Been to several specialists to see what it was. We'll get into it in a second. Basically, I was kind of like, I believed in Jesus, but it was more like at the time, it was more of like a, philosophical thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I believe, it's because there's, like you said, I saw contradictions. Like with the Old Testament, you see, Samson having hair, long hair, giving him strength. The New Testament, it's a shame to have long hair.
Mm-hmm.
So, things like that. But, so we'll go to the story real quick. So I dated a witch, didn't really believe in all that.
Hey, me too. Long time ago, though. Long time
Yes.
ago.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't
This
believe
is
in
like
any of it. Yeah.
2007, I want to say, for me.
Okay.
Going to a lot of concerts back then. I'm a classically trained musician, really into heavy metal, all that kind of stuff.
Got it.
So,
Okay. Say less. Say less.
So, I was like, all right, she looked just like the girl from The Craft, black hair, blue eyes.
Oh, of course. Of
Of
course.
course, right? She had normally like strawberry red hair, and she dyed it black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so moving forward, we'll speed to the process. There's a lot of weird things that happened. We'll probably go through some of those events. She moved in with me. I let her live there rent free. Then
Mm-hmm.
she saved money to go to New Orleans. It's like, oh, she took me on an all expense paid trip to New Orleans. I was like, awesome.
Ah, you musicians, man. You musicians. Ah,
Okay.
what is the deal with you guys? Man, you play, you
So-
know how to play an instrument, and suddenly everyone's just paying trips for you.
Well, she moved in rent
Good for
free,
you.
so no, there's,
Okay,
there's,
okay.
There's more. There's more to the story. If you want to go, we'll continue. So, she got she was saying, "Oh, I got a nice place by it was Bourbon Street.
Mhm.
It was like this. It was right after Katrina, so it was like
Oh, everything was really cheap, huh? Yeah.
It was remodeled. It was
Yeah.
like after Mardi Gras.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it was really cool. We had there was 3 nights. Had a great time. Not gonna lie, right? The third night we got really blitzed.
Mm-hmm.
The whole night we weren't intimate. This night we were intimate. She got on top of me and I blacked out. Okay, everything was fine. Get in the car. I got like really sick all of a sudden when I got in the car. So she had to drive all the way back. 3 days later, there's this 3 days later. It's always in threes, right? It's funny about that. I'm scratching I feel this heavy burning, itching, something crawling under my skin and my back. I look at it, there's this big black handprint. And I have pictures I can send you.
Okay.
Okay. And it's still there, technically. It's still there, but it's more diffused because of certain things that I've been doing, et cetera, et cetera. And it actually fluctuates. It's kind of weird. And my massage therapist actually sees it like change. So it's really
It's a handprint?
it was originally like a black handprint. It's almost similar to what you would say a dragon hand, or the closest thing we have to a dragon is the Komodo dragon. So it's actually very similar to the Komodo dragon hand, which is kind of funny.
Okay, I
So
gotta
not
say,
a
this is a fucking
human
wild
handprint?
story. I just gotta say that.
It,
Oh,
it
I'm glad.
really is. But
Well,
can I just clarify? So not a human handprint?
not a human handprint.
Not a human
And
handprint.
it looks,
Okay.
and the thing is, I've been to doctors. I've been to 2 dermatologists. I've had 2 biopsies. The skin is like harder in that specific area. It's raised darker. And there's more to this. There's more to the lore when we get into it, because I was like, what the hell's going on? Anyway, so I go to I've been to 2 dermatologists, and it's all normal skin. Like nothing's wrong with it.
Okay.
Okay, and I've had several other doctors look at it. It's like, well, it could be this, could be that, but here's try this, try that, and nothing's worked. Only thing I started working when I started doing like spiritual cleanses, then I started seeing actually results. And then, okay, so we go to, so I'm trying to figure out what this is, but there's actually more of the story previous, because an exorcism happened. There was a manifestation of like a thing, and we'll get into that later. So that's why I'm like, after seeing that, I was like, all right, it's real. Either that or I'm losing my mind, and it just coincidentally happened within hours of an exorcism happening.
Okay.
Manifested out of the person. It's crazy, dude. Like,
Okay.
anyway, so I have pictures of the back, and it actually manifesting in different things. So I'm going to Facebook groups trying to figure out what this is, and demonology groups. I'm like, I got to go talk to demonologists. It's the best thing. Because I went to this one priest, and he said, hey, I was like, told him the story, and he says, well, and you need to go see a therapist, is what he told me.
Okay.
And then years later, this priest ended up getting excommunicated because he was using church funds to go to lavish gay things in Florida or something. So, so that's what happened to him years later, I found out. So I went to a therapist, and she told me to go see a priest. So I was going through this circular thing because I brought her the evidence. I showed her the pictures. She actually knew one of the dermatologists in town that did the biopsy. So she was just like, okay, well, what you're telling me is you need to go see your priest. And then it's just, yeah, pretty funny, right?
Okay. All right.
So then I'm going through demonology groups, and this guy, because I'm like, hey, this happened to me, blah, 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 blah. And this guy just messaged me, and he's from Sri Lanka, like randomly. And he's all, hey, I don't really believe you, he said, because the people that have that mark on their body are dead. You shouldn't be alive with that mark in their religion. So he said, so that's why I don't believe you. He's all, because when people have that mark, and it's called the Mahasona. And I actually have a clipping, it's in Wikipedia, but it changes shape just like all demons. They can change. In the descriptions there, it's a giant, like 130-foot meter or whatever, red, like a Shiva-looking red demon. In other depictions, he's like a werewolf beast, which is interesting because in the Appalachian Mountains, you have the cryptid, which is the wolf thing.
Okay.
So anyway, so and one of the things that he does as the Mahasona is he leaves a mark on their left shoulder blade, and basically marking them for death.
Okay.
Or they're already dead.
Okay. So, okay. So you had the what's it called? You had the exorcist. You had this black mark after something happened with this lady.
Yep.
You had the black mark. You went to a couple dermatologists. They couldn't really figure out what it was.
Biopsies.
Yeah, biopsies. You had an exorcism done, and that seemed to get rid of it.
No. We did the exorcism was done on the lady, the witch, and then the thing manifested out from her.
Okay.
And it was basically a black reptilian bat-winged creature.
And you were there for that?
I was there when it manifested, yes.
Okay. All right.
And it was like a hologram. It was really interesting because it was like a hologram, but what it did is that there was a lot of incense in the room that was used for the
Okay. Wait, hold on. I think his signal went bad. He's teacupping. Of course, we're like getting to the clarifying things and teacups.
Okay.
There we
Okay.
go.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Whoever was calling you, that was like incredibly bad fucking timing.
That's how, dude. No, that's how
Right?
that's how this stuff works. You understand? Is when I'm talking about this stuff, especially this demonic stuff, there'll be like interruptions and like weird stuff. You know, it's the timing of it. You have no idea. And it's also that like coincidence after coincidence. Because I was also hit by an 18-wheeler in 2018.
What?
Yes.
You were hit by 18-wheeler and you're
18-wheeler.
and you lived to tell about
Survived.
it. You survived.
And I'll tell I'll tell
That's
you
wild.
about that after. I'll tell you about the scenario of that. It gets crazier,
All
dude.
right.
It's just like thing after thing. Okay.
Okay, so
So-
this thing came out of her, and then what happened to the thing on your back?
The thing on my back. So I was, trying to research different cleansings. There's, there's
Oh wait,
the high side.
hold on. After
wait,
the
wait,
exorcism, was the thing on your back still there?
Oh
The
yeah, this
handprint?
was during the handprint was this was like fresh. The
Okay,
exorcism
okay, got it.
happened within a few months after that whole thing.
Okay, so then
Hold on, listen. So one of the reasons that I was like, okay, exorcism needs to be done. So there was a one thing that happened. So we were in my backyard because we were at my house, right? This happened in Texas. So we were back at the house. We're in the backyard. She was planting some flowers, and then I said, "What are you doing?" She said, "I'm planting some flowers," and she sprayed me with the water hose. And then I go off to like chase her. So let me lay out the background. So we're in the backyard. So there's leaves all around the corner of the house. We're on the if we were facing the front of it, we're on the right side. If you're facing the front of the house,
Mhm.
we were in the back of the house, so it's like on the left. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So she turns the corner, and I hear the feet, going through the grass, or to the crunching through
Through the leaves.
leaves.
Yeah.
And then when I turn about halfway, about 3 steps of it, it's gone. And I turn the corner, and this is the long side of the house, and she's gone. So then I bust ass faster. And the house that I was in at the time had 2 doors. You had a screen door,
Okay.
and you had a regular door.
Okay.
And the screen door, there was a porch that was uneven, and you had to lift up the screen door to get it open and to close it. So she had to do all that, and I'm up there in front. The doors, both doors are closed.
Okay.
I fucking rushing in. I didn't even close the screen door. I just busted through.
Okay.
And she's in the back of the kitchen. So there's the living room, then there's the dining room, and then there's the kitchen all the way to the back of the house. Back there drying a wine glass. And like not even breathing heavy, and I'm huffing and puffing, and this girl's a little like bigger than me.
Okay.
Because I'm like, at the time I weighed about 115 pounds.
Okay. Okay. So sounds like she like time traveled or something. Like she was
Or
just doing
or
something
froze-
completely or froze
well-
and something happened
well-
and she just ended
well,
up doing something totally different.
Well, later on, I do the research. Beelzebub is one of the ones that can make them go from one location to another.
Okay.
And that's the king of the demons, and that's the one from the King Solomon's Testament, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
And if you look at there's a Renaissance painting, exactly with the bat wings, and the same thing, dude. I was just like, wow. And it's a black dragon, and they would call it the adder, which makes sense. And this thing had black tar skin, yellow eyes, not the snake eyes, but the circular ones when
Okay.
I saw.
Okay.
And
So
it moved, and it moved like a claymation figure when it moved.
okay. So this thing you saw, it moved like a claymation figure. You've got some things that say that Beelzebub can do this, or is it Beelzebub?
Bel, it's the same thing. Bel, and
Bel.
also, and you know what's interesting about the Bible, by Bel, it's
Mhm.
phonetically Bel, which
Mhm.
is interesting. And you go back to the old, because I'm kind of a Gnostic Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So you know about Yaldabaoth and the what is it called, the lion-faced serpent, the golden one,
Okay.
which is similar to Quetzalcoatl.
Okay.
And also when you see when Yahweh gave the staff to Moses, it
Mhm.
was a golden serpent on a staff.
Okay.
Again with the golden serpent.
Okay. So we have this. So we have kind of a few things going on here. So you witness some things, and the handprint on your back. You say you have a picture. I'm not doubting any of that happened, right? Not doubting any of that. How were you able to like what method did you use to uh distinguish whether it would this actually happened, or maybe it was a dream, or it was, hallucination? Like, how did you like this
Well,
event in the
because
backyard,
well, the event in the backyard.
because I know there's a couple of events. So
Well, yeah,
yeah.
because it was a series of events and it kept on getting
Right.
weirder and weirder. So it's
Yeah.
like at some point it's like I'm either like going complete, either she's slipping me some weird drugs in my drinks, and I'm completely hallucinating,
Mm-hmm.
or this is real and I have the mark on my back, and then
Okay.
there's other things that are it's just like coincidence after coincidence after coincidence.
Okay. And then how do we know then, because I asked for evidence of hell, how do we know then that this is attributed to, that this
Well,
proves that hell exists or demonstrates that hell exists?
well, okay, so the only thing I have is my testimony, the things that I've had that I basically
Sure.
witnessed,
Sure.
and then I have the mark on my back.
Okay.
Also, to coincide with the mark on the back, there's also a demon in Sri Lanka which had no relation to Christianity,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the same. But the idea is these things go through different cultures, and it's the same spirit within the
Okay.
spirit. So, and it changes form, and it basically, I guess, I don't know. I don't really know how or why they form in there. There's
Mm-hmm.
got to be some way where it's using your knowledge of whatever to project out what it would be. I guess I don't know. It's hard because the thing is, when I heard it speak, it didn't move its lips, and it was in your head. Like it was definitely directly into the mind.
Mm.
So,
Is this still fucking
um,
with you now?
no, it's actually been, well, I guess you would say in little ways, but not really like in overt
Mm.
ways. Because
Mm.
I'm pretty locked down right now. I
Okay.
got like my crucifixes everywhere. I got all my what they call spiritual barriers, as one would say.
Okay. Like, do you
And
walk around with that constant spiritual barriers everywhere you go, or?
well, let me put it this way: in the past 2 years, I've been in about 6 car accidents. None have been which my fault. 2 of them have been deer, and I would say I got sideswiped twice and then rear-ended once.
Hmm. Why do you think that this demon or whatever is going after you or fucking with you? I guess it's the best
Well,
way I can put it, because it doesn't sound like, I
well,
don't really know what it's doing, but yeah. Why do you think it's fucking with you like that?
well, I mean, I'm not the only one it fucks with. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like I'm special or anything. And the thing is,
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just, because I'm only basing it on like your experience. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
guess the only thing
I
that I would
guess
say
what's
I'm
its
lucky.
what's its goal, or what's its purpose? What's its motivation? What's the
Well,
end game?
obviously, it's obvious trying to kill me, especially through a car wreck. It seems.
The
It
fuck? Yeah.
really
Sounds
wants me.
like it, bro.
So let me tell you about the 18-wheeler accident. So I'm with my ex-fiance at the time. She
All
wants
right.
to go to Cracker Barrel. So we're going to Cracker Barrel. It's like lightly snowing, so it's not really that bad.
Well,
But
there's your
it's still.
first mistake. You went to
Hold,
Cracker Barrel, bro. That's the.
No, man.
I'm fucking with you.
Before.
I'm messing
This
with
is
you.
hey. This is before they lost $83 what million.
Okay. Okay. All right.
$843 million. You know.
Yeah. If I were a demon, I'd probably try to off you too. That motherfucker went to Cracker Barrel.
Go Cracker
Fuck
Barrel.
that. No. Get him
Hey,
out of here. No,
hey,
I'm playing.
that was,
I'm playing.
it was actually my ex-fiance wanted to go there. I wanted to go to Chipotle because it was down the street.
Okay. Well, I think ex-fiance might be a good choice then. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Chat
so
and there's no Cracker Barrels anywhere near me, but I just want to let you all know, if you're going to Cracker Barrel, just stop going. It's just that simple. Just don't go. All right. I'm
they
sorry. Go ahead,
they
Mystic.
got
Go ahead,
good
Jim.
they got good chicken fried steak. You know.
Okay. All right. All right. All
I
right.
like their white gravy
Right.
and
Okay.
and their biscuits.
All right. Oh my God, that's funny. All right.
Great conversation, man. I'm loving
It is. It
So
is. It is. All right. Go ahead. All right. Sorry. My bad. Go ahead. Keep going.
I want to see, and I want to send you the pictures, man. I want to send you like that's what you said. You need evidence, and I want. This is like
Okay.
this is the evidence. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, it is evidence. I mean, yeah. And like I said, I'm not discounting what you experienced.
And if you absolutely need it, I can actually go to my dermatologist and get the results to show you that it's negative.
Oh,
as well.
if you want to do all that, that's cool. I mean, look, I'm not like an investigator, and I'm not like sitting up on a high perch saying, "Show me your evidence."
Well,
You
no,
don't
but I
owe
mean,
that to me. But if you
need
want,
that, if
it's
you-
interesting. Yeah, sure.
If you need that depth of evidence, I can bring it forward. So,
Okay. Well, I will say, because a few weeks ago, another lady was saying she had evidence of a demon, and it was like months before I could get a picture from her, and she finally sent me the picture, and I was like, man. So
Oh,
yeah,
so hold on.
It was
I do.
kind of
I,
it
disappointing.
was
do.
it was disappointing.
If you
So
if you go if you have another device, if you go to my profile, I actually have a demon stone with a demon trapped in a super
oh
7
yeah,
crystal.
I do have my device. Okay, I wasn't trying to what's it called? I wasn't trying to profile stalk you, but okay, where are you at? You know,
Well, no,
because
well, you have to see if people actually follow. You could have people that are using
oh yeah,
whatever
I guess
fake
sometimes,
account,
yeah. I tend
fake
not to do
accounts.
that, yeah. Okay, so which one is it? Which post is it?
It's the one with the demon stone. You'll see it's a
Demons.
crystal.
Oh wait, hold on. Is it this? Is it this? This is Super 7 Crystal? Is that what that
Yep,
is?
yep, yep, yep,
That's
yep,
a
yep,
demon
yep. That's the
stone.
one. Yep, you see
Okay.
the demon clearly in it. It's
It
very freaking
oh,
clear.
okay. It looked like okay,
Looks like a
because
Renaissance. It looks like a Renaissance painting.
it well actually what it looked like a cigar, the little avatar, you know, the little tiny profile picture.
Yep, yep.
But then okay, I see what you're saying. Well, it looks like kind of like an eye. Oh, I see. There's a close up. Um, I'm not really
And
seeing a. I
and
mean,
the
I
only
kind
and
of
the
see a demon, but
and I
I
gotta
see
tell
a
you this.
dude standing. Yeah, you kind of can see a dude, but this is
So
almost
I
like Jesus and Toast, though. I got to be honest with you.
oh I know no I get it I get it.
Yeah.
The Jesus and toast thing I get, but here's the thing. The only reason I saw this thing in the crystal because you know I work with crystals whatever because you know how they vibrate when
Yeah.
they're introduced electricity they vibrate
You know what you
and so
guys do? Go to the comments. Yeah. All right. Well, a lot of people looks like a lot of people. Sauron from Lord of the Rings.
It does, doesn't it? It does, but it looks like someone stretched out, and you can see the nipples.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can kind of see it.
You can see the 6-pack specifically, or I can anyway.
No, I don't really see a 6-pack, but I do see I do see a chest, and I see a dude looking to like that way. You know what I mean?
And it looks, and the thing is,
He's like
if you
looking
look
to
at
his right.
And the thing is when I was when the demon manifested, it looked like what they would call a djinn. It was all smoky. There was no legs. You also see the picture there. There's no legs. It looks like a swirl, like a genie smoke.
Well, somebody says it's a human rabbit hybrid. So I'm saying these are your comments, bro. I mean it's I mean I do see it. I'm just like
Jesus and toast. Oh, I get it.
yeah.
But here's the thing.
It feels a lot
So
like Jesus and toast.
But when I was you know the reason because I don't look in I don't look in the crystals like that. The
Mhm.
only reason I looked into it is because when I held it, it freaking burned my arm, like burned my hand when I was holding it. And
Oh, that's why you have it on. You're using tongs or it looks like gloves or something. Right? Yeah. How are you holding it up or something? Looks like you're holding it up or.
I am using my tips of my fingers. I'm not holding it
Oh,
to grip
tips
it.
of your fingers. I see.
Because
That's that. There it is.
Because when I gripped it is when you feel the energy transfer.
Oh yeah, I see your thumb.
It took like 30 minutes for the feeling to go away. It's actually locked. I haven't seen it or touched it in like it's locked away in one of my boxes over here.
Hmm.
And someone's all, why don't you? They're like all these other people like, why don't you just bury it in the thing? 'Cause like if you do that, it can get released, and that's the last thing you want to do.
Okay. Well.
So
yeah.
And I ain't risking that.
Okay.
Because the thing is when it gets the lore is. If it gets released, it actually goes after the previous person that had it and like kills or unalives them and you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got
All
juice?
right. All right.
Where you want to go play it? Your house, our house, or outside? Trampoline? Yeah. For sure.
And the thing is the way that it was, because I never seen the Renaissance picture of Baal, and I don't even. It's like there's so many different depictions. I guess you would say like.
Okay. Wait, hold that thought, Jim. We got to do a poll vote.
Okay.
A kick poll here. Let me just get that going. Okay, kick poll.
So how do I send you the
Interesting.
picture so you can?
You can a couple ways you could do it. You can join my Discord. I got a link in my profile.
Yeah.
You could do that and then post it.
Can I do that now or have to do
Yeah,
that
you want?
after?
Yeah, you can do it now.
Because I don't know if it would like kick me out of this before I got kicked or whatever.
It won't kick you out. You'll go what's it called, teacup, and if you swipe away from the app. But yeah, you But I mean, yeah, if you want to do it now, okay, poll is open. So again,
I guess I'll
tap the
wait.
happy
I'll wait till.
face
I
or the
guess I'll wait till.
crying face.
I guess I'll wait till what they say. If they want to see the pictures and you can display it somehow, I'll send it over on Discord. I'll go teacup and send it to you.
All right.
So that way, if that was, because I want to, because the thing is, the whole thing is, you have my story. Now I got to show the evidence.
Yeah.
And the next thing is, next time when I come on, I'm gonna get my dermatologist thing, and I will.
Okay.
Obviously redact some personal information.
Of course. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we do this? Because why don't we do that? I'm gonna cancel the vote, and we'll just we'll table this until next time. I got you. Okay. Picture evidence. I got that.
Okay.
The demon
Actually, I'll
stone.
send it to you. I can send it to you right now if you're gonna if you want to take me out, and I'll go ahead and let the other people come in. And if you want to bring me back, if you want to squeeze me back in for a quick 5-minute boom boom boom.
Okay.
Out.
Well, I'll take the next person, and then but I want to give the other people a chance, so you may have to wait a while. So yeah.
That's
but okay.
fine.
But yeah. But go ahead and post it in my Discord. Just it doesn't matter where you post it. Just at me. And then it'll just be there. Like you can put it in general chat if you want. It doesn't matter. Just find a spot.
It'll be in the link tree, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you just at me, on Discord. Okay.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Oh, sorry, I hit disconnect a little too fast. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to. But yeah. Well, that was interesting. Well, shit, man. A guy in a band, of course he's gonna have fucking stories. Come on. I mean, that's like a given. In fact, I think that might be the only type of person I'll entertain personal experiences from is someone in a band.
Someone in a band?
Hell yeah. They got all kinds of great fucking stories, man. Someone in a rock band or something. I mean, you knew he was like, yeah, I was in a band. I was dating a witch. I'm like, oh shit, this is going to be good. Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's just a given right there. So yes, I agree. Mystic Jim did not disappoint. That's why I let him go. That's why I didn't stop him. I was like, oh, we got to hear this. This is going to be good. Yeah.
The name suited the story.
Yes, it did. For sure it did. So yeah, if you have a personal experience, if you're in the queue, you know, if honestly, you're gonna have to top that because that was good. Yeah, dating a witch. But see, here's the thing: I dated one in the mid '90s, but never got cursed. She tried to convert me to Wiccan. She did try to do that.
And what was her best evidence?
Her best evidence at Wiccan? Well, see, I wasn't asking for evidence back then, but she was putting all kinds of spells on me and shit. And because I was still a Christian then, I was Christian drifting to deist. And but I was still a Christian. And it's kind of in my wild spell, my wild days. And yeah. So it was interesting. Let me just put it that way. It was interesting. It was interesting. So, but yeah, just lots of spells and stuff like that. But it was kind of like a wild, it was like a roller coaster ride. I'm just happy I'm 54 now and settled down. I'll just put it like that. Demons and crystals is new to me. Yeah. If you go on his profile and you look at the picture, I think Clutch called it. Oh man. It is a bit disappointing. She abused her powers. No, not really. I wouldn't say that. Someone needs to create a device that taps the screen for me. They have those on the TikTok shop. Mallory, they do have those. Okay, where are we at with likes? Oh, we're at 107,000 likes. You guys have been really good on the likes. So we'll just go straight to the next guest. I'm not going to farm for likes at this point because first I made my 100,000 goal. That's one. So you guys, good job. Awesome, chat. Congrats. You guys were awesome. And so we'll just go to the next guest, which is Hilt and Arrow. So probably going to stop farming. How's it going?
Hey, what's up? You can call me Jared.
Jared? All right. How you doing, Jared?
Yeah. Good. I'm actually just sitting down with the baby right now.
Okay, right on. We're baby friendly here. That's good. All right.
Awesome.
So that sounds like you're at least 18. That's a good sign that you're at least 18. Okay.
Yes.
Not a guarantee, but a good sign. Okay. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus.
Right on. All right.
The one from the Bible.
Okay. And then Jared, what's your best evidence that hell is real?
Yeah, so my best evidence is that when I bring it up to the spirits, they don't like that.
When you bring it up to the spirits, they don't like talking about hell, or like,
Yes.
hmm,
Like when you remind them of hell, and that's where they're going, they don't like it.
okay, okay. And which spirits are we talking about?
So to me, I call them all demons, because there's no spirits that would interact with me that would be sent by God,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I'm probably the only Christian that would probably tell you this. There's lots of us that believe this way, but to me, demons are not fallen angels from the Bible. They're something else.
Okay. What are they?
So here's what they are. So when Jesus met the man with many demons, right? He
Mm-hmm.
said, the demons said to him, they said, please don't cast us out of the area. Have you come to torment us before the time, right? So anytime the Bible mentions fallen angels, it's mentioned that they're in chains in gloomy places. Peter calls it Tartarus. That's
Yeah,
what the Greeks call it.
Tartarus. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. So demons aren't fallen angels. All the fallen angels are taken care of. And when you have an angel who's following orders in the Old Testament, he takes out an entire army in one night.
Okay.
So you're telling me that an angel who's no longer following orders, a fallen angel, is just here to torment me and possess me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not angels. Demons aren't angels. But that's besides the point. What they are. The reality is that they have to leave when you use the name of Jesus.
Okay.
And I've seen them, I've felt them. But so to me, like you asked me to top the story, the guy's last story. So here's my evidence of the spirit world. It all comes down to the spirit world. How
All
do I
right.
know demons exist? How do I know the spirit world exists? Things
Okay.
like that. Well, God saved me from a serial killer in a dream.
Oh, geez.
So it ended up happening in real life. She showed it to me in a dream, and then it happens in real life.
Okay. So you had a dream that came to life that happened in real life, and did everything happen exactly as it did in the dream?
Yes, it did. Yes.
Okay. I got it. Now, we have had there is, well, I'm gonna have to look that part up, but I've had stuff like that happen to me before. Which honestly, I think that's like a thing you can't really explain, you know? It is like that. Like it's a, what's that called? It's supernatural, that which cannot be explained by science, right? So I'm first of all, I'm just glad you didn't get serial unalived. I'm very happy to hear that. Very, very happy to hear that. I never thought I would say that to somebody. So
Yeah, me too.
yeah,
Me too.
I guess. See, here's the thing is, why would you say
Yeah, go
then
ahead.
that? Because see, the thing is that I have yet to kind of run into somebody who was once an atheist, and then a demon went after them, and all that. Like,
Sure.
it's like, I used to think that demons were going after me when I was a believer, and ever since I became an atheist, I haven't had like one incident occur. Not one, not a single one. So
Yeah.
it seems like the best.
Uh-huh.
It seems like the best way to protect yourself against demons is to not believe in them. Just saying.
Sure.
You know?
Sure. Yeah. No, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I would 100% agree with you
Mm-hmm.
because you're no longer a target.
Yeah. Spencer, hang tight, Spencer. But yeah. So okay. So no longer a target. But why do you suppose they're not targeting us and targeting you? Like, are we just fucked?
So again, they're not fallen angels.
They're not fallen angels.
So
Well,
so their stake with you is not the same.
okay.
Right?
What? Wait. Who?
So
who,
fallen angels would
who
hate
are
everybody.
they? Yeah. Oh, let me take a moment. I'm gonna pause the clock on your 20-minute kick poll. Spencer, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
This is my friend Spencer. When we're all friendlies, we're all
don't
friendly
wanna,
people. Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt the flow here. I just
No,
wanna
no,
hop
you're
on
good.
for a few minutes. I got to go to work. It's my Friday night, but
Oh, it's your
I thought
Friday?
I'd hang out for a few minutes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, you're always welcome to hang out. So,
And I don't want to break anyone's train of thought. I'm just fascinated by the conversation.
oh no,
So-
no, you're good. You're good. I just wanted to bring you up and say hello to you. Okay, so sorry. So yeah, so
Good to
we're
see you, Spencer.
yeah. Oh yeah, Philly's here too. So
Good
okay,
to see you, Philly.
back to you, Hilton Arrow. So we've got this prospect of they're not coming after non-believers because we're not a threat or we're not a target, or why are they going after believers, would you say?
Right. Yeah, it's because anything that's ever happened to you is not God's fault or the devil's fault or necessarily your fault. Okay, I'm not talking about your personal sin or whatever from a Christian perspective. I'm talking about, maybe God blaming or people blaming or maybe shame on myself. It's all my fault. It's my fault. And it's other believers' faults. And the reason why that is that the scripture says that whatever we agree upon, the body of Christ, is supposed to be done for us. And the problem is, the reason why we've been here for 2,000 years is we've never had a generation of Christians who've all agreed as a majority. So the cycle continues. So if we all agreed on something, me and enough believers, we can make it happen for you.
You don't want
we're the
everybody
authority
agreeing
here
on
on this
stuff,
earth.
though, necessarily, right? I mean, it's good to not always be in agreement. You don't want a group of billions of people that all think the exact same thing, do you?
I'm not talking about billions of people. I'm
Okay.
talking about Christians.
Well, there's
Just
billions of
Christians.
Christians.
Yeah,
Right, and we
billions of
don't all agree.
Christians. Yeah, I see your point, Spencer, because I think the diversity of opinion is kind of what makes things a little more colorful in life. You get a diverse array of opinions, and you can kind of see things from different perspectives. Like,
Oh,
I never thought
absolutely.
about it that way. Yeah. So,
Absolutely. I feel like we're talking about two different things.
oh, I
I
see.
feel like we're talking about two different things.
Okay.
I'm talking about, like, let's say you have an illness
hmm
and not all of the Christians of the world agree that you can be healed from that. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
there's
I see what you're
warfare
saying, but I
involved.
disagree with you. You could have everybody. You had billions of people praying for the Pope, for goodness sakes, and his health got worse and worse and worse. He was probably at the end saying, "Please stop praying for me. Please stop praying for me." He had billions of people putting their positive vibes towards the Pope. And
Yeah,
it
that's a
kept
great
getting
point.
worse.
Yeah.
Well, I don't support the Pope.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
believe
I'm
Well,
just,
Well,
I'm
like
giving you
that.
an
he's talking about the
example of,
people
like,
who were.
billions of people. Yeah, billions of
Yeah.
people focusing on someone's well-being. He's one of the most loved people on the planet. And he had billions of people praying for him. Even people who weren't Christian, I would imagine, were probably giving. I'm sure Hindus wanted him
Sure.
to see him get better
Sure.
too. So they were putting their intentions into the universe, and none of it helped them.
Yeah.
But what if that's what it appeared to be, that he was a good person? And that he had people's best interests in mind? And he was
Okay.
just a sham.
Well, would you say then that every time that that a large mass of people has prayed for somebody to say to get better, or to have good tidings, and it doesn't turn out for them, are we saying that that person always has been not a good person?
So I wouldn't call the Pope a person. I really wouldn't. I would call it an entity.
The Pope is an
I would,
entity.
I would really not call that a human being.
Ooh,
But
okay.
Can I call?
most
can I
people
call-
are not
can I
human
call,
beings.
Can I call Donald Trump an entity?
Yeah, can we do that? Call
if you
Donald
feel
Trump
like
an
it.
entity.
But what I'm saying is that most things are not what they appear to be. Most people in authority
Well-
are not human beings.
Oh, okay. Are we getting into?
But we're digressing.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I see what you mean. Okay. Well, let's shift it back to hell here. So you've got these beings. However, what if these are just like trickster to malevolent beings, Like they just at maybe at minimum they're just naughty, They're just
Sure.
tricksters, right? But at worst they're really out to get us, really out to unalive, really out to do this.
Sure.
How does that though? What if they're just that and there is no hell? Like how could we know that leads to therefore hell?
Right. Yeah. Well, it's like I explained to you before. When I speak to them, they don't like that.
They don't
get
like
very
it.
afraid about that.
Oh, like when you say in the name of
They
Jesus
don't
I
like when
rebuke
mention
you.
hell.
Oh, they don't
and
like
say,
when you mention hell.
You are damned to hell. They don't like that.
You know what they would like even less is Jesus just getting rid of them all. That would be really a neato idea.
Yeah.
is for your God and Jesus to get rid of demons and devils once and for all. But
That's a great
he's either
question.
not powerful
Sure.
enough to do it, or he doesn't want to, or he likes the drama.
Yeah.
Or he doesn't
Sure,
exist. I
sure,
mean,
yeah.
It's one of those options.
Yeah, well, that
I
goes
say it's
back
because
to
he
human
doesn't
beings.
exist, but yeah.
It goes back to our conversation about human beings. They're not human beings. Okay, so they're not the ghosts of people.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Jesus
And they're not
can't get
fallen
rid of things that.
angels.
Can Jesus get rid of demons? Obviously, he can if
So
all
the
you have to do
demons
is say
already
his
said in the
name. So.
scripture. The demons already revealed their identity in Scripture. They said our day of judgment has not come.
How about you not rely on Scripture just for like common sense day-to-day living? Can you
Sure.
you do anything in your life or make any decision? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to be like sarcastic. Do you make any decisions
No,
in your
sure,
life that
sure.
are not biblically based or Christian based? Do you just make decisions because they're the right thing to do?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Well, that's the only answer I need is right there. You should be able to answer yes. I do things because I know what's right and what's wrong, not because the Bible says so.
I don't think I understood your question. Is what I was saying.
My question
Can
is,
we get
can you
this
make
guy
any
off of here?
decisions? Can you make your...
No,
What's
no.
that?
We're okay.
You want to get rid of me because I'm asking you tough questions?
No. You keep going off topic. I can
Okay,
sit
no,
here
I
and
just-
do
I
a
wanna
3 hour
ask you,
conversation with you all day.
No, but you keep quoting like, you're telling me the demons based on what the Scripture says, and I'm asking you a logical, reasonable, related question. Do you ever make day-to-day decisions or opinions or anything that's not biblically based or what the Bible says is what the Bible says is?
Well, sure, yeah, like from my own understanding or my own judgment, sure.
Okay.
So
that's fair.
why don't you use your daily judgment and common sense to realize that demons aren't real? You think they're real because a book tells you they're real, right? If you had
Okay.
never been
So
exposed
I don't
to
know if you were here for the
Christianity or
whole
the Bible,
conversation, but I've seen them.
okay, you've seen them.
Yeah, he says he's seen them. So,
Okay.
and then he says when he mentions the word hell to them. So it sounds like when you say, "Hey, go," like maybe what do you say? Go to hell or something like that. And then they get like agitated. They get uptight.
Yeah. I rebuke
They
you
get
in the name of Jesus.
back to
your
hell,
day of
something like
judgment's
that.
coming, and you're damned to hell.
You're down to hell, and
don't like
they get really upset. Now, do they react when you say the word hell, or are they reacting when you say, like maybe the whole sentence, or like have you kind of parsed that out?
I've used the name of Jesus, and they didn't move. It took 3 or 4 times. But
That's
if I
interesting.
bring hell into it, they get out.
They get
out.
they get pissy about that. So see, that's kind of interesting because like they're not like moved when you say the word Jesus. Like, yeah, so what? So it's almost like, Spencer,
Right.
you might be onto something. I mean, is it? Do you think it's?
Let's go back to Spencer for a second because
Yeah.
I liked what he brought up. Let's leave the
Yeah.
Bible out of this conversation.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah,
that's what
yeah.
he wants to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do I know demons are the Judeo-Christian demons, right? So
Well,
how do
no,
I know that?
I don't believe in things that there's no demonstrable evidence for. It's interesting to me.
Oh, sure,
and
yeah.
I don't want to get off the topic too much, but it's all related. I think is
Sure,
I don't
so
believe
let's
I
go
don't
to this
believe I
story
don't
here.
believe I don't believe in angels either because the only difference between what you're saying and what I would say, let's say, imagine if I were a J.R.R. Tolkien fanatic, right? Lord of the Rings fanatic, and I did a live, right? And I say, why don't you believe in orcs? Why don't you believe in trolls? Why don't you believe in the Shire?
Yeah.
Why don't you believe in hobbits? Right? Hobbits aren't real. And you come up there and you go, of course hobbits aren't real. Like where can you demonstrate that hobbits were ever real? And I can't do it. I just say, oh well, the Lord of the Rings says hobbits are real. Do you think it's interesting that religious characters can never be proven? And I don't mean like humans, okay? Like some humans clearly existed, but all the mythological elements of a religion can never be demonstrated to be real. And you telling us on this live that you saw demons does not make demons real. They make them real to you, not to anybody else. You cannot demonstrate to me. I think it's interesting. The other day I made Trust laugh when I said this. We have no zoos. We have no museums, like Christian museums, where they could say, look, there's a demon in a cage over there. Come on, kids, and charge everybody $20 to go see the demon. There are no demons we can see, feel, touch, demonstrate, other than personal experience, which is meaningless. It's only meaningful to you. It's meaningless to the entire rest of the population of the earth. And I'm not trying to be cruel, but you could tell me you had breakfast with Elvis Presley today, and it would mean nothing to me.
Sure.
Yeah, and so kind of jumping off that vein, Hilton Arrow. What would you say? Oh man, your baby is so cute, by the way. So just want to say that. He got pissed at me saying that. Whoops.
He's going crazy over here.
All right. Well, we'll leave it up to you if you need to go. But I think just kind of going off that vein, if we, I mean, Spencer's right. If you're saying this, it's not that we're not saying that you didn't have this experience or you're lying. We're not saying that.
No, sure, yeah.
We just want to know, we're trying to figure out if it actually happened, if it's true, or what caused it to happen. That's probably a better way of putting it. So I think that's kind of where
honestly,
we're at.
He brings up an excellent point. There's nothing that I can share with you here today that would be of any value to you because
That's fair.
I have
It's honest.
actually countless experiences of like interpreting what shamans are saying by speaking in tongues.
Yeah.
And praying against that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But that wouldn't mean anything to Mr. Spencer.
Right.
'cause That's just a story.
Yeah.
So I
'cause-
would have to do something with him. I would have to show him some sort of proof.
And
You know,
your,
like
go- your
his
God,
favorite
your
teddy bear
God
was
should
named
be able
Janie
to
or
demonstrate.
whatever.
Your God
And then
should
he's
be
like,
able to
"Oh, how did you know
demonstrate
that?"
You know, your God should
Yeah,
be able to demonstrate
how did you know
that.
that?
yeah.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
my main premise is that if your God's going to throw me into a frying pan forever for not believing in him, the least he can do is give me reasons to believe in him, right? At the very least, like give me
Yes.
some verifiable
Yeah, yeah,
evidence
yeah.
that I can make that
Yeah,
decision.
and that
Yeah.
brings up another
Well-
point that Spencer's saying is that like you have these profound experiences, and like I was a Christian for over 30 years and none of that shit happened to me. I mean, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
Absolutely.
so why was
And I'm
I
not
in-
special.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're special. I'm just saying that, or maybe you are. Who knows? But what I'm saying
Oh,
though
no.
is that why'd you get all the action? I'm actually kind of jealous. If this God is real, you know, if I go to God on Judgment Day, let's just say this God is real, and I'll be like, you know, all the times I prayed for you, all the times I did this, all the times I did that, and this dude Hilton Arrow, who by all accounts is a pretty stand-up good guy, he gets all the fucking action. I didn't get shit, you know. Like I was asking,
Yes.
I was begging, I was this, I was that, and I didn't get anything. And here you are getting all the action. And I think that's
And I
where
have an
kind of where
answer
we're
for that.
coming from. Yeah. Love to
Yeah,
hear
I
it.
have an answer for that. Is it Kevin? I've been calling you John Spencer. I'm sorry. So Mr. Spencer. Okay, so
Just
here's
Spencer,
my
yeah.
answer to that. Is that both of you guys can have this experience. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a Christian experience. I'm probably the only Christian who's going to tell you that.
Mm.
Okay? That you can have a spiritual experience and it may not be God, my God, right?
Mhm.
But it comes down to nutrition because your body is the antenna.
Mm.
And if your pineal gland is calcified, you will never be able to connect with the spirit world.
Mm.
These are claims, nothing verifiable about anything you're saying. So this is all just kind of the world of woo-woo.
Would
And as
that
long as you acknowledge that,
Are you
then we're
willing to go
okay,
on a
so-
3-day water fast, Mr.
would that
Spencer?
mean
I've done that before.
Would that mean that
Or go ahead,
children-
Philly.
Would that mean that children, little ones who do not have calcified pineal glands, would be the ones most experiencing this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they do.
How can you demonstrate that?
Yeah.
How can you show us that?
Ask a child. You brought them into it.
Oh,
Yeah, but children
I
believe in the
speak with
Easter
many
Bunny
children.
and tooth fairies and stuff like
Mhm.
that too.
I have
so,
two kids
like,
too.
They believe
yeah.
in what we tell them to do. But let's go back to what we haven't told them. So let's just take any child and then ask them spiritual questions.
Okay.
Maybe we can do this test sometime.
I don't think we should be testing children. I think this is gross, to be honest with you. Just let the child develop the way they're going to develop and stop putting your wacky ideas into their heads. That's my 2 cents.
Which wacky idea?
All of this stuff: religion, demons, angels, mythological characters being real. It's nonsense. It really is. I'm sorry, but it is. I mean, you have no proof for anything you're saying, and you want the world to take it at face value that that's reality. It's reality only for you.
I never said I wanted the world to take it at face value.
Okay. Yeah. it is, you know, and that's the thing. It is real for you, right? It is real for you. But I'm kind of with Philly and Spencer on this. Oh no, I am with Philly and Spencer on this. You know, if we're talking about a calcified pineal gland, you know, and I've done 3-day water fast before, and I didn't have any kind of experience like this. Like I didn't start suddenly seeing demons or encountering them or stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
I was
sure,
really
yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
hungry
I'm just giving tips.
and really pissy, but you know, maybe
Yes.
I was the demon because
Yes.
I was really mad at people, but you know, my road rage was like off the charts, but still, yeah, I didn't have the experience you had. And I think that's kind of where we're going with this is, you know, like there's a good chance, you know, because I went through like my spiritual phase, right? The deist phase, the spiritual phase where I did stuff like this, did cleansings, all this other stuff, and nothing happened, like absolutely nothing. I would say the only thing that really happened was when I was in college and I did some substances, you know, with the 3-letter substances, and I started seeing things like my Taco Bell burrito looked like a lobster, you know. I think that's about the only thing that's really ever happened to me. That's like worth noting. You know what I mean? But that has an explanation to it, right? But like none of this other, none of this other stuff happened. And so that's what I'm saying is like, you have had these profound experiences, right? And and so we're all kind of, we're skeptical, but I'm really trying to understand like, how it just like the experience paintbrush happened to slap you around and it didn't touch the three of us. You know what I mean? Because only one of us on this
Sure,
panel has had these
sure.
experiences. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's assuming that the experience is what he is saying it is. Did they have like business cards saying demon like under their
Business
name?
card.
Like,
You were
I'm
so
just being,
funny.
I'm being sarcastic
Yeah.
I'm being sarcastic to make a point,
But there's a
I
point
love
there.
it when,
Yeah.
I love it when people say like when people say they saw Jesus. We don't know what Jesus looked like, so that's interesting. All these
Yeah.
people saying they saw Jesus. The image you have of Jesus was made up by popular culture and mythology. We do not know. The Bible, in all 66 books, in none of the books do they describe a physical resemblance to Jesus Christ. So all these people that think he's coming back next month, I don't know how they're even going to identify.
They may
him,
not even
because
know who
they
he
have
is.
No clue what he looks
Exactly.
like. They have no clue what Jesus looks like. So I'm wondering, and it's an honest question, did the demons identify themselves as demons? Did they have business cards? Did they have like name cards? I mean,
Hold that thought. We're
what
gonna.
did you think that they were
Yeah,
demons?
yeah. My whole thing is
Hold
not
that.
to prove to you
Hang
the
on.
real
Hold that.
Christian experience.
Of course. Hold that thought. We're gonna do a kick poll here real quick. So we're just gonna do it. I'm just gonna start the kick poll, tell everybody what to do, and then you guys can restart the conversation for the next minute. So, okay, chat. It's time for the kick poll
Oh,
again.
it's all right. I gotta go anyway.
Oh, you gotta go?
ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, thanks for coming up, Hilton Arrow. Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
appreciate you.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Have a good one. Okay. So, yeah, great
I'm losing
point.
my mind. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, man, you've only been here like 10
When people
minutes.
say like they've seen a,
You
I know,
haven't
I'm
even-
losing my mind.
You've been here
What's
17
funny is
minutes.
I just
and
came off of a
you're
positive
already
vibes.
losing
I did a positive vibes live, right?
your mind.
And I had
Yeah.
like 8 people in there on the positive vibes, and I was like, I feel like hopping on Truth's topic because this is one of my favorite topics to
Yeah.
do. Is like hell's not real, and
Yeah.
I love this one. And I guess what I'm saying is like when people say like they know what they saw, like how do they know what they saw? Like what is the comparable? Like if I can identify birds in my woods, and it's because I know what a blue jay looks like.
Yeah.
I know what a mourning dove looks like.
Yeah.
I know what a robin looks like. That's how my mind interprets what I see. So
Mhm.
when I see a white-tailed deer, I know what a white-tailed deer looks like.
Yeah,
Now, I
exactly.
don't know what a chupacabra looks like because there's no such thing as a chupacabra.
Yeah.
So people say like, "Oh, I saw a chupacabra. It was eating all my sheep and goats." Well,
How do you
It
know?
was probably a coyote. It was probably a wolf. It was probably another predator.
And it could have been
you are
rabid.
Yeah, it could have been right. And you're so superstitious in believing in the chupacabra that your brain tells you a chupacabra ate all your goats.
Yeah.
But we know in the real world there's no such animal. No one's ever caught one. No one's ever unalived one. No one's ever stuffed one with a taxidermist and put it in a museum for all of us to look at a chupacabra. All this stuff is fake. P.T. Barnum used to tour with like mermaids. And then people said, no, he just stitched it. You know that story, right? P.T. Barnum, the greatest show on earth.
Sucker
He
born
was
every minute.
touring
Yep.
with- he was touring with he basically sewed like a fish together with like a monkey or something and said it was a mermaid.
Yeah.
And people believed it. They
Yeah.
believed it for decades. And then finally people got smart and they go, well, wait a minute. No, we're going to put this under a microscope. We're going to see it's really like a half of a salmon and half of a monkey. And we now know you were full of crap and this isn't a real mermaid.
You want to hear something funny, guys? For the longest time, I thought the chupacabra was that big giant rat from South America, the capybara. And so I kept thinking, why is this thing so scary? It's just like this docile little giant rat. I'd love to have one of these. And then, finally I figured out what a chupacabra was. So I'd like say for years, I kind of want a chupacabra. Why is everybody afraid of this thing? It's so cuddly and sweet, So
Okay, I was literally just doing the exact same thing. I'm like, I'm
Were you?
sure I've seen capybaras before. I was getting the two mixed up also.
Exactly. Hey, Jasmine, how you doing? Thanks for waiting.
Pretty good. How are
Good.
y'all?
Oh, we're doing good. Hey, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm actually 21.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Which God do you believe in, Jasmine?
I believe in Jesus Christ. I don't
Okay.
call my God Jesus because I actually close my eyes and I like to envision a black woman. I don't want
Okay.
to think some white man is controlling me and everything that
All
I
right.
do.
No, hey.
That just
Okay.
freaks me out a little.
All good. All good. Okay. And then,
But
okay. So
oh, what's up?
what's your best evidence that hell exists?
So I actually don't really read the Bible. That's
Okay.
not how I feel God. That's not how I connect with God,
Okay.
my creator. But my whole thing, like my whole story and my whole background is why I believe. I was actually raised in a burning house. My father was extremely sadistic and abusive.
Oh,
He used
sorry.
me,
Oh.
it's something I'll never hear from his mouth, but it's all good. He hit my mom in front of me and forced my mom to hit us.
Trigger warning,
I have
by the way. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, what was that?
Oh, I've just given the chat a trigger warning.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I should have.
DA.
It's
Yeah.
dark. It's dark.
Yeah.
My bad. My bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just giving him a trigger warning, but okay, go ahead. Just can't
but
say like the R word or,
yeah.
stuff like that.
So
Okay.
I was raped. That's
Oh,
another
boy.
thing that has happened.
Wow.
I have been abused in every sense of the word, mentally, physically, emotionally,
Mhm.
taken advantage of. I have been just absolutely put through the ringer. I hated God. I was a complete atheist. Both my parents prayed and they forced me to pray. They would force me to close my eyes and they never acted like holy people. They were not good Christians whatsoever.
Okay.
I was raised in the heart of Texas as a young black Puerto Rican and white bisexual woman. So every single person around me, every Christian told me I was wrong, told me I was just awful, told me that I was going to hell, told me that I had no hope, told me that I could not find salvation. And I lived with intrusive thoughts. I won't say the word, but
I hear you.
the first
Yeah.
time I tried, I was 8 years old. And the
Yikes.
last time I tried, I was 19.
This
And
is
my
just
parents didn't believe me. I've been diagnosed with anxiety, manic bipolar depression. Sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional, but
I understand.
ADHD, all the things. I
Yeah.
have post-traumatic stress disorder. I can't even have anything fly anywhere near me, or I duck and I dodge and I flinch. And about 3 or 4 months ago, I finally, I've been in and out of churches. I've tried to connect with God. I've tried, everything. I've tried manifesting. I've tried being a witch. I've tried crystals. I've tried every drug under the sun, alcohol.
Yeah.
I have an awful substance abuse disorder. I'm an addict to
Mhm.
a lot. And the one thing that finally brought me peace and comfort was finding God and feeling God.
Gotcha.
And I know, I like I said, I'm a former atheist. I 1,000% understand the skepticism, and I believe that I'm so skeptical for a reason.
I
I
gotcha.
ask questions. I ask to see God. I ask God to show up in my life. I actually asked for an apology. Like, I gave away all the anger and trauma and hurt to God. And I said, I want to be better. I want to be more like you. I want to be kinder. I want to be less quick to judge. I want to be a vessel. Let me be a vessel. Because I've always been a good person. I was always on the edge. I was always on the verge. I had the darkest mind that would make
Okay.
anybody give up.
Okay. Let me jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Because first of all, wow, that's quite
It's dark.
a harrowing
It's a lot.
story that you told us. So I'm just happy that you're here talking to us. All right. I just want to
Thank
say
you.
that. And as someone whose sobriety date is February 13th, 2013, I understand that as well. So I get that part as well. And so I just have a question for you before we kind of go further. If you found out tomorrow, or just say right after this talk that we have, if you just found out and you some event happened that demonstrated to you without a doubt that there is no God. I don't know what it is. All right. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if you found out for certain that to your satisfaction demonstrates there's no God, how would your life change?
I don't think it really would. I've always
It
been
wouldn't?
a good person.
Okay.
I don't think it would be that dry. Like I said, I just found my faith. So
Okay.
this is all
Understood.
very new to me.
Okay.
It's real
Okay.
to me.
reason I ask is because if we're going to kind of get into a conversation and, we're going to be skeptics, we're going to ask you questions, we're going to challenge you.
Mhm.
I don't want this to trigger like an existential crisis, the
Oh
chance
yeah.
of that. And then all of a sudden we hear about some young lady in Texas who's no longer with it. You hear what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not that fragile. Trust me. I've had
Understood, but I've talked to
sticks and
people like that.
stones. Yeah.
Okay. And so
I
I
thank
just
you
don't
for
want,
being so
yeah,
respectful.
absolutely. I don't want to be have any part of that. This is
course.
fucking TikTok. We're just here to talk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not that
It's
deep.
for shits and giggles.
Yeah, it
It's
is
not.
at the end of the day. But I mean, we talk about serious subjects, but really we're here to have a talk, and we're not here to deconvert anybody. We're not here to, we're here to ask questions, understand why you believe what you believe, and then that's really it. But if it's going to
Okay.
trigger something, I don't want to,
Oh,
if that's on
no.
the table, I'm not going to even have this conversation. We'll keep it very light. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. So
For
that's
sure.
the only reason I'm asking that. So,
But I'm
um,
up for all the questions. I've
okay,
been
great.
sitting here.
Great.
I'm
I'm
raising
good.
my
Thank
hand. I'm
you.
raising my hand.
Yep. Spencer
Thank
has
you,
a, okay.
Trust.
Yeah.
What
I'm
is
not giving
You got
up?
it. You got it,
I'm not,
Philly.
I'm not going first. I'm not taking the floor first.
You're not taking the floor first?
Whatever.
Shit, why
No,
not?
shut up. Do not give me pity.
Okay.
Do not give me
It's
pity.
not pity. It's
Hit
not
me with
pity.
your worst.
It's
No,
not
no,
pity.
it's not pity. It's compassion,
yeah.
and it's
Okay.
It
yeah,
is. It is.
yeah, it's
Thank
human
you.
compassion.
And
Yeah.
I was a Christian of 40 years. I'm 54 now, so the overwhelming majority of my life thus far. Hopefully, I'll live long enough that I won't say the majority of my life was spent in this false religion, in my opinion. But a lot of people are asking this in the chat, so I know I'm not the only one. Do you believe that God is all loving and all caring and all just?
I do. Personally, I
Okay.
believe
Okay.
that. Well, okay.
So why did God put you through in your first 21 years enough turmoil and tumult for 1,000 lifetimes?
Yeah.
Why would an all loving, all caring, all just God make your life a living hellhole?
Yeah.
And I
I
say that
don't.
respectfully. I don't
Yeah.
understand. You find solace in Jesus, and Jesus is the one who put you through all of this torment, and I don't understand it.
So I don't believe that God was doing that. I don't believe I felt God. I don't believe either of my parents felt God or believe. I believe in spiritual warfare, and I think that the devil was attacking
Okay.
my family.
There's a
That
follow
is
up to this then. Yeah. So the
yes.
follow up to this, Jasmine, is where the fuck was God to protect you? Why did God leave you to be in the middle of this spiritual warfare? Like he basically,
Yeah.
you were in the line of fire, basically. You know what I
Why
mean?
does God allow spiritual
Yeah,
warfare? Why does
yeah.
there have to be warfare in God's perfect world?
Yeah. Or at
He
least
could just get rid of the devil. Just
yeah.
get rid of the devil once and for all.
Yeah. That's
Just
the
do
other
it.
part.
Just
You
do
know?
it already.
Because if we don't know bad, how will
No,
we
that's
ever know
not
good?
true. Not true. You see children in preschool laughing till they cry. They don't know what cancer is yet. They don't know what poverty is, maybe, or maybe some of them do, but they don't know. It's like they're normal. Kids don't know all the horrible things in the world and all the tumult going on in the world, and yet they're laughing until they cry in preschool. They don't know about racism. They're all loving each other,
Yeah.
kissing on each other, just loving each other, and
What?
they don't know all this stuff. This
Yeah,
idea
exactly.
that they have to know misery in order to be happy in preschool is nonsense. They
Yeah.
don't.
What do you think, Philly?
Well,
What do you think, Philly?
her mic is still muted.
Oh yeah, she may be away. I know she's like, I heard her kid running around a little earlier. But go ahead, Jasmine. We'll come back to Philly. But go ahead.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I
Sorry, what was
believe.
that?
Oh, I was just trying to get your take on what Spencer was saying and what I was saying.
Yes, I do have a take.
Yeah.
My take is if it requires that kind of experience to have joy, happiness, then why do only some people experience that and not everyone?
Mm,
Is it about experiencing that specific experience? Is it about having any sort of suffering? Can we limit the suffering so some people aren't in such hellholes?
Well, like I said, the devil is real, and people can be vessels for the devil just as much as people can be vessels for Christ.
These are
And
claims. These are not facts. I'm gonna interject that every time you say it as if it's real. It's real to you. It's not real in the demonstrable world. Just as
Okay.
devils and demons don't exist.
Well, in that case, if you believe ignorance is bliss, then you can have that thought and you can have that experience. But I think, well, I mean, you want facts. I don't.
It'd be nice to have facts, wouldn't it? I mean, wouldn't it be great if God gave you facts, not faith? I always would choose facts over faith a million times. Every day of the week, I would take a fact over faith.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of facts that I know, and I'm not misinformed or unintelligent. I didn't grow up in church. This isn't something that just miraculously I just decided. No, I surrendered myself to God, and I felt the anxiety and the intrusive thoughts go away.
Yeah. And I think I agree with that. I don't think we choose our beliefs. I don't think we do. I think this belief came to you, and for many reasons, it is a belief that you have now. You know what I mean? So we're not about to tell you that you chose your beliefs, because I actually get a little miffed when people tell me I chose this. That's kind of a trigger for me. So I would never ever say that to somebody. So I agree.
But I don't know. I guess I'm more curious as to why I wanted to join, really to ask why you guys don't believe. Because like I said, I've been an atheist before, and I have let the devil consume my life, and I have.
Yeah.
And both of you were Christians for
Yeah.
decades.
Yeah. You're talking to
So
three
I just
people.
don't.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
just don't understand.
Yeah, you're
I
talking to
don't
three
get it.
people who've probably
Around 3 decades.
3 decades for Philly, 4 decades
40
for
years for me.
yeah. So it's 100 years combined between the three of us that we were Christians. And so that's a long time, between the three of us, right? And so at least for me, it was just like reading the Bible. That was one thing. I know you said you're not a Bible reader, right? However, I was in your stage too, where I thought there was like a God, a higher power, didn't really follow the Bible. It just made sense to me. And but the more I thought about it, Jasmine, the less it made sense to me. And so it just got to a point where, when something you just can't make sense out of something, you just can't believe it anymore. You just can't. Like Santa Claus, like when you start going through the logic of Santa Claus, it just starts to fucking fall apart. But see, when you're 6 years old, it makes perfect sense. However, when you get to 10, 11, 12, it stops making sense. And you're just like, okay, what's the point? There's no use. You just can't believe it. And I think that's just where it got to for me.
And Jasmine, everything we know about Jesus, whether people want to admit it or not, comes from the Bible. I'm curious how you have a relationship with Jesus without knowing anything about Jesus from the Bible, which is the one true source of information about him. It would be like a Lord of the. I love Lord of the Rings, so I always come back to that. It would be like saying you have knowledge of the Shire, of Mordor, of the Ring, all this stuff, of hobbits, but you're not aware of the Lord of the Rings mythology. Mordor only exists within Lord of the Rings. Jesus only exists within the Bible, really. You can't go to the library and pick up 100 books that are biographies on him and I'm the biographer of Jesus and here's his story. We know the story of Jesus from the Bible. If you haven't read the Bible, how do you know the first thing about Jesus, honestly, other than what people tell you to believe or a pastor, a preacher, a priest tells you to believe?
Well, I actually had started going to church, and I wasn't feeling God. I wasn't understanding. I wasn't grasping anything. I was still hating God, and I was wearing a cross necklace and telling people I was a Christian, but I was not believing. I was not feeling. I was not seeing. Rightfully so. My life was god awful, genuinely. And I finally decided to take the cross necklace off and genuinely pray, truthfully surrender myself alone out in nature in the dead of night with my raging anxiety, hoping nobody was coming to kidnap me. And I prayed to calm down. I prayed to be steadfast. And that's not something that I could ever do on my own. That is not something
You could because billions of people do.
Wrong. Okay,
that's how I know you could. You totally could. You don't believe you could, but you could.
But I couldn't. I was trying not to die.
Okay.
I could
Understood.
not. And
Understood.
that is fine that y'all don't believe, but you can't tell me that I'm wrong for
No, we're
something
not telling you that at all. We're not telling you
Not,
that.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm
Spencer's
saying that you
trying to.
convinced yourself that you couldn't. You convinced yourself that that was the truth. That people get by without God and Jesus. That's how we know that people get by without God and Jesus.
And I
right?
tried to get by without God and Jesus for 21 years, and it got me fucking nowhere. I tried
Understood.
medicine, I tried manifestation, I tried to be a good person every day. I tried to reap what I was sowing, and I never fucking did because I did not have a relationship with God. And you don't need the Bible to have a relationship, but I do read it. I just started reading it about 15 days ago, according to the Bible app on my phone.
Yeah.
I started reading devotionals. I started genuinely working on myself outside of God. God is not the only reason that I am the way I am. I am working out. I'm eating better. I'm treating my body and mind as
That's
a
great.
temple,
That's
the way
wonderful.
God wanted me to.
Let me
But
ask you,
I've
Jasmine.
tried
Or go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
I've tried working out. I've tried eating better on my own. I've tried to feel better. I've tried this and that and a million different beliefs and talking to therapists and psychologists, trying to let go of that trauma, trying
Sure.
and failing to no avail.
Yeah.
None.
I heard that.
And I finally prayed and surrendered myself, and God came to me.
Okay.
I get that y'all don't believe anymore, and I hate that for y'all, and I will be praying for y'all.
We're happy. We're
because-
productive. We don't need it. And
Yeah.
if you don't need it, you don't need it.
Yeah.
And that is perfectly fine. You don't need
Don't
it,
feel
but
sad
don't,
for us. We're living totally nice lives.
Mhm.
Yeah, but okay.
Well,
As you wish. I will still pray for y'all, but
Okay.
as you wish.
all right. Well, I mean, I think we can kind of approach it from this angle, because you just say you just started to read the Bible, and
Yes,
so do you think God is good?
I do.
You do?
And merciful.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're gonna kind of touch on some tough subjects here. Is grape good?
No.
Okay.
God didn't allow that.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
You're positive?
Like I said, I believe in the devil as well.
Sure.
Ever since I
God
found
commanded
God,
it, Jasmine. God
Yeah.
commanded it. That's why you need to read this book to realize how horrible the book is.
And we can show you.
have to
Yeah.
read
yeah, the book
Would you like to
is
see it?
horrible. The feeling is not. The book was written by man. Men are sinners.
Okay.
So the
Women
Bible
are
is not
sinners.
reliable,
They're
is what
not
you're saying?
Jesus.
Yeah. That's a great
Correct.
question by Philly.
I am saying the Bible is unreliable.
Okay.
I am saying that it is
Okay.
unrealistic, which is why I choose not to read it.
Well, we
I
agree with
connect
you on
with
that
God.
one.
Okay.
We agree with
Yeah.
you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we agree with you on that. So then why read it if it's unreliable?
To Bible thump with Christians, to argue with other Christians because they think that their way is the right way and the
Oh
only way,
shit.
and they're evil, awful people.
We actually
I
might
call myself a believer.
we might want to just let this happen, guys. Cuz she's actually taking the same approach we're taking. So
Like I
I'm
said,
just like,
I'm a former
okay.
atheist. I approach this entire thing
Yeah.
with skepticism, with
Heck, like-
questions, with trying to find some form of understanding. I've had conversations with multiple Christians. I've had these Christians smile in my face, then turn around and talk shit about me,
Mhm.
and then turn around and say racist things to me.
Totally understand. Totally
Christians
understand.
are not good people. They're
Totally-
not.
Totally understand. So I totally see where you're coming from with this. Totally get it. I think that you know what? I'm all for I think you're taking the exact right approach, is to challenge the things that you're reading in the Bible. I think that's exactly what you need to do. I think it is. And so if you're already coming from the standpoint of the Bible is unreliable and there's issues with it, I think that's a great position to be in. And so if we're taking it strictly from the personal experience angle, I sincerely hope that you find out more about your God, because and I hope it's the God that you think it is, not the one that's in the Bible. Because if you find out it's the one in the Bible, then yeah, that's going to be tough. But I'm gonna let you respond, Jasmine. But let me start the kick poll so we can get that going. All right, and then you can respond. So hold that thought. Yeah, don't forget what you're about to say. So okay, Chad, it's
I already
time.
did.
Oh, you did? It's all good, but you can
I
say
forgot what the
something else.
question was.
Oh, okay. It wasn't really a question. It was more of a comment, but you can have the floor when I'm done setting this up. Okay, chat. 72 folks, 71 folks. Jasmine's been up here. It's been a really good conversation, but it's the kick pull time. So You guys know the drill. You're gonna see the happy face and the crying face. So tap one or the other. Tap the happy face if you want Jasmine to stay and talk with us for 20 more minutes, or tap the crying face so we can move on to the next guest. All right. And the poll is started. So please vote. So what were you saying, Jasmine?
I
Or
don't
what?
know. A lot of Christians are really stupid, and they think that science
I love your
and their
spirit.
religion cannot coincide.
Yeah.
And they say the most blasphemous things. They say gay people can't believe. They say transgenders can't believe. They say anybody under the sun that doesn't look and talk and think like them cannot believe. And
Mhm.
it's complete BS. And that is why there are so many atheists. And that is why so many people feel so rejected and unloved and miserable, because they can't find happiness. And I don't think I do not think you need God to be happy or live a good life. I believe good people that live their life in a respectful manner and are like, I believe you're going to go to heaven, regardless if you believe in
Mhm.
God or not. Everybody's saying that you're damned to hell. That's not like, is hell real? That is, nobody knows.
Okay.
But yeah,
That's
I
fair.
pissed the Christians off.
All right.
So
Well, hey, thank you, Jasmine. Appreciate you. The people have spoken to this 9 to 12, but appreciate you coming up and talking with us. But come back some other time,
yes,
and
it was definitely insightful.
yeah,
And
for
I
sure.
hope you guys have a good rest of y'all's day.
Yeah, you too. Have a
You
good one,
too.
Jasmine. Take
You
care.
too, Jasmine. Wishing
Bye.
you all the
All right.
best as you read the Bible.
Yeah, take care.
Thank you.
Okay, so, ooh, that was rough, Philly. I think the trauma dumps are, yeah, they're. I think this is probably the hardest part of doing this particular topic. Trauma dumps. It's yeah. I found the last 3 days a lot more trauma dumping. Yeah, and so Grim Salts is next. After that, and it was Wells. But yeah, man, 21 years old, having to go through all that. Jeez, that's something else. Wow. I gotta cleanse my palate here for a sec. I gotta just on a side note.
Sure, yeah.
The like the convenience store right around the corner from my house.
Oh, yeah.
I've gotten on this kick of getting like carbonated water to
Oh,
drink.
yeah.
Love that, and they have it for free. So I can go there and I can fill up my whole. Yeah, right. Okay, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I do. Where's the convenience store in my neighborhood that's doing the same thing?
I mean, if you find one, you're in heaven. It's literally right down the street. So, I go, yeah. I stop in there before work and fill up my thing, and so I'm still drinking it off this, and I'm so happy. I went in there this morning and saw, I discovered it yesterday, so I made an even special trip down there this morning to get some. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna be having carbonated water every day now. Yeah. Oh, I haven't looked yet, Mystic Jim. Sorry, but we'll get to. Oh yeah. So everybody join my Discord if you want to see the pics from Mystic Jim. Let's see where he put them. Let's see where they're at. Let's see. Are you Dead Project? Oh, I see. Oh yeah, these are all you must be Dead Project. Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. This is interesting. There's like a drawing, and so this is the drawing that the spirit is, and then there's somebody with this is interesting. Huh. Okay, that's the love spell. And then wow, I know the rest of y'all can't see this, but this is quite a bit of stuff. You guys are gonna have to you're gonna have to join my Discord. Okay. Why did you post a dude with the glasses and the mustache? Jim. That's pretty funny. All right, let's bring Grime Salts up. That's interesting stuff. How's it going, Grimes?
Hello. Can you guys hear
Hello.
me well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I turned 21 in 3 days.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Good for you. Good for you. All right. Which God do you believe in?
Catholic. I grew up Catholic.
You grew up Catholics, as did I. All right.
Yeah.
And what's your best evidence that hell exists?
Okay. So, one is just like the earth generally.
The earth in
And
general?
yes. That's the only evidence I have because unfortunately this is a mostly faith-based religion, and the only other evidence I have is just personal experience. So I
Personal
don't know if you
experience?
want to talk about that or
Thank
not.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being so upfront.
Yeah. Appreciate you being upfront. Let's skip the personal experience one because of that last one that we had. I'm still like I'm still kind of recovering from that one. So I
No,
don't know.
it's
I don't know
okay.
if I could take another
Nothing.
like trauma dump and
No, nothing traumatic. It's
okay.
like I
Okay.
use like cards to talk to the angels. So
Okay.
when I
Oh, that's so
okay, so
much better. Thank you.
when
Oh,
I say things like
it's
I don't like basically what I mean is like I'm sure sometime I'm gonna bring up like, oh, they said this to me, and you're gonna be
sure.
like, who? You're gonna be
What
like,
are you talking
who?
about? Who are you
Yeah,
talking? Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
yeah,
Because
yeah, yeah.
honestly, if you came at me with like, oh well, I grew up and I was in a box and something, I probably just do a head swan dive right off my balcony right now. So
No,
I'm just
no,
happy that that's not what that is. It's just
nothing like that.
holy
No.
shit. Okay, great. Talking, yeah, doing cards, talking to spirits, I can handle. I can definitely roll with that. Okay, I can rock with that. All right, all right. Whew. Okay, let's start with the Earth. let's get into the specifics of the Earth. What do you mean when you say the Earth? What do you mean by that?
Okay, so basically, we all know everyone is short of God's favor, so that's why you need to believe in Him and Jesus so you can go to heaven. So basically, right now, we're in like a middle ground that the devil can reach. And so I believe this is like the first level of hell, kind of.
Okay, so a
You
little
know, you
bit of
see all the
Dante's Inferno, a little bit of Corinthians 4:4. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Okay, all right.
yeah,
So first
all
level of
the
hell.
evil and stuff. You look at everyone, and it sucks. So the only way you can get
Mm.
past the is through the Lord.
Hmm. Okay. All right. So it's the fact that the Earth is here and there's a lot of bad things going on. It tells you that since we're all short of God's favor and we're here, this is the first level of hell. All right.
Right.
Well, we can tackle that one first. So some things that immediately come to mind. Okay, so you're in a Roman Catholic tradition or in the Catholic tradition. Do you believe that God is all powerful, all knowing, all
Yes.
loving? Okay. The triomnis. Okay. And so if God is all knowing, did God know that this would become the first hell?
I'm not sure. I'm okay. I have talked to my angels about this,
Mhm.
and all I've gotten in response is there's things that we don't know. Like there's things that we literally cannot comprehend. And so I can't get this answer. There's more to it outside of like Genesis, like the beginning. And so my only answer is like I've had my period of questioning my religion.
Mhm.
I like I've been there where I'm just like, this doesn't make sense to me. I've like had like, lost all hope. I was like, why am I even here?
Mhm.
And so I tried to ask these things, and I've just come to the conclusion that I cannot comprehend it. So we cannot comprehend as to why.
We can't comprehend it.
Yeah.
Because they're saying that it's something that there's more to understand about it. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah.
There's just things you don't understand. And so do you think that they're saying that because you just won't like if they tell you, you're just like, what the hell does this mean? Like,
Yeah.
what does
Like
that mean?
physically we cannot understand. Not that it's like difficult, but like we literally cannot.
Just literally can't understand. Okay. What do you think that could be? Because like here's the thing. I remember when I was a believer, and one of the analogies I used to use was I
Mhm.
would say it would be like a kindergartner trying to understand like, PhD physics, right?
Right.
And Now, while I don't think a kindergartner, the odds of a kindergartner understanding PhD level physics is extremely low. All right. While I will say that, I will say, like from my personal experience, oh, here I go invoking personal experience after I've just been like shitting on it all day. But from my personal experience, hey, it's my channel. I can do what I want. It's my
Right.
from my personal experience.
Oh,
Um,
go.
yeah, I have like I used to be very intimidated by physics, and I used to read up on it. Now I've started reading on it. I understand it a little better. I'm not totally far from an expert on it. However, I can have like a semi okay conversation about it, right? Still far way to go, but there's some things I understand about it that I didn't understand before. So, granted, I'm not 5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
However, I can, and I'm pretty confident if I continue along this path that I will grasp it even more. And there may be like small things that are past me, like for example, running an equation, like solving equations, creating equations. Probably not ever be able to do that unless I really buckle down and decide to get my physics degree, which I'm not going to do at the age of 54. So highly unlikely I'm going to do it. Now, if we can do that with something like this, what could you imagine would be so complicated about the concept of, you know, how we know this is like the first level of hell? What could you imagine could be the reason that's like just too complicated for us to understand?
I cannot tell you that because either the problem is that I'm too new because I did like I said, I grew up Catholic, but I just started like truly my journey like
Mm-hmm.
5 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm either just not enlightened enough to understand, or it's literally past comprehension.
Mm. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's true. It could be. It could be way past comprehension. It's just it'd be fun to know what it was that they're
It
keeping from
would.
you.
I really would
You
like
know?
to know, but I trust that they know that I can't handle it. So,
Mm. Yeah, because I would really like to know, because that's the other
yeah.
thing is, well, see, here's the other part of it. Do you think we have free will?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be conducive of them to let you exercise your free will in order to say, okay, like why aren't they letting you decide whether or not it's beyond comprehension? What if you get it? You know what I mean? Like, what if you do? You know, like that's kind of insulting if you think about it. They're like, Grimes, you're too dumb to understand this, so we're not going
No,
to tell
I
you.
don't think
No,
so.
I'm
I don't
I'm
think
playing
it
with
is.
you, but
I don't think it is insult. In fact, they tell me all the time to have more confidence in myself. I have terrible confidence,
Mm,
but so it's just personally, it's my choice to really not know, but also like I trust that they know that I can't handle it. And I do believe that you do have the free will to do this. Like
mm-hmm,
people who aren't Christians, who go through, other religions
mm-hmm.
or do drugs and stuff, like they see crazy things, like people who literally like lose their minds. Like
Yeah.
maybe they did see the truth and now look at them. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be like that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's kind of a good point. I guess what I'm trying to, because see, here's the thing. When I hear stuff like that, because
Hmm.
see, my mind goes like starts going way left, right? So like here's a couple things that I'm seeing. Like, because you're saying you talk to the angels and you're using cards to do this. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Or like tarot cards or like what
I
kind of
actually
cards?
use I actually use a deck of
A
cards.
deck of cards.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. So how did you come to do that?
I honestly, I just decided. I was like, "Oh my gosh, wait." Because the problem is they're trying to like make me use my intuition more, but the problem was I was I was really new. So I couldn't hear well. I was trying to follow them real hard. Originally,
Mm-hmm.
we were using like YouTube videos, like pastors, like people, like
Mm-hmm.
vessels. But, that's a little inconvenient. So I was like, "Oh, well, maybe let me just try cards." I don't have tarot cards, so I just picked up a deck
Yeah.
and it worked. It worked out.
Okay, I hear that. So so that's like the medium. So I get that. Now, if they're beyond comprehension, then
Mm.
how would you be able to know if these are demons playing a hoax on you? Or what if it's God playing a hoax on you and he's just got some grand plan?
Well, I think this would be a really odd hoax just because
Sure,
it's
it could
it's
be.
um it's positively impacted my life so much. I
Right.
don't think the demons would go out of their way to like help me stop like my substance abuse or things like that.
Mhm.
Like just like really dark things that I've completely stopped. Like my depression, my anxiety has gone away, and my life
Sure.
has just been so positively impacted. It'll
Which
be
I'm
like
happy
that.
to hear, by the way. I know I'm jumping in, but I'm just so happy to hear that.
No, thank
No
you.
cap.
It's,
I'm very, very happy to hear that. I know I have kids and I hear that shit all the time in my house, so I just picked it up. But yeah, seriously, I'll talk like a 54-year-old dad now. Seriously, I am very happy to hear that. I have a son close in age to you, so it would just hurt my heart to hear my son doing that. So kind of in a way, kind of hurt my heart when you were saying that, and so I'm just very happy that that's working out for you. So
thank you.
that's great. So the the part I'm looking at though
Mhm.
is if we're saying that this is beyond comprehension and you're saying,
Yeah.
well, it's weird, why would it be a hoax if it's had all these positive things in my life? So couldn't you say then that that's why they're not saying anything to you, like it's beyond your comprehension? Yeah, this is a hoax and it's beyond your comprehension, and maybe they got to keep you on the hook for a little while, right? So if they tell you now, oh yeah, it's a big hoax, you might start, kind of going down the wayside, doubting, blah blah blah, but there could be a bigger plan in store. Like how would you be able to know?
I'm confused. Can you rephrase
Of
that?
course, it was such a very convoluted question. What I'm saying is, if we're saying this is beyond comprehension, like the reasons that you're asking, um what if the reason it's beyond your comprehension is to mask the hoax? It's probably a better way I could put it. Yeah. How would you be able to know?
Again, this would be really. I just don't. What would be the purpose of treating me well and making my life like fulfilling
Isn't that a
just
hell
to
of a
be like,
hoax though? Yeah.
sweetie.
Well, I mean, hoax as in this could be part of God's grander plan, right? It
Hmm.
could be um it could be part of his grander plan. And so if it's just way beyond our comprehension, and that's kind of the wall, because see, I'm kind of with you. How would we know? What would be the purpose of that? But what if it is so like 5D chess that we just won't ever get it?
Hmm.
But is it a good thing to hoax us like that, to lie to us?
I don't think it's a lie because if it's a grander plan,
Well, I
then I
said
believe
if.
that. Well, hypothetically, if it
Hmm.
was just like one small part in like a crazy convoluted plan that we have no idea, that like no way of comprehending, then our focus would only be on this plan. So it is my best choice to listen to God, make sure that I have a good life in this part of this plan, and then once I go back to heaven, then I guess I'll understand the rest of the
Yeah.
plan.
Well, I mean, here's another piece of this, right? Because you said, well, why, if it were demons, why would they take care of me and put me in a good place and this and that?
Mhm.
Isn't Satan the great deceiver, though?
That's true, but the Satan already had me in his grasp. Why would he do it this way?
Right. Yet, what I'm saying is that he's the great deceiver. So maybe that's kind of part of it. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's just part of this grander plan, that I kind of take you this way. And, what if you're not supposed to use cards and you don't really know that? And I don't know. I mean, it could kind of go like it could go a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Because if you're saying it's beyond comprehension, we don't,
Uh,
you don't really know where it's going to go, right?
yeah.
So how do you know you're putting your faith in the right thing?
It's hard to explain because I just know. I am
You
very
just know.
confident in this. It's all about faith and my
Okay.
journey, I can't transfer my feelings to you. And so,
Oh, I get that. I think I
yeah.
get where you're going. It's yeah, because I mean, just remember, I used to be a Christian, so I remember feeling this way. I just know. I can't really explain it, but I just know.
Yeah, it's as someone who's like, I've been doing this consistently like every day
Hmm.
for 5 months. It hasn't been long, but it's been such a fast and big transformation.
Yeah.
And I've built so much like inner skill that I'm completely sure. And I've already been through that doubting phase where I had like, oh, that's something I actually wanted to ask you.
Hmm.
Um, because you used to be a Christian and everything, and
Yeah.
you have like the stuff that is contradictory or like you had questions on. And so as someone who like just started reading the Bible, I would like to know like what parts you're talking about so I can like study them.
Okay. There's quite a bit. So I kind of like. I think I've found that the best approach is to give you a menu of options and you can pick.
Okay, I guess.
So the reason why is because it can become really daunting. So and sometimes what I do is I will like see where the conversation goes, and then if I see like an opening and I ask him about it, but kind of like that. Um, so yeah, like I said, you're around my kid's age. So um, would you say that you already said God is good, right? You believe God is good? Did I?
Yes.
Okay, you believe God is good. And do you believe that child trafficking is good or bad?
No, it's bad.
It's bad? Okay. So if God allowed child trafficking, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, that would be a bad thing.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at some scripture now. So it is Exodus 21 verse 7, and let me make sure that's the right one.
21
Pretty sure that's it.
verse 7.
I believe so. Here, I'm going to make sure. I'm doing it from memory now, but yep, that's it. That's the one. Are your parents alive?
Yes, but I don't really.
It's not really kind of on the outs with them, or like.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all right. All right. This actually might hit a little harder. It actually might be a little more relatable. That's a good way to put it.
Oh, slay, I guess.
Yeah, might be relatable. Okay, so it says here, because I have a daughter who's 14, right? So are you there?
Exodus 21:7.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so it says when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shouldn't be set free in the same way as male slaves are set free. So that's basically the line. And so we already said that allowing child trafficking is bad. And wouldn't you say that this is allowing child trafficking? When a man sells his daughter to slave. Okay, very good. Honest answer. This is lovely. Such an honest answer. Usually at this point, I kind of get the mental gymnastics, then I'm just like, oh boy. So I'm glad that makes things a lot easier. Would it be, let's just imagine you're at like the family cookout, right? And you see your uncle there, and your uncle has been a child trafficker, right? Mm-hmm. However, by all other accounts, he's fun to be around. He's funny, he always would play games with you. He was like the fun uncle, right? Yet he's got this little dark secret of he's child trafficking. And you found out. What would your perception of your uncle be at that point? If he's the fun uncle, you love him a lot, but then you found out he's a child trafficker. What would your perception be at that point?
Well, I don't like him anymore.
You don't like him anymore. Okay. So it kind of tarnishes his whole like vibe, right? And so this is God allowing child trafficking, because if Exodus, that's the start of the Mosaic law. So this is God giving out commands. So why would a good God say when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall go out as male slaves do.
I always think context is important. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, those were the times. So
Mm.
again, we always have to keep in mind people. People are evil. We have
Mm-hmm.
to remember that we are in a realm where the devil can reach us.
Mm-hmm.
And so, unfortunately, at the time, I'm pretty sure like selling your children and such was normal.
Yeah.
And so, I believe this law was said by the Lord to protect the daughter, you know? So, instead of, let me look at the thing again. He has no right to sell her to foreigners. See, so I think it's here, take care of my daughter and make sure that no matter what, he can't just throw her out. I think it was put in place to just make sure they're protected because regardless, no matter what, they're going to be sold.
Okay. What would be more protecting the daughter? Having these rules set up to sell her into slavery or not selling her into slavery at all?
Well, was I sold into slavery?
No, I don't think you were. I mean, unless there's something you're not telling me. But
I wasn't
but
sold
no,
into slavery,
you
which
you
means
weren't.
that he did. He
Right.
stopped that, didn't he?
Okay. Well, not according to this. He didn't stop it. He just said when. So technically,
I mean, eventually it was
well,
stopped. There's always a way to
yeah.
do it.
Well, did God do that or did humans do that?
The Lord.
How do we know that?
Everything good is done by the Lord, and
Everything's
everything.
good. Everything's good done by the Lord. Okay.
Yeah.
So when bad things are allowed by the Lord, where's that? You're saying humans do that.
Some things are allowed to happen for a greater purpose, which is
Right.
why I think this verse right now, what you said, it's
Mhm.
it's just an unfortunate way to get to where we are now.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is though is that when you make laws that authorize stuff like this, because we can go further into Exodus and we can go to the part where it talks about beating your slave. And then if they unalive after one day, then the slave master is punished. But if they survive past the day, then there's no punishment, right? So I think it's 3 days. I think they have to get the 3 days. Could be 2. So does that matter though if we're beating a slave to a point where they unalive after 1 day versus 2 days? I mean, haven't we crossed a line already?
Oh yeah, I like I said,
Yeah.
I don't know the context of these things, so I believe that there's probably a reason. But as someone who I don't know the Bible, you've clearly read it more. I just want to write these things down so I can.
Sure. Sure. What kind of context would you need to make this okay? Like what? Let's kind of do the thought experiment. In what world would this be okay?
So, for example, in like Leviticus, there's a bunch of rules and laws that were made that no longer apply to us today because of the new covenant. And so something like that where someone just kind of wrote down these laws just to like set themselves apart from someone else, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day God was like, that is no longer needed, like that's irrelevant, like don't listen to that anymore. So
Okay.
in that context, yeah.
Okay, let's kind of roll with that context. So let's set this aside on the table for now. Let's just imagine you and I are sitting next to each other on our table looking at this, right? So let's set the child trafficking piece, just slide it to the side for a second, and let's pick up the Mosaic law, and the new law. Okay, so let's go to Matthew chapter 5, verses 17 through 20.
Matthew chapter 5,
Mm-hmm.
17 through 20?
Yeah, 17 through 20.
Okay.
Yeah. And And then there was another one in the Old Testament that I found last night. So this is gonna be kind of interesting. Hopefully I can find it again, but I found it late last night. I don't know if I can remember it, but this will be good enough because there's actually another place I can go and mark that kind of underscores this. But are you there?
Yes.
Okay, which version of Bible are you using? Because I want to kind of match what you're using. I'm using the NSRV, but which version?
And
There's a
I
few
guess
different
the one
Catholic
that's
Bibles, yeah.
popping up for me is Bible Gateway,
Oh
the
yeah,
New International Version. Yeah.
the New International. Okay, we can do
Yeah.
that one. Okay, we'll do that one. Okay. So it says, "Do not think I have come to abolish the law of the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them." So I get a little bit of pushback here at the word fulfill, right? What?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so first of all, the important thing is if you read the New National Version, actually almost every version of the Bible has this, but if you look at the law in the first sentence, you notice that it is capitalized. So why do you think it's capitalized?
I'm sorry, say that again.
If you look at the first sentence, the verse 17, the very first part of verse 17, it says the law or the prophets, right? Why do you think the law is capitalized, or the word law?
I do not know.
The reason why is it's specifically talking about Mosaic law,
Uh-huh.
or just the law of God, right? All the laws,
Like
right?
the 10th
Everything.
commandment?
More than that, all 613 plus the 10 commandments, like all the laws of God. So everything from Exodus until Deuteronomy. Okay. There's like over 600 laws in there. And you're going to find, if you read through those, you're going to find stuff like the most obvious ones that you hear everyone talk about is not eating shellfish, not eating pork, not wearing different kinds of fabric, which I do all the damn time because, I don't want to spend a whole bunch of money doing that. Right. So I think most of us do. Right. So, 2 different kinds of fabric, shellfish, pork, there's all kinds of crazy stuff in there. So that's what this is talking about. This is Jesus talking when he says this. And he says, I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. Do you drive?
No,
You don't drive? Okay. Is there a seatbelt law in where you live in your state?
I'm not too sure. I live in Florida.
Oh, I don't know either. There's a seatbelt law in my state. Yeah. There's a seatbelt law in my state. Seatbelt law, like, when you follow the law, would you say you're fulfilling the law?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So this is what Jesus is talking about. So he's not coming to abolish it, but to follow the law, to fulfill the law or follow the law. That's what he's here to do. And it says, which is kind of interesting because there's later parts of the New Testament where he doesn't follow the law. So that's kind of interesting, but neither here nor there. That's not what we're talking about. For truly I tell you, this is verse 18, until heaven and earth disappear, have heaven and earth disappeared.
There is, oh my gosh, I know there's a verse about this. I have something on this actually. I just need to find it. I think it was in Hebrews.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. Now, this one's kind of an easy one though, because we were talking about the earth earlier. Right?
Okay, here it goes. In Hebrew 8, it explains that when he established the new covenant, it was based on better promises than the old Levitical system.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's important here that we do have a specific law that is being, deemed irrelevant, I suppose. Because
yeah, according to Hebrews. Yeah.
And so when we say the law here, I think he just means generally, like, don't think like you're just going to be able to do whatever now. Just know that I'm here to die for your sins. And so you will be able to repent, but that doesn't mean you're able to sin all willy-nilly now.
Yeah, there's a bit of a problem here because this is right at the beginning of the Beatitudes, the Sermon on the Mount, and all that stuff. So Jesus hadn't been crucified yet. So
Exactly.
yeah, so there is no law, there is no new covenant. So
Yeah,
when you
but he's going to is what I'm saying.
right, but if you look at verse 17, It doesn't say anything about I have come to abolish the law, because how can he abolish something that doesn't exist yet? So he's
What law are you
talking about,
talking about?
well, that's what I mean, is it has to be talking about the Mosaic law, because he's talking about something that's in place already. He's not talking about something that hasn't started yet. So he can't be talking about the covenant, the new covenant that you're speaking of, because that wasn't in place yet. So 517 has to be talking about the Mosaic law. Exactly, because that was what was in place.
The Mosaic law is just the 10 Commandments.
No, it's not the 10 Commandments. It's all of the Mosaic law, everything.
Range of instructions, including rules for. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see now. No. You're right. Okay. Yeah, ceremonial practices and all this stuff. So as of
Oh
right
yeah,
now,
it's a lot more
he
than
has.
ceremonial. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
He hasn't. Was it? He hasn't died yet, and so all of these ceremonial, rituals or whatever are
Mm-hmm.
necessary
Mm-hmm.
to repent for your sins.
True, but it's more than just these things. It's more than just the ceremonies. What's included is slavery. You know, the laws regarding slavery, how to treat slaves, as you would put it, right? So that's what this includes. So when we're talking about fulfilling these, you know, he's talking about following the Mosaic law. And if we get to the second part, so I'll get to my question again. Until heaven and earth disappeared, you would agree heaven and earth have not disappeared, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one condition. That's condition number one. And it does say, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen, will by any means disappear from the law. And it's capitalized again. If you look at the New International Version, until everything is accomplished. Now, would you say that, so that's the second condition, until everything is accomplished. And wouldn't you say he's talking about his coming back, his second coming?
Is that what it is? I was thinking it was just until the new covenant, because we don't do those things anymore.
Well, see, you have to look at the word everything, because is everything accomplished with Jesus?
No.
Yeah, see, that's what this is talking about. So everything isn't accomplished. So we can't just say, oh, it's just the new covenant. It's everything. It's his second coming. So we have two things. And even then, even if you look at Revelation is talking about, now some people would say it's the second coming and heaven and earth disappearing, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, then these two things, those two conditions are in play. However, if you don't look at it that way, like I never did, as a Catholic, when I was Catholic, I was taught that the revelation was it wasn't prophetic, it was allegorical, it was metaphorical, and it was really talking about the Roman Empire. But even if you look at it from that perspective, if you just look at the one phrase, until heaven and earth disappear, that's pretty clear, you know, because it's pretty obvious that has not happened yet. So even if you just look at it from there, until everything's accomplished, nothing changes with the law. You still have to follow it. And then it kind of goes into the next part, you know, what happens? Therefore, anyone who sets aside one of the least of these commands, so that means nothing is exempt, and teaches others accordingly, will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever practices, and teaches these commands will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So, for I tell you that unless your righteousness surpasses that of the Pharisees and the teachers of law, that was a dig if I ever saw one, you will certainly not enter the kingdom of heaven. So he makes it absolutely clear, because that was one of his biggest complaints, right? Which we're going to go see here in a minute, is that the Pharisees were hypocrites. They were not following the Mosaic law like they should. Yet they were telling everybody you have to follow the Mosaic law. They were not being good examples. So, and so that's who he's talking about. But if it's in the New Testament, he's talking about us. So I would ask you, who has the final authority? Is it Jesus, or is it Paul who wrote Hebrews?
Well, it would of course be Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm just gonna go ahead and say something now. Again, like you clearly have read this more, I'm just gonna make an inference. Now, Again, I think a lot of these texts are very uh they're written in a lot of context of the time.
Oh yeah.
Of course, they'll apply to today, but as I said, for example, the Exodus verse you showed me,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, that was established in the day to protect the women, and also
Mm-hmm.
and within the text and within the 10 commandments, you know, we have like no adultery, basically like don't have lust
Mm-hmm.
for women. And so if those men did anything bad to their slaves, the Lord didn't tell them to do that. They just chose to do that. Again, we're dealing with evil
Sure.
people here.
Yeah. I hear that. What I'm getting at is the allowance of these things, the allowance, because then we'd have to make a case. Why did God allow it in the first place? I mean, because wouldn't you say that just the response of, well, that was the times. It does fall apart at some point, Grimes. And the reason I say that is, if you look at it and you say God is all omniscient, he can see everything in the future, everything in the past, right? So wouldn't you say then that God knew that you and I in 2025 would not be subject to slavery?
Okay, let's say it like this. We are all sinners, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only way to go to heaven is to believe in the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Lord is working with the evilness of everyone. So let's say there was no God and we just happened upon the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
These evil things were going to happen regardless. All of this evilness was going to happen. But now there is a force trying to correct these things. And he's correcting them, I believe, because it's not necessary, well, at least not here. It's not accepted by you or I to sell our daughters and sons. So for the good that's happening, I would like to praise him for it, because the bad that's happening was going to happen regardless, but you choose to say that he's the one doing it when he's not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because according to this, this is okay that I sell my daughter into slavery. Yet, when you hear me say that, that's pretty disgusting to hear, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I'm just saying that it doesn't, the argument that this does away with the law, I'm just saying it doesn't fly, because it's clear in Matthew 5 what it says. And I can take you over to Mark 7, and it kind of, and it drives this home. So if we turn
Mark
to
7?
Mark chapter 7 verse, I mean, you can read more of the context here, but if you go to verse 9,
Mark 7:9.
yeah. And let me know when you're there.
Yes.
And he continued, "You have a fine way of setting aside the commands of God in order to observe your own traditions." And it does say, "For Moses said, honor your father and mother." So he's talking about some parts of the 10 commandments. Anyone who curses their mother or father is to be put to unalivement. That's actually in Mosaic law. That's not one of the 10 commandments. Anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to unalivement. But you say that if anyone declares what might have been used to help their father or mother is Corban, devoted to God, then you no longer let them do anything for their father or mother. So thus you nullify the word of God by your tradition that you have handed down, and you do many things like that. So he's calling them out for letting some things go in the Mosaic law, and then enforcing other things. That's exactly what he's doing here. So if you read starting from verse 1 in chapter 7, that's exactly what he's talking about. So, and I think this is the thing that this is the struggle that I'm having with this, is because it sounds like what you're suggesting is that we can just hand wave this away and just say, well, number one, it was with the times, he's protecting women. However, by that token, I'm not saying I have to sell my don't get it twisted. I'm not saying I have to sell my daughter. I'm saying I'm allowed to sell my daughter into slavery according to Exodus 21:7. That's what I'm saying.
I understand. I will just say that the reason Jesus was condemning the Pharisees, it does say the Corban law, right?
It's the Corban. It's giving like a devotion to God.
Yeah, their possessions
Yeah.
as Corban.
Yeah.
So basically being like, oh, all of these things I have, that's because of God.
Yes, of course. But what he's saying is that that flies in the face of Mosaic law, because he invokes it right in verse 10. For Moses said, so that's Mosaic law, honor your father and mother, and anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to unalivement. So he says that on one hand, and then he calls him out on verse 11. But you say that if anyone declares what they may have been used to help their father or mother as Corban, then you no longer let them do anything for their father or mother. So he's saying that if you let anybody just declare it as Corban, then they don't have, they're off scot-free. They don't have to honor their father and mother. He's basically saying you get to curse your father and mother, without being put to unalivement. So he's saying that they created a little loophole for people. Does that make sense? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so he doesn't like the loophole because
Of course.
they're trying to.
You are right. You're absolutely right. And so this is what I'm saying. He's calling them out for creating a loophole because they're Pharisees, right?
Yeah.
And he's calling them out saying, you're not following the law to the letter. And so this is twice that he said that. You're not following the law to the letter here. And in Matthew 5, he's saying until heaven and earth pass, not one stroke of the letter, not one letter will change from the law until all is accomplished. So he's saying you have to follow the letter of the law exactly as it's written. That's what he's saying. And so he's calling out the Pharisees for that, and he makes that declaration in Matthew 5. So,
Well, this isn't a letter or a stroke.
In Matthew 5?
I think he's saying like paper-wise, like as human-made law, you cannot change this law. But he changed this law because he's not like, he's Jesus.
Yeah, he's not talking about changing the law. No,
He didn't write it down.
yeah, he's not talking about changing the law. He's talking about following it, because it says it in the first line in 17. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill, which means follow. Remember, you agreed to that?
Yeah, no.
It's about following the law.
Then, at the time, he's telling them, this is the law that has been laid down. I'm not here to change that. When he...
Yeah, I'm not here to change it, but to
us,
follow it. Remember, it says, because there's two parts to that. I'm not here to change it, which is abolish, but to follow it. That's what I'm here to do.
Yeah, and it won't be able to be changed by a stroke of the pen or such. So I'm reading that legally it will not be changed.
Right.
But
That's right.
I
Which means you still have to follow it, right?
yeah.
Okay, there you go. You agree with me. Then
Oh, you're talking about before then.
yes. Yeah, until heaven and
Before
earth
the new
pass.
covenant.
Yes. No, yes. And we're not in the new covenant. That's my whole point. We're not there.
Yeah, before it.
We're not there yet, because heaven and earth haven't passed, haven't disappeared, and everything has not been accomplished yet, which we already agreed to. So
Exactly.
there is
I'm
no
not
new
saying
covenant.
that,
So
but
that
it will be changed.
It will be. That's not my argument. So what I'm saying then is that the old Mosaic law is still in effect. It's still in force, which therefore allows me to sell my daughter into slavery. If I were a Christian, I would be allowed to do that.
No, because that one is in the context of the time.
Where does it say that? You're gonna have to pull out the verse for me that says that specifically.
Bring it back up. Don't worry. It says, if a man sells his daughter into
When?
service.
It says when.
I say, it says if for me here.
Exodus. What that still allows me to do it. So that doesn't say I can't. It's as if.
If he does not provide her with these things, hold on, where did it go?
Yeah.
She is to go free without any payment of money.
Mm-hmm.
So it still protects her if these things are done.
That's not the
But it
point
is
though.
not,
Isn't selling your daughter as a slave bad?
of course.
Okay.
But in the context of the time, these things were going to be done anyway. So it is to protect them. But
Right.
it is not encouraged or
Why then did God specifically say not to eat shellfish and specifically say not to wear fabrics and specifically call men laying with other men an abomination, which is in Leviticus 18:22? Yet,
that is a misinterpretation, actually.
well, not to a lot of Christians, it's not.
I know
But
it's not to
yeah,
a lot of Christians, but
but
it is.
okay.
It's a misinterpretation.
Okay. Well, it specifically says that. Whether or not it's a misinterpretation, the fact of the matter is that's what it says, right? It says what it
Well,
says.
that's the translation, but that's not what it was written.
Okay. I think, because I had a discussion with a person who knew Hebrew, the original Hebrew, and that's not what they told me. So I don't know. You might want to talk with a person who knows like the ancient Hebrew and ask them about that.
That's true. I
Yeah.
did look at the translations, but again, everything is in context.
Mm-hmm.
These things were made because of all of like the
Yeah. Hold that thought.
the
We're 6 minutes over the next kick
okay.
pull. So hang tight. Just let me start it and then we can continue discussing for the next minute. Okay. So we're at that time again, chat. This has been a pretty interesting conversation. So this is the kick poll. And again, tap the emojis at the bottom of the chat screen. Happy face to keep Grimes and crying face to let her go. All right. We have started. So please vote. Let's vote the poll. So keep or kick.
It was nice talking to you regardless.
Yeah, it has been nice talking to you. And I'm happy to hear that you're going to be looking this up further. I would encourage though, to kind of follow Proverbs, lean not on your own understanding. And I mean, honestly, that doesn't apply to me because I'm not a Christian, but I would do some looking up about that. It looks like they want to hear more from you. Yeah, because see, I think we might have to kind of write this out as like a logical thing, because I'm seeing a contradiction here of what you're saying. So we'll write it out here as soon as, it looks like you're going to stay, so we can type it up. I don't think I'm having a hard time rocking with you on whether it matters if it's for protection or not. The bottom line is that it was allowed. And, because are we saying then that God didn't have the power to stop slavery?
Of course he did.
He
but
did.
Again, there's a fight going on. We are in a battleground here.
Why would God keep it though? Like for this fight, this battleground thing.
This is where we enter that, like, I've had these questions, and this is where we enter there's a bigger thing that you can't comprehend going on.
Mm-hmm. Can't comprehend it. Okay, so you can't comprehend it, therefore slavery had to be allowed.
Right,
even though we can't think of the reason why. But for some reason that there's, yeah. Do you see how that falls flat though?
Well, there's evil. Again, all these things that are
right,
happening
right,
because of the evilness. And so he's correcting it.
Okay.
And specifically for the one you were talking about with shellfish and pork, that was the holiness code, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it was. It's the fact that it's a Mosaic law and they're not allowed to do it. So, I mean, you can call it the holiness code or whatever. It's ceremonial, but the fact of the matter is you have to follow all the laws. That's the bottom line. And still, why did God put those laws in, but could not bring himself to tell fathers not to sell their daughters into slavery. So,
Okay, so speaking before the new covenant, we're just asking why was this allowed in the first place? And again,
well, remember, there
point.
is no new covenant. Remember that. We don't have a new covenant yet.
No, I'm saying, yes, I'm saying before the new covenant. So these things had to be followed. Again, my reasoning here is that these things were going to happen anyway. These children were going to be sold, whether the Lord said so or not. And so at the with all this, with the way things were sold with monetary value, this was part of the culture at the time. And I believe it was also a tool for him, because the same thing happened to Joseph, where he was sold into slavery, but then he became king. And so,
well, he didn't come king, like second to the king, but yeah, close. Yeah.
There you go. Do you know whether if Joseph became, part of the royal place?
Yeah, pretty much. He was like the second in command, basically. He was very, very, very trusted by the king.
Do you know if this happened after Exodus?
I believe it happened in Genesis, so I think it happened before, but it might have happened after. Yeah, it might have happened after.
Actually, let me.
Yeah, we can look it up. I don't know why. I don't know how this is relevant though to child trafficking though. I'm not quite sure.
Listen to me. Don't listen. don't send people with pitchforks to my house. All I can say is that it was a tool to get Joseph where he needed to be. Now you may think that's terrible. My goodness, like his brother shouldn't have even been allowed to sell him in the first place.
Yeah, why couldn't God just put him in that position in the first place? Why did we have to go through these? Right, but if we know the reason is that it ended up him being second in command, are you telling me there's no other way God could have done that? There's absolutely
no.
Yeah, so why that way?
Again, people have free will. There's so many. We're working with the people and their own free will on the earth. And so he made it happen this way for purposes that we don't understand.
Okay. Well, see, what you're telling me then is that God is not more powerful than free will. That's what you're telling me, because he
allows us to have free will.
He allows us to have it. It's just that if you're saying he allows us to have it, right? Yet why does free will why is slavery included in the context of free will? And then the other thing about it is that there are many times in the Bible where God intervenes and takes away free will. I mean, if you want to go down that road, we can do that. But there are many, 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 many times that God does that. And so why not when we're trafficking children, yet all the other times he's interjecting himself?
I don't know God's reasoning. I can say I know this religion is very faith based. So unfortunately I don't have the earthly evidence for you. But things happen for a reason. I can say the same thing for my life. There's a lot of evil things that happen, and I can very much just like, why did he do that? But
I hear that.
I'm where I am now, and I appreciate that. And you know why? The reason, not fully, but some of the reasons as to why I was, upset certain times in my life was because of my own free will. But once I give it to the Lord, then I'm okay now.
What free will does a girl have who's been sold into slavery? Oops, not that one.
She can, oh,
Hmm?
she can pray to the Lord.
She can pray.
Yes.
Okay. That's the free will?
Yeah. Whatever situation you're in, you can choose to react how you want.
Could she choose not to go into slavery?
She could not choose that, but that's not the fault of the Lord. That's the fault of the people who.
Right. So she doesn't really have free will then. Because if it's her choice not to, could she pray not to go into slavery?
My free will could be overtaken by someone else's free will. So if I'm walking down the street and I'm like, oh my gosh, I hope my white shirt doesn't get stained, and somebody decides to throw a coffee on me, then my free will was I put on a white shirt, and their free will was I'm going to stain your shirt regardless.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just saying that kind of falls flat for me, because the fact of the matter is God allows it, and we already said it's bad. And I hear what you're saying. You're saying, well, God just allows bad things to happen because of free will. What I'm saying is, because I'm not hearing the answer, a good answer to why does he allow slavery, trafficking of children, and not shellfish? Why is shellfish worse than trafficking of children?
He does allow shellfish because Jesus fulfilled the ceremonial law. Now, at this point, you're telling me not yet because he hasn't. The new covenant hasn't happened.
Yeah, I think we already went through that. There is no distinction in the ceremonial law versus anything else. It's just the Mosaic law. It just says the law in Matthew 5. It doesn't say anything about ceremonial law. So, unless you have evidence of that, I can't believe that.
Okay. I'm sorry. What was the question again?
Because I kind of corrected that part, but what I'm trying to understand is why shellfish was outlawed, but not child trafficking.
So, okay. Now I remember. My argument again here is if these things were fulfilled later, that means that God decided that these things are irrelevant. So we can enjoy shellfish now because God decided that's okay. You can eat that.
Where did he say that?
When Jesus died for us, he fulfilled the ceremonial law.
No. There is no ceremonial law that he fulfilled, because it clearly states in Matthew 5 that he says the law. That means everything. So
in Matthew 5, where
we read it. Remember, we read it. Matthew 5 verse 17. It doesn't say ceremonial law. It says the law in capital letters.
Yeah,
it's
and
capitalized.
It says, "Here, not the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law." But he's not a stroke of the pen. He is Jesus Christ.
Okay.
And he
well,
he
if there's no stroke of the pen, then what does that mean about the law?
He states it. He states it.
Yeah. What does he say?
He was crucified.
No. What does it say in verses 5 in Matthew 5 verses 17 through 20?
Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them.
Right.
For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter nor the least stroke of a pen will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished.
Right. So what that means is, if he's there to fulfill the law, which means he's there to follow the law, and there's nothing that's going to change about the law, what does that mean for us?
Okay, let me read from somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless it's specifically Jesus saying you don't have to follow the law, then, it doesn't really matter where you read from, because you already said, well, Jesus is the authority here, right?
About new.
Yeah, I see it, Mr. Player. That's although it's not really what we're talking about. JLH, I see fulfill the law as following it. Kind of like when you put your seatbelt on. If you have a seatbelt law, you fulfill the law when you put your seatbelt on.
Oh, here we go. Okay. In Jeremiah 31 through 34, it says, "The days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and with the people of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors."
Yes, I agree. Although what I'm trying to explain to you is that we're not under the new covenant. Now, people would like to tell you that, but we're not, because it specifically says in Matthew 5 that there is no new covenant until these things happen. There's 2 conditions, and they have not been fulfilled.
But the Lord declares a new covenant.
Yeah, and that's a contradiction.
If you state something,
Where does he say that we're under a new covenant?
Jeremiah 31.
No, we can't. We can't be. That's because that's before Jesus was crucified. That's in the Old Testament. So it has to be somewhere in the New Testament where it specifically says we're under a new covenant. However, it does say that you cited it in Hebrews. You cited that.
Says, when I will make a new covenant. So he's declaring now that in the future he's going to make one.
Right. He's going to make one, but we're not under the new covenant yet. It hasn't happened. And even so, even if you say we make the new covenant, it's still a contradiction no matter how you look at it. Because if you're saying we're under the new covenant, but it makes it solidly clear that Jesus is saying we're not under the new covenant, we are under the old Mosaic law, that's a contradiction. So either way, there's a problem. Either it's a contradiction or we're under the old Mosaic law and fathers are allowed to sell their children into slavery. Either way,
no,
it's a problem.
Contradiction, because in the same verse he says, I'm reading from the beginning.
Yeah.
The days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and with the people of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to lead them out of Egypt, because they broke my covenant, though I was a husband to them.
Yes, I understand it. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Talking about the Mosaic law here.
Yes, you're right. I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying to you, though, is it says the days are coming. And are you saying these days are here?
No, what I'm trying to say is that the new covenant abolished the laws like the shellfish stuff.
Right. But
and
does
you're
it?
trying to tell me that just didn't happen.
Right. I'm exactly telling you that, because if you read that again, it says the days are coming when I will make a new covenant.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. He hasn't made the covenant yet. That's in the future. But then if you look at Matthew chapter 5, it says nothing changes until heaven and earth pass away and all has been accomplished. So all you have to do is just look at those 2 conditions. Have heaven and earth pass away? No. Has all been accomplished? No. There's no new covenant.
Okay, so your question was why in between this time, before the new covenant, why was shellfish not allowed but slavery was? All I can say to that is, again, I don't know about the slavery thing. I think everything has a bigger plan and a reason. I do not know these things.
Okay.
But for the shellfish part, I think that was a man-made law by the Pharisees. So I don't think it wasn't like something that Jesus cared about.
Are you sure about that? Because that's not what it says in the Bible. It's not a man-made law. It's from God.
Wait, where?
Oh, let me pull it up. Give me a second.
Oh my gosh, I don't know these things. This is why I'm asking questions.
Yeah.
It just started.
Specifically says it in there we go. It's Leviticus 11. It's actually all, you can just go read all of it. Yeah, it says a lot of stuff. Where is it? Leviticus 11, right? Oh, come on. Where is it? Yeah, Leviticus 11. So
That is because it is specifically for ceremonies. Again, they're living under their
where does that say?
Mosaic law. It says here, the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, say to the Israelites, of all the animals that live on land, these are the ones you may eat. You may eat any animal that has a divided hoof and that chews the cud.
Oh, we're coming
There
up to
are
another
some
problem. Yeah, go ahead.
there
Sorry.
are
Go ahead.
some that only chew the cud or only
hmm
have a divided hoof, but you must not eat them. The camel, though it chews the cud, does not have a divided hoof.
hmm
It is ceremonially unclean for you. And so again, this is what I mean. People say things from the Bible and take it at face value. Oh,
Yeah,
it's a
this is
concept.
specifically speaking about the camel, and there's a reason for that.
Well, there's more. The
hmm
rabbit and choose the
hmm
cut. He goes on
hmm
and talking about
Absolutely.
all these things.
But do you see, it doesn't say ceremonially unclean, it says unclean. There's a big difference there. There's a reason why it says ceremonial unclean for the camel. So I'm going to leave that to you to find out, but there's a specific reason why it's there.
So
So it's not talking about ceremonially for everything. It's just for the camel because here's how you know, because it doesn't say the camel, the hyrax, the rabbit, the pig is ceremonial and clean. It lists them separately. And
absolutely every single animal after the camel just says unclean. I think you're
Mhm.
supposed to infer that everything is
Mm-mm.
ceremonially unclean.
No, that's not true. And the reason why you know that is because the Hebrews still follow it this way. Like the Orthodox Hebrews still follow it this way. Like they just don't, in general, they just don't eat pork. They don't eat shellfish. They're not supposed to. There's some who do. But
they don't have to do that, though.
yeah. No, they don't have to. But what I'm saying, though, it's not a ceremonial thing.
Well, that's not how, from like in my religion, that's not how I see it. And
I
to
understand.
me,
I'm just saying that because remember, I was a Catholic for a long time, and this is
yeah.
part of the reason why I had issues with this. So, because you got to also remember, Grimes, I asked a lot of these same questions. Okay, we got to pause right there. We got to do a kick poll again. So yep, because I let it go for a full 20 minutes because I was over the last time. So we're at 21 minutes now. So, okay, second kick poll, or actually third. This is your third kick poll.
Really? I thought it was
No, you did too. Yeah, you did. The second one you won 10-5. So this is your second one. Isn't that amazing? Or third one, excuse me. It's your third one. Okay. Kick poll. All right. Everyone vote the poll, please. Tap the happy face to stay and the crying face to go. Okay, looks like they're ready to go. They're ready to do the next one. Yeah.
Well, I guess one thing I have to say is just the book of Acts in chapter 10, the Lord tells Peter, don't call the things that I've called clean unclean. And so that's all I have to say. I think they choose to follow it, but that's not how I interpret it and read it from the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yes, I know, and there's more history behind that. There's a specific reason why that was put in there. Mm-hmm. So I think it's not that they don't like her. I think it's because they're just ready to move on.
Yeah, new
Yeah.
people.
We're kind of
I'm honored. I was it kept for so long.
3 times. Yeah, exactly. So that's actually pretty good. All right. Well, hey, listen, Grimes, it was a good conversation. So I appreciate you coming up. Very respectful, very cordial, So I really, really appreciate that. So big W for Grimes. I think everybody give Grimes a W and maybe a coin or two if you can spare it. So
my favorite thing is when you're on live and then you just kind of like throw up a heart, and it's so fun.
Me? Oh, like
Yeah.
that? Oh,
Yeah.
because people give me gifts, people say hi to me. So, usually I'm in a conversation, so I want to acknowledge them. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yes, you got it. You got it, Grimes. Have a good day. But hey, come back again sometime and we'll pick it up from there. All right.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. So the background blurring might be it's supposed to be moving. It's supposed to be moving. It's It's like supposed to be hot. It's really, really hot. That's why it's like heat waves doing that. So that's what it's for. I know, right? You gave me a cry and a 2 skulls. She was here to challenge everybody. Yeah, I saw what you were saying, Mr. Play. It wasn't, I don't think the issue was that there was slavery. It's that why it was allowed. Thanks, 7 Lemons. Yeah, it was a little Python script that I threw together. Yeah, so it's supposed to be, it's heat waves. It's supposed to be really hot, right? That's what it's supposed to be. She helps us think better. Yeah, exactly. That's what this is for. Is, you know, we do that. However, I will say though that you know, it's really there was a lot there, but it was a good conversation. Okay, so I have to feed my daughter. So she's like, Dad, it's time to eat. So we're gonna go to dinner, and then I'll probably be on later. But it was fun, guys. Oh boy, it's been 5 hours. Jeez. When are you gonna be on next time? Oh yeah. Actually, hit me up in the Discord, Miss Jim. You got me in the Discord now, so you can send me a message there. But oh, before I go, where are my mods? Where are you? Where are you guys at? There's one. I think there's 3 of them here. One. And I think one came in later. Hey, how's it going, mod? How's it going, Forever Atheist? There's 2, and then there's one more. There they are. All right. Okay. These are my mods. I, of course, thank them. Oh, nope. I think one turned me down. But I want to show them appreciation and tell them, hey, come on up. So if you guys got some coins, oh, nope. 7 Lemons doesn't want to come up. If you have some coins, please throw them some coins. Or yeah, throw them some coins. They deserve it because they're doing all the hard work. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate your hard work. I appreciate your effort. I appreciate, you doing things in the chat. So
Always.
yeah, absolutely. Love you guys. All right. So some more coins. So we got, well, Philly got a whole bunch. That's awesome. But if you got like a few more, throw them their way. They deserve it. So I really.
Your dinner, Trust.
Oh, we'll do. Thank you, 7 Lemons. All right, I'm gonna go now. So I got an angry 14-year-old on my hands, so I got to deal with that. But have a good night, everybody. Hopefully, I see you later. If not, yeah, exactly. I got bigger fish to fry. All right, good night, guys. Take care.
Have a good dinner.
All right, thank you. All right, so that was fun.